Welcome to the Big C Show. I am your host, Big Ceaz, and the NFL draft is finally here. The Cowboys pick at number 12 and at number 20. Miami Dolphins pick at 11. Today is the first round. A lot of great things are going to happen for a lot of these young college kids. It's pretty exciting. Big news already to start off for the Cowboys. They are officially, or George Pickens is officially signing the franchise tag, which allows the Cowboys to retain him for the 2026 season. And it also allows them to possibly trade him. But I don't think that's going to happen. Per Ian Rappaport, he said that he doesn't expect George Pickens to be traded. He expects George Pickens to play on the franchise tag. So that is huge news for Dallas this year, who is wanting to contend to make it to the playoffs. Last year, the season was um, not to what we thought it was going to be. Although their offense was a top three offense, with the addition of George Pickens, they ended up trading for after the draft. And I think that was a big, huge get by Jerry Jones. I think Jerry Jones did a great job of acquiring Pickens from Pittsburgh. We all knew George Pickens was a great player, was a good player at Georgia. He just didn't have the quarterback to help him in Pittsburgh. And we all saw what George Pickens can do with a talented quarterback like Dak Prescott. Now, the Cowboys did not make the playoffs. Another abysmal season, only winning 7 games. And, you know, they were 11 and I believe they were 7-11. So, definitely not what we wanted, but it all started off awful, honestly. Training camp comes around. Jerry Jones is in a standoff with Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons on the sidelines, moping around, not being a great teammate or whatnot. Ends up getting traded right before the season to the Green Bay Packers. The Packers give Dallas Kenny Clark, a first round pick this year, a first round pick in 2027, and Micah Parsons gets his extension in Green Bay. I think both sides won the deal. Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones did not have a good negotiating adventure last season, and yeah, so this is a huge day for Cowboy fans, as our defense is something that was atrocious last season with several injuries to Deron Bland, uh, Trayvon Diggs not being able to stay healthy, ended up releasing him at the end of towards the end of the year. Um, Linebackers were awful. Uh, they ended up trading for Quentin Williams right before the trade deadline. They ended up giving one of their first round picks next year and a second round pick this year to the New York Jets for Quentin Williams. And although Quentin Williams is a great player, he wasn't going to change the defense. He wasn't going to turn it around. The Cowboys defense was abysmal. The secondary was awful. The linebackers were awful. And I think them creating a pass rush as well, not having Micah Parsons also hurt them, and it also hurt the secondary. So this is a critical draft. The Cowboys need defensive line or defensive ends. They need linebackers, they need corners, and they need safeties. So anything in the secondary today, anything in the linebacker core, or anything on the defensive end side, if the Cowboys take one of those guys, who I know Kirby and I have been on this guy for a long time, Shouts out to the Cats and Rats. I believe this is Kirby. A make a break draft night for the Dallas Cowboys. I feel it could be. A big part of Parsons' trade starts tonight. I totally agree. It definitely starts tonight. We still have Quentin Williams. And what we do with that 20th overall pick tonight, whether we take that and the number 12 and package it to move up in the draft to get maybe a Reeves or a Sonny Styles is a big plus. So I think having that second pick is going to help us in that situation. So I totally agree, Kirby. The Miami Dolphins are in front of us, so we know they have a defensive minded coach. Kirby and I want Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs, for me, on my draft board, I have him as the best player in this draft. Like, I don't care what position he is at. He's my number one player. Um, Ruben Bain is up there as well, number three. Uh, I wouldn't mind having him. Now he's been dropping on a lot of draft boards lately because of his short arms. But if you turn on the tape, you watch all 17, 18 games last year, you see Ruben Bain is a monster. I don't care how short your arms are. The guy was creating pressure. He was a wrecking machine throughout the playoffs last year for the University of Miami. And the notion of him having short arms, potentially dropping him in the draft, is freaking crazy to me. Um, I'm a guy that likes to watch the film. I like watching guys on tape. Um, Obviously, the traits and what your size and your ability to rush the passer and things like that, and your length, the ability to bend underneath the tackles, that matters. Ruben Bain has the bend. Ruben Bain has the arms, the strength to get past the tackles. We've seen it at the University of Miami as well for countless games. You just turn on the tape and you see him flash. Shouts out, Nick. What's going on? Hope everything's going okay over there in Naples. And Joe, what's going on, bud? Hope you're doing well, guys. Hopefully, I will be able to catch you guys this next couple of days. Actually, planning to go to an Everblades game here, hopefully soon. Um, but yeah, but just talking a little bit about the draft here. I see you guys are Buffalo Bills fans. Okay, okay. What do you guys think? What are you guys gonna get today? I'd like to hear what you guys want. I know you guys need a lot of receiver help, so there's a couple receivers here you could get in the second or third round. I feel like you don't have to potentially reach in the first round. This year's draft is not as deep. It's not as deep as years past. I believe I actually have who's one of my favorite content creators. His name is Watch Lombardi. He's uh he's also on Crown Global Media and on Watch Lombardi's show. He has his own podcast on the Watch Lombardi podcast. Let's see, McDonald, I hope. Okay. That'll be a good one. Unless you guys trade back. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Dallas could end up trading back if they get knocked out of all their defensive players. So we'll see what happens as well. Because I only have 13, 13 first round grades. And what that means is there's only 13 guys that I have graded to be in the first round. 14 and below, 14 to 40, they're kind of like the same player, you know? So those are guys that you can say, okay, he's kind of a potential first, second round pick. So if they're touching tags, you could go with either one. So you're not really reaching there between players 14 and 20. 14 and 40, excuse me. So I want to share here. Let's see. I want to share. Um, I'm gonna actually have the Dallas Cowboys draft show. I'll put it on here in a little bit, and we'll listen to them together. I really love what they have to say because they've done a lot of homework on a lot of these prospects. But let's share my screen here with Botch Lombardi, who's a great YouTube content creator. He watches film on a lot of these prospects, and he knows his stuff. So let's take a look here. So this is his grades, and basically the orange. I don't know if you guys can see, but the yellow means they're tier one. They're like first grades. Tier two, it's like second round tier. Three, third round tier. Four, five, and then extras like guys that you could probably get in the later fifth, sixth, seventh rounds and stuff like that. So, um, he's got for his receivers, Tyson Lemon, and Tate. Those are his first round grades. Um, Maoga, he's offensive tackle from um basically he's got really good feet, really good knee bend. From Miami. He's gonna be really good. I think he's one of the best tackles in the draft. Obviously, Mendoza. Mendoza is actually going he's gonna probably be the first pick for sure. Uh, so it'll be interesting to see. Um, Dave Bailey. Bailey is my guy. Now, if Dallas can trade up to the to the third or fourth pick, or maybe even the sixth pick, if Bailey's still there, I'm thinking about trading my 12th, my 20th for Cleveland's sixth pick and their 39th pick, which allows Dallas to jump a lot of these teams to get David Bailey. So I think that would be a possible option here. There's another edge, Ruben Bain and Avel Reese. Reese is actually an up and coming linebacker for Ohio State. Really good tape. He's been such a good uh, outside linebacker, edge rusher. He does a little bit of everything, right? He's one of those guys that's a gadget guy, more of like a Micah Parsons type of player. We got McCoy, the cornerback from Ohio. He went to Bama, Kentucky. Let me see here. No, McCoy is from Tennessee, I believe. And we got Delane from LSU. Um, he's a top round draft pick as well. Let me see here. Who else do we have? Um, let's see here. Let me check here. So basically, and then my guy, of course, Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs is my guy. I've always wanted him. I think he's the best player in the draft. So these are first round grades, guys. These guys in the yellow are first round grades. As you can see, there's not many players really in the first round. So Dallas being at 12 has a chance to pick up any of these guys. If most of these defenders are off the board and Dallas doesn't find a trading partner, you could easily see them maybe trading back and maybe going for one of these tier two guys. And, I wouldn't be opposed to that. There's a lot of good tier two guys and maybe potentially picking up a second round pick. So who knows? We'll see what happens. So this is Voch Lombardi's draft board. I really love it because there's a lot of players here. This is his top 100. You guys can check it out. It's on X. I'll share his page as well. So that way you guys can check him out. And that way you guys can get the link as well. So, we definitely want you guys to get a hold of this. I love what Botch and Brian Broaddus do at the Crown Global Media. Brian Broaddus was a scout for the Dallas Cowboys, the Green Bay Packers, and the Philadelphia Eagles for a long time. So he knows his players. He knows how to scout players, and that's where I've learned my football the last couple of years. Is I've learned how to scout the players, how to what kind of traits to look for, what to look for in a player, how to stack them on your trading on your board, and how to put them in the range of where you want them and where you don't want them. So shouts out to Brian Broaddus, Bryan He's really cool. He's very knowledgeable. It's always good to see him on there as well. And I love getting his input on all of these stuff. So let me just check here. I just want to make sure I get you guys what you want. Hold on one second. Trying to handle this. Eh, All right. All right, here it is. As you guys can see, Vox Lombardi, go check him out. This is his draft board. You guys can take a look. It's what I was sharing earlier. Take a look at his top picks. He's very knowledgeable. Him and Brian Broaddus talk a lot of good about the NFL draft, and I really like what they have to say. Which I'm gonna go and listen. We're gonna go ahead and listen together to the DallasCowboys.com crew, which is called the Draft Show. They are presenting. Um, they're basically going uh, over the players of what the Cowboys could do, what NFL players teams could do. Um, Brian Broaddus is on the show. You guys will be able to listen to him and get to see what he has to say. So what I'm gonna share their stream, and we're gonna be listening together. And then I'll jump in when I hear something interesting as well. I really love what they do on the DallasCowboys.com. I know it's the Cowboys. Uh, there's a lot of it's about the Dallas Cowboys, but they do talk about a lot of teams. So if there's a player that they're talking about that you're interested, you'll definitely get a lot of good knowledge from them. So I'm gonna put them on here, and we're gonna go ahead and because I don't want it to be copyrighted, I'm not gonna share the screen. So I'll just have the screen on here. But be sure to ask me any questions on here in the chat. If you have any questions of any of the guys, what they think, um, or your thoughts on what your team is gonna do, please, by all means, this is what we have this platform. I want to get to know what you guys think and what your team, who's your favorite team, who do you guys think you're going to get, and let's enjoy it. I love the draft. There's nothing like the NFL draft. These players have come a long way from college, and it's crazy because the draft is actually changing. A lot of these players are going to stay in college now because of the NIL money. Potentially, we're going to start seeing a lot more older guys getting drafted because they're staying a little bit longer in college. So, which is why Mesidor from the University of Miami, he's 25 years old, ended up staying another year, another 2 years, is one of the oldest players coming out of the draft. Carson Beck, another player his age because of the NIL money. He's going to be also coming back as an older player. So um, it's crazy how things are changing in college and in the NFL. But yeah, I'm excited. Um, if you guys have any questions, please shoot them here in the message, and we'll definitely I'd like to know what you guys think. Um, any predictions? You guys have any predictions on who's gonna get um besides Mendoza? We all know he's gonna go number one, I think. I think our consensus is pretty equal there. I think we're all in agreement that Mendoza is gonna go number one overall. Uh so I mean, we'll see. Maybe George Pickens is traded today. I don't think he is, but we'll see. Oh, that's a good one, Joseph. The Chiefs could definitely move up. I know the Chiefs have been talking about potentially moving up, especially for Tulane, the corner. They need secondary help. So, and even, I wonder who they would get. Who do you have the Chiefs taking, Joseph? I'd like to get your intake on that. Um, RC, my man. Oh man, I you know I love your sarcasm, bro. I really do. It's so great. But yeah. It's crazy. You guys don't have a draft pick tonight, so you guys already got your player. Um, so hey, I think what's crazy because when I heard they traded Dexter Lawrence and you guys traded your 10th overall pick, we all knew that the Cincinnati Bengals were going to go for a defensive player, right? And I feel like they made a good move because this draft doesn't have that stud player other than Bailey. I think Bailey's like a guy that I can't miss, sort of defensive end. And I think Dexter Lawrence is better than a lot of these picks gonna be drafted today. So the Bengals did their due diligence. They traded the 10th overall pick to get a great defensive tackle. And thank you. Thank you, Cincinnati. We don't have to face them in against the Giants anymore. Our offensive line won't have to block them anymore. So, yes, I agree. And yes, F the picks, get proven veterans. It works in hockey. It's worked for the Panthers. And I agree. Um, well, it depends too. If you're a team and you're ready now, and I think Joe Burrow has the offense. We all know what Cincinnati is in on the offensive side. Their defensive side has been a struggle. They have no linebackers. They have no secondary. So, to be able to shore up the defensive tackle spot, it's gonna help. But I question if you're gonna beef up the defensive tackle spot, wouldn't you have wanted to keep um the defensive end that ended up going to Baltimore? I mean, you're gonna have to draft somebody here. Do you guys have a second round pick? We'll see what happens there. Um, Bills trade for Marvin Harrison Jr. or Metcalf instead for a first round and Keon. Ooh, that's interesting take, Joseph. That is a very interesting take. See, I could see the Bills trading for AJ Brown. How's that take? I just feel like I don't think they could get any value for Keon Coleman. Uh, he's just so immature. He's I think they wasted that pick. And I liked him coming out of Florida State. I thought Keon Coleman was really good, but his maturity is not there. He's not the type of player that's very serious and that wants to get his game better. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles get AJ Brown. That's the one that I would be interested in because the Eagles and AJ Brown are not on the same page. So yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to see later today. Let's see here. Okay. I believe that was an incredible difference. Yes, it was, wasn't it? Um, Browns put Pats June 1st. Schefter confirmed. Oh, okay. You think so? Brown to the Pats? Man, that's gonna be crazy though. The Patriots getting AJ Brown. Man, that'll make them a Super Bowl contender again. But do you guys think that you guys can offer something for Brown? Because I figure I don't know. It'll be hard to see because and it'll be interesting to see what happens with the whole situation with Mike Vrabel too. I mean, him and the reporter and all that stuff. The Patriots are like, have been in the headlines here the last couple of days. It's usually the Cowboys, but it's been the Patriots lately. So, but yeah, I'm excited, guys. We're about 15 minutes away from the NFL draft. I'm excited. I have it here on my phone. I'll be watching it in the background. So, it'll be fun. I can't wait to see it. Who gets picked second, third, and fourth? I think that's going to be the biggest key. Who gets drafted the second, third, and fourth, because that'll set up the potential for trade ups, trade backs. I know we haven't even talked about it, but what about Jeremiah Love? Jeremiah Love is considered one of the best running backs in this class, but a lot of teams don't want to draft him that high because they don't want to pay that salary for a rookie running back. A running back in general. Nobody wants to pay over $5 million anymore. So this the running back market, and if Jeremiah Love gets picked in the top three, he's going to get top dollar. And I know Arizona Cardinals really like him, but they don't want to pay that. Do you see them maybe moving back if they want him? The Giants are at number 5. Are they going to waste a fifth overall pick on Jeremiah Love and pay the salary? It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see. I can't wait. Let me. I'm trying to see if I can get my boy Jim Behringer. All right. All right, guys. I know I did say this. I know we were gonna go into the DallasCowboys.com NFL draft show. I want to share what they have to say. Let's take a listen to what they have to say on this year's draft, and you know, and we'll kind of chime in here when I hear something very interesting. If you guys have any interesting things that you want to hear from them as well, or you see a topic that you hear on a player, please jump on, and I'll pause, I'll turn off the audio, and then we can kind of discuss it. So, um, let me see here. I did message Jim Behringer from um the news report, so maybe we can get him on. Nick from the Cats and Rats podcast, I asked him to come on as well, so he'll be probably coming on. Let me check here. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Hold on, I didn't get the audio. Let me go back. Share screen. All right. So this is
And the Dallas
DallasCowboys.com.
and Kansas City front offices, they're
Let
so
me know if you guys
tied
can
in
hear
with
it.
each other. They talk to each other even when it's not football season. Like they are friends.
They're neighbors.
Yeah, the Preston Road Trophy. But
That's how they got the Peyton Hendershot deal done.
exactly, and the Eric Scott deal done.
Mhm.
Yep. So maybe a third time's a charm.
Maybe.
Hey, that Peyton Hendershot conditional 7th-round pick is the reason you have a 7th-round pick this year.
Wow.
So I don't want to hear anything from y'all when it's 218 and there's finally a pick on the board after like
eight.
60 picks.
Sorry, guys. So teams at 8 and 9, New Orleans and Kansas City, both as possible trade opportunities.
Yep.
The Giants did trade into the 10th overall pick. They send Dexter Lawrence to the Cincinnati Bengals. They go to 10.
Yeah, Cincinnati was going to reach on a defensive tackle. There was
There we go,
a lot
RC.
of talk that maybe
I
they
told
were
you.
going to look at Woods from Clemson.
Interesting.
Wow.
I think they did reach on a defensive tackle.
well, that's-
So they
Dexter
wanted to
Lawrence.
reach
yeah,
for
they-
Woods
but they
on
were
the
gonna go into
defensive
this
tackle
draft,
from
and everybody kind of
Clemson.
had it.
So they ended up doing their due diligence in this year's draft, and they were like, you know what? If we can give up our first round pick 10 to get Dexter Lawrence, who's a proven all pro guard or all pro defensive tackle, that's a win for them. I love what they did there.
Way or another, listen, if they don't get, and I think that at 5 they would absolutely take Love if he was there. And then that's the one I would worry about at 10, potentially with Downs. Maybe this is why Dallas is thinking about it. If they have to go and they want to go for a guy like Downs, maybe you have to get ahead of what the New York Giants are doing. If the Giants take Downs at 5, does that take Dallas out of the mix? Maybe there's a couple other options for them on some of these defensive players.
Tommy, do you feel like you got a good read on where New York could go defense or offense first, or if they could still not out of the equation, they could take 2 defensive guys in those spots?
Sure. And there's been a lot of reports that they like both Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs from Ohio State. So if there's a way where they can get both of those picks to be defensive players, I don't think John Harbaugh is necessarily upset about that.
I totally agree.
But they've
here,
also been connected to
RC.
Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver.
I feel like Cincinnati. That's why I was surprised when they traded, because they usually never trade their first round picks. Them and the Baltimore Ravens, they're usually the teams that love to draft. For them to do that, I just think speaks volumes of this year's draft. And like I said earlier in the show, there's not many first round picks, first round grade talent this year. This year's draft, you have a lot of good second round, third round guys that are touching tags, that are in the tier 2 range between 15 and player 40. So, I felt like they did a good job of doing their homework and getting Dexter Lawrence. Now, as a Cowboy fan, this hurts because you got the Giants ahead of them twice. And you know that Jim Harbaugh loves his defensive players. So for the Giants to get a 10th pick in the draft and have the 5th overall, as a Cowboy fan, this scares me because they have a capability of getting Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs. But they do like the wide receiver from Arizona. So and I know the Cowboys too were in the potential of maybe liking him as well. Now, as a Cowboy fan, I don't want them to pick an offensive player, but if your draft board there's nobody there left on the defensive side, then see if you have a trading partner to move back. Move back, get maybe a potential second round pick, possibly, or maybe, you know, not to reach on a guy. So Tyson's a guy that, you know, is there that the Giants were looking at. Lemon, Tate, Love. But as far as defensive players, Reese, the Giants are looking at him. Caleb Downs. Um, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah. So let's go ahead and take a listen again. Um, this is the DallasCowboys.com, the NFL Draft Show. They basically have a lot of good information on the players, and they've done a lot of homework. Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt from 105.3 The Fan, uh, Kyle Ullman from the at DallasCowboys.com. I really love listening to these guys because not only are they just for the Cowboys, but they give you a lot of information of a lot of players being out there. So let's go ahead and listen to them again.
It would be.
If you like Proctor, you like a very specific type of player, and it would make sense that you would want to, like, for instance, I think the Giants.
Overweight.
Look, I mean, you want big guys, right? Like you take, for instance, I know the Giants. Very little has come out of about what John Harbaugh's philosophy is going to be.
Mhm.
When you talk to people out there, one of the things they are consistently telling you is he wants to get bigger on both sides of the ball in the trenches. He wants the defensive line and the offensive line bigger. So Proctor, like, is that just somebody who, like, when you're hearing about fringe top 10 interests, is that because some people think, well, Proctor could be a guy that they look at and go, like, let's add some size here?
Could be.
Baltimore historically because Harbaugh was there, has been a bigger team.
Monroe Freeling, also bigger offensive lineman, if you want to try and build into the trenches there too.
Can I ask folks, where did you guys stack Freeling? Because I
He
would.
was he was the third tackle for me.
I have him at 24. He
Let's
is,
see where Ross Lombardi has him
tackle
here.
5 for me.
He's tackle 4 for me,
Freeland.
and he's just outside the top 20.
Freeland.
4 for me, 28 overall.
Where do we have the Arizona State?
So
offensive
He's my top second round
Freeling
player.
Maxey's
is
I love
tackle
it.
number
I
4
love
for
it.
Vox
See, I
Lombardi.
have him over Freeling.
I do
Okay.
too.
I
There
do.
you go.
I just
So
the
and
first
also
time that I
Vox
ever
Lombardi
saw
has
Monroe
Proctor over
Freeling's
Freeling.
name was Dane Brugler's very first mock draft. And he had him right where you guys were talking about him at 25, 26, somewhere right around there. But listen, for him to be talked about in the top 6, I'm like, man, they are putting a bunch of air in this guy.
He's athletic, and he showed that at the combine. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't think the tape shows top 10.
Yeah.
It's a draft show tradition that on night 1, we have to talk about offensive linemen for the Dallas Cowboys, for the guys or the teams in front of them. Whatever it ends up being, you're going to have that conversation throughout. But when we come back, it's the official start of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Woo!
We've got
Let's
wall-to-wall
go.
coverage. All 257 selections will be on the airwaves throughout the weekend, and it all gets kicked off in a matter of moments. You're listening to the 2026 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
While they go on break, man, it's crazy how there's not that many offensive linemen this year to be drafted in the first round. I think I only have 1, maybe 2. I think I have 1 in the first round grade. Um, but yeah, in that tier 2 range, second round, kind of third round grade, there's a lot more. There's maybe like 4 or 5 guys. But this year's draft is very heavy on linebackers. This is a very good draft for linebackers and edge rushers. I feel like if you want to get a good edge rusher, a good linebacker, there's going to be a lot of good players out there in the second round too. Dallas doesn't have a second round pick either, so okay. So let me right. Oh, all right. So I'm gonna go over the draft order real quick, guys. We can kind of go over that real quick if you don't mind. Kind of take a look at who's gonna be picking here. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see here. Let's kind of take a look. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at the draft order here. There we go. Here we go. So the first overall pick goes to the Oakland Raiders, or not the Oakland Raiders. Oh my gosh, Las Vegas Raiders. I'm so used to saying the Oakland Raiders. It's so weird saying Las Vegas. But their needs are quarterback, receiver, offensive line, D line, corner. The Jets, I think the Jets either going with Bailey or Robel Reese from Ohio State. The Cardinals could end up going with Reese or Jeremiah Love. Now, the Titans might be linked to Sonny Styles, but we're also hearing the Giants might want Sonny Styles. The Browns really don't need defensive players, so they could potentially end up moving back and picking up an offensive lineman and not having to reach for him. The Commanders need receiver, need defensive help, safety help. They need a lot of help. The Saints, they need receiver, edge, corner, defensive line, offensive line. The Chiefs, have we said earlier today, um, their potential to possibly trade. The Giants traded with the Bengals and received the 10th overall pick. The Dolphins pick ahead of the Cowboys here. They need a lot of help everywhere. Now, they do have a defensive minded coach. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up a defensive player, but they did lose Waddle, so they have a potential of maybe drafting a wide receiver. The Cowboys, of course, we know they need defensive help. Could they surprise us and maybe pick up an offensive player? I don't see that, but we'll see what happens. Rams, Ravens, Buccaneers, Jets, the Lions, Vikings, Panthers, and the Cowboys have the Green Bay Packers 20th pick. The Steelers, Chargers, Eagles, Browns again pick at number 24. So that's why there's a potential for the Browns to move back a little bit. Maybe potentially get an offensive lineman. They don't need to reach for a guy that early, especially with the limited offensive linemen um, that are in this draft. I only have a great first round grade on one of them. That's the offensive tackle from the University of Miami. Bears, they could definitely use some defensive help. The Bills need a wide receiver, as we talked earlier, but I don't think they'll be reaching. They could get somebody somewhere in the second round, potentially use this first round pick to trade for an already proven receiver. Take a look. We'll see what happens. Niners, Texans, Chiefs, Dolphins second round pick with the Denver Broncos for Waddle. Pick at 30, Patriots and the Seahawks. That rounds out your draft there. So let's all right. So Um, I mean, I'm excited for this draft. It's going to be interesting what happens here. Um, there's a lot of potential trade ups, trade backs. Dallas is in a unique situation where they're literally on the edge of like the first round grades of players, and this is a year where they don't need an offensive player, and there's a potential where they could get wiped out a defense, and if that's the case, don't be surprised if Dallas moves back. I wouldn't mind. You already know who I want. Caleb Downs is my number one prospect in this year's draft. I think he's the best player in this draft. We'll see what happens. So, um, it's still early. We never know what's going to happen. Injuries happen throughout these players' careers. Knock on wood that nothing happens like that. But yeah, so I'm gonna go back to the DallasCowboys.com stream. We'll go listen to them again, and we'll see. And it looks like the draft show is about to begin. So let's go ahead and tune in, guys. It'll be exciting. Well, I don't want to get copyright, so they're kind of showing the TV version. So as soon as they're done, the NFL draft is about to begin. You're showing that. Wow, they're showing the Pittsburgh Steelers, TJ Watt. That is one I will never forgive Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. They had an opportunity to draft TJ Watt in the first round. He was sitting right there. And I remember screaming at the TV saying, TJ Watt, please turn in the card. What happens? Rob Marinelli says, I want Taco Charlton. Boy, did they screw that one up. TJ Watt ends up being an all pro, pro bowler player. And when he got picked by the Steelers, I was like, this is going to be the biggest mistake the Cowboys make. And man, it goes to show you how true it was. And they're right now they're in Pittsburgh. They're hyping the crowd up. And so we'll be listening in here to DallasCowboys.com as soon as they're done hearing the audio. I don't want to get copyrighted, so that's why I'm kind of just, keeping it on the DL right now. So as soon as they're done with the audio on the TV feed, we'll put it back on. But man, jeez, Ben Roethlisberger. Oh my gosh, it's been a minute since I've seen him. Terry Bradshaw. That guy hasn't aged. I swear to God, Terry Bradshaw looks the same. Let's go. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. Woo! Let's go, baby. The draft has started. Yeah, thanks a lot, Joseph. Good seeing you, bud. Hope to see you again soon. Good luck to the Bills. Hope you guys get what you want. And go Sabres. Okay, okay. Nice. Hey, root for the Blades for me, man. I'll be hopefully if they win this round, which I think they will. Um, I'll be going to the next round. So I can't wait, and I hope to see you soon. Thanks, Joseph. All right, guys, they changed the drafts. So they changed the draft
Philadelphia, if you go back and look at the
to
pick that was made
from
in the first round,
15
your Philadelphia
10
Eagles with Brian
to
Bottas
now
sitting
8
down. I'm like,
minutes.
listen, hey, we know who we're
Let's
taking.
go.
Pit
Thank
clock brought us.
God.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank
let's turn
God.
this card in.
They needed to do that.
Phone don't ring. Botch is right. I don't have
Yes.
time for all this. Let's start.
So
drafting.
we're
Let's
listening
start,
to the
I know the NFL
DallasCowboys.com,
likes to
the
do
draft
big
show,
production of it all,
and we'll
but,
see who
yeah,
they're
let's get
picking
to
right
start
now.
picking
They're
these players and
right
stuff,
now
and
on
I think the clock will. I
ABC.
mean, you can't
They're
wait
they're
in
showing
the clock
Mendoza.
to try, and I think that's why some teams maybe have some pre-deals done.
Yeah, I think
that
that's
players are there that like, hey, if our guy's there, be ready. We're going to call.
Shouts out to
And
Brian
I think some
Broaddus.
teams
Check
are
him out
ready,
at Crown
and we
Global
should be ready
Media.
for
I think when you ask around the league, that's
CrownGlobalMedia.com.
the area where you've seen the most
On
shift
YouTube,
probably,
Crown
just with
Global
this clock,
Media.
is that it's caused some teams to maybe just do a little extra groundwork on
Yeah.
trades potentially in advance of the day. So it's like,
Yep.
all right, we already kind of have a starting point of where we're gonna look at this, and then they can execute it from there when they're on the clock.
I know we talked about it a little bit in the pre-show.
Right now, they're
but
showing highlights of
Zach, where do you
Mendoza.
expect that first trade to possibly happen? Where do you feel? Because right now the Raiders
Yeah.
are on the clock. They're going to probably take Fernando Mendoza, we would assume, the quarterback out of Indiana, and then the draft starts at 2. Is that as early as we could see a trade?
I mean, I think the Jets are going to probably stay and pick. Now, the Jets could jet, and then they end up taking a player that it's not Reacher Bailey.
I like
and
that.
maybe
The
it's
Jets
Cornell
could
Payne
jet.
Or it's Sonny Styles, or they make a really surprise pick. But I think Arizona's made no surprises that they want to bail out of there. And I don't think the Jeremiah Love is a pick that they really want to make. If you look at the running back position, they bring back James Conner. They drafted Trey Benson from Florida State in the second round a couple of years ago. They're kind of set. I mean, they just signed Tyler Algier. Like, is Jeremiah Love an upgrade over all those guys? Yes. But is it a massive need for them? No. They need an offensive lineman. And maybe there's just not one there at 3 that they feel comfortable taking. So they want to bail. It just depends on, do they get the value for the pick? I think, Nick mentioning New Orleans earlier makes a ton of sense for me.
That's a very good point.
History. Kansas City going up for a difference-making edge rusher.
We talked about
makes
that
a lot of
earlier.
sense for me as well. So I'd actually be stunned if Arizona does stay and pick at 3. I think they're the team that is going to bail out.
Brian, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. I think there's some teams you got to look at here. Arizona could be. I think Arizona is going to trade. Tennessee's a team. Cleveland's a team. The Commanders are a team. New Orleans, obviously, we talked about them going up, and Kansas City. So yeah, we're in a situation right now that we're maybe some, like we talked about, if there's some players on the board, then you're going to see some of these trades fire off, and some of these teams are going to start to talk about getting out of there.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to do it in pretty quick fashion.
What do the Joneses always say about being the team that picks up the phone on a trade? Generally, you're the one that loses.
Yep.
When you pick up the phone. Which
Jerry said it in the pre-draft press conference. He said usually those calls are better when they're coming.
Which I think I should be clear on this, because I think this is what they mean by it. I guess I should totally fill in the gaps.
Look at all those players. They're showing it on ABC.
Yeah.
Like they're talking about,
Arvell
you don't
Reese,
call
Sonny
to go
Styles,
back,
Caleb
because that's where you
Downs.
lose. I think they just generally
Goes to
think
show
the
you
team that calls is
how
the one that wants to go
deep
up. So if that's us and we want to go up,
Ohio
that's the place to
State
call.
is.
Because if somebody's calling from back there going, hey, will you come up here and take our pick? That's a losing position, which I can see 100%.
Yep.
Because of that, Arizona has been really hard up to get out of that position.
Yeah.
Arizona has called several teams. Arizona, I believe, has called this team a couple times and asked Dallas, like, hey, would you want to come up for that? So I'm going to be very interested that if they do move, what they move for.
So you just talked about it. What would it take for them to move up and to get on the phone themselves? Or does that change the maneuvering if it's a trade possibility that's already set in place? Because like you said, if you're on the clock, that value goes down if you're trying to get out of that pick and pull the parachute. But if you've already had a trade talked about and agreed upon, gentleman's agreement, does the value stay relatively the same?
Here we go. Here we go. The pick is in, guys.
We'll have to see if that's the way that it kind of plays out. I would guess that it's still, I guess you're not going to get quite as good a value if you're the one who's been calling so frequently, which it seems like Arizona has been. It seems like whatever deal Arizona gets done, if they get one done, it feels like one they probably prompted the discussion, because it felt like they were talking to a lot of different teams. And so,
or at least word got out to that. And that was the call.
100%.
Yeah. Vach, who would you go up for? Let's say if you were in the war room for Dallas, who would be worth trading up for, and how far would you go?
For me, it would be Caleb
One of
Downs.
those big sixes, what I've been calling them, one of the edge rushers, the linebackers, the corner, or the safety there. It just kind of depends on how far you want to move up. If you don't want to give away space.
Can we outline that big six? Can we?
Okay, so David Bailey, so Bailey, Reese, Downs, Delane, Bain, Styles.
Okay.
Those are your
all
big six
defensive players.
Defensive players. The Cowboys were terrible last year on defense. They're not. I don't think they would move up for a wide receiver. I saw that online somewhere. I don't think they'll be moving up.
Here goes Roger Goodell with the pick.
But it just depends on, are they comfortable giving up a 3? Are they comfortable giving up a 4 and a 5? I've heard that.
I'm going to pause this right now.
First round. The Raiders.
And with the first selection of the NFL draft, the Los Angeles Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, Indiana. Mendoza is the first pick in the draft.
They had right on their mock draft They get
Let's
one
go.
across the board.
Congratulations
We're
to
going to go
Mendoza.
ahead and step aside. Fernando Mendoza, first pick off the board.
First
quarterback
pick,
out of
Fernando
Indiana to the
Mendoza.
Las
No
Vegas
surprise there,
Raiders.
everybody.
First.
What a great talent. Ends up winning the national championship against the University of Miami. Gutsy performance. So happy for him. Florida resident, Miami resident. Decided to stay with his family. His mom's not doing well. She's dealing with a lot of health issues. And, shouts out to him for wanting to be with his family. But we're going to go ahead and listen to what they think of Fernando Mendoza.
Has his hand like on the phone, and it's not moving. He's got his right hand just placed on the phone. He's looking at some chart or something else. So maybe it's a case of they're just working ahead on some other things, or they're fielding calls for trade back or trade up. But it's and now he's out of the room as we cut back to the war room.
Could they be a part of the Arizona trade?
That's what I'm just saying. It's getting close to Arizona's pick, so him just having his hand on the phone. He was
There's some movement in the Cowboys war room. From what we're hearing,
sit there with it on his hand out there.
This could be a potential trade up
They're 12th on the
for the
clock,
Cowboys.
and
there is no Jerry, there is no Steven, there is no Will right now.
Interesting.
Shotty's
big names is Brian Schottenheimer there.
Brian Schottenheimer is the only one in the war room.
Around in the first round.
This is what I love watching. When they show the war
got
room, when
three
they show
top tier
people in the
receivers. If you're a
draft
team
room,
that wants to get one of
it's
those
cool
guys,
to
maybe
see
like
like
Tyson Lemon or
who's talking
if
on the
one of those
phone.
guys
If
go,
there's a
you're
defensive
like,
coach
all right,
talking on the
maybe
phone,
we
you know it
should-
might be a
we
defensive
really
player.
want one of these guys. If two of those guys go, you're like, all right, let me jump in front of this real fast. We saw in some of these mocks, DJ mock yesterday, there was 7 offensive tackles yesterday.
Sure.
When does that run happen? When does the first wave of that happen? Is it going to happen all at one time? Tackle tax gets kind of weird. So it may be a tackle, let's just say Blake Miller or something like that, who may be talked about as like a late round tackle. But if a team loves them at 10, 11, 13, whatever, that may make someone want to jump up and move. So it depends on who's up there and who's been off the board.
Brian, who would you go for up there?
I would think if you're talking about go to Arizona or
if you're going that high up,
I think
it's got to be right.
Reese.
Yeah, you've got to look at absolutely. You got to think about the guys like Vach was talking about, the big six, and just pick it out.
Yeah.
If you think it's going to be Reese, Styles, Downs, I think all those guys would probably be in play right there. Whoever the Jets don't take, then that's kind of where you're at. But I think that those are the 3 names I would look at on my personal board. The way I would stack them, Downs would be number 1 for the guys that I would try and get there.
Let me ask y'all. The Cowboys haven't really put a bunch into linebacker this offseason.
Or anything, really.
I think they put a little more into DB than they've done linebacker. I mean, they just kind of looked at linebacker and just looked away from linebacker, right?
I think they tried, but you're right.
They made some attempts, but nothing really got invested in it. Like, they tried, but it didn't happen. Like, does that boost Styles up their board? Or if they had an option between, let's just say, Styles, Downs, Delane, yeah, they need linebacker, but if they have those other guys ranked higher, would they take those guys? Would they take the linebacker that they need?
I think that goes back to the outside in conversation that we were talking about in the pre-show.
Thank you guys for joining me today.
If you're going up to
We are
3, it's
looking
Arvell
at the
Reese. That's who Arvell Reese
DallasCowboys.com.
fills
They're
that. I
kind
think
of
he fills
talking
your
about
linebacker need if you want to play him off ball,
players
similar
that
to
the
how you
Cowboys
Micah
could be
Parsons
looking
started
at
his career.
potentially.
Now, I think Arvell
We're
Reese
looking
has
at the
shown more than
war
Micah
room
did
of the
at Penn State, his ability
DallasCowboys.com.
to rush the passer.
So
But I think he's
we'll
actually
see
a
what
better linebacker
happens. It looks
prospect,
like
in my opinion, than what
there
Micah
is
was
some
coming out of
movement
Penn State. I
there.
think Arvell Reese,
The
as a
Arizona
freak
Cardinals
athlete,
are
is an
about
absolute
to
star
pick
that
up.
absolutely move
The
up and get
Jets
it
are
free,
about to make
and
their
then fill the
pick.
hole for the Cowboys.
Who do
So
you have
we'll see.
above, or
We'll
you just
see
said
who
Reese. Would you rather,
who the
or did
the
you stack
Jets
Reese higher
end
than
up
you did
taking.
Bailey? Yes, out
Mason
of Ohio
Taylor,
State, Bailey out of Texas.
Yeah,
a
I mean,
good
I've got
friend of
Downs as my
mine.
number 1 player,
We'll see
but
who
I
his
have
new
Reese over
teammate will
Bailey.
be.
And for the Cowboys, Reese makes sense.
Downs is your number 1 overall player.
Number 1 overall player.
I could go there.
Same
too.
here.
Reese is 1 for me. Downs is 2 for me.
Okay. So
Reese
Box
is
Lombardi
1,
has
Downs is 2.
Reese as his number 1 player overall. I have Caleb Downs. I think Caleb Downs is outstanding. So we're gonna go ahead and mute this because they're gonna go. The first pick overall was Fernando Mendoza. No surprise there at all. The Jets are on the clock right now, and it looks like the pick is in. We're about to listen to who the New York Jets pick at the number 2. And with the second overall pick of the 2026-2020 draft, the New York Jets select David Bailey, linebacker from Texas Tech, defensive end. Wow. Wow.
Which makes me wonder if they were fielding calls.
If they
at all.
were talking about it,
Wow.
maybe.
The Jets were
We're sitting
talking
here
about
talking
maybe
about 3
trading
as the first
back.
possibility, maybe 2 was.
David Bailey's
Interesting.
awesome, by the way.
Oh,
He is
He
a
is.
total monster. I
Hmm.
mean, that's somebody who he was like
Well,
the first player I
David
watched through this
Bailey
whole
was my
process,
defensive end
and
number 1
just
in this year's draft.
violent.
The guy is
understands how to rush the
unbelievable.
passer, sets
He's
up,
amazing.
every move that he has in a pass rush plan is setting up the next. Plays with a really high motor. The biggest way he gets himself in trouble a lot of times is playing so aggressively that he sometimes over pursues.
Yep.
But man, he is a lot of fun to watch. That's somebody that if Dallas had the number 1 pick in the draft, that is who I would want them to pick.
It would be awesome.
That's who I would have been all over is picking David Bailey.
Bendy, bursty, flattens well, and I just
Yeah.
value dudes that just know how to rush, that just know how to.
He
get
was
sacks. I'm not
definitely
one
the
of these
best
people
defensive
that
end,
will, you know, think
outside
that player
linebacker
that
in this
doesn't
year's
get sacks
draft.
in college will all of a sudden learn how to get sacks in the league. I'm just not one of those guys.
And
David
his
Bailey is a dude that knows
teammate,
how to get sacks in college, so I would assume that he will get sacks in the league.
Evan
Super productive
Rodriguez,
spin
or
move for him is
Jacob
absolutely nasty.
Rodriguez,
I think you're absolutely right with the
linebacker,
angles he takes.
is the
There's
guy
not a
who
lot of
you're going to
wasted
take a
steps
look
with
at.
David
Maybe
Bailey.
Dallas
The
picks.
motor he plays with, keeping his chest clean.
Keep an
The
eye out
Jets got a
for
heck of a player. I mean,
if
I
they
wouldn't
end up
pick
getting a
Reese over
second-round
Bailey
pick
personally,
today
but if you just
for
want a
tomorrow,
product that you know what you're
that might be a
getting,
guy they might
best
be
pure
targeting.
pass rusher in the draft right now is David Bailey from Texas Tech.
But Zach, you know what though? This is what I think it came down to, and this is what I think the conversation about Reese is. I'm very high on Reese, but some teams may be like, okay, well, he's not a linebacker, Vach. He's just a pass rush for me. Some other teams will be like, well, Vach, I don't think he's a pass rusher at all. I think he's only a linebacker. He doesn't know how to pass rush just yet. So
Yeah.
if let's just say that the Jets, because we don't know, let's just assume that the Jets have Reese, just he's purely edge guy. Bailey would be a better edge guy than Reese is right now. You would only put Reese over Bailey if you're banking on the upside of him being a linebacker and a pass rush guy like I am. So I guess that makes sense for them, if that's the case.
So pick number 1 was, of course, Mendoza. Pick number 2 is Bailey.
Bailey's
Arizona
number
on the
2.
clock at the moment.
Arizona
Any word here,
is
Bobby, on what they
coming
could
up.
possibly be doing with the selection?
Trying to trade the hell out of there. That's what they're trying.
They're
to do.
definitely trying to move back.
Which I'm gonna guess they're gonna find somebody to dance with them. It's just gonna be a matter of who.
Yeah.
The buzz heading into today seemed like it was New Orleans would be potentially the trade partner.
Yeah, that's what everybody that I was talking to on the way in was saying that New Orleans they had a trade already and ready to go. This was several hours.
So let's
ago
keep
that
an
we were
eye
talking about
out
teams
where
that
the
are
Cardinals
preparing,
might be trading the third
to,
overall pick
to make these picks
to New
quick
Orleans.
and
This
get
is what
the
they're
trades
talking
in
about
and
now.
out pretty quick too. You don't want to be waiting around on this one. A lot going on, and the Saints were the team that I was hearing was going to be aggressive in this draft.
They're having some sort of discussion in the room right now.
Yep.
It looks like Jerry and Will are talking about something.
Yeah.
Not like super animated, but
Bobby, you was noticing, you were just quietly noticing, and Will kind of did it again. What you think Will hovering over the phone for? Because if it's a trade conversation, wouldn't the Joneses have that conversation?
I don't think
That
it's
is
like
true.
a Cardinal. I think it's
This
more
is
just
very
they're
interesting.
prepared to make a deal that maybe they've already like, hey, this is contingent on how things play out here. Then we'll make a deal. I think it's more just sitting around waiting for potentially to pick up the call to say we're on or we're off. Is what that could be.
And to this point, I think they thought it would go Mendoza, Bailey. If let's say Arizona does pick here at 3, do you think they're going Arvell Reese out of Ohio State, or is it somebody
Could be
else? It
Alvaro
looks like
Reese.
They're clapping.
Arizona is clapping,
But are they clapping on a trade or a pick?
or a pick.
Did Arizona
Could be
trade or
interesting.
pick? Let's
I
see.
think that Arizona needs to take an offensive lineman. I would take Francis Malinois from Miami. I don't, but Jeremiah Love could just be the highest rated player on their board. He's my number 2 player. So I can
Let's
totally
see what
understand
happens,
if you're
guys.
gonna
This
stay
is going to
true
be an
it
interesting
and you're not
pick.
window dressing, as Brian would say. Then you
Is
take Jeremiah Love. But I think Arvell Reese makes more sense for them than Love would. I would still lean an offensive lineman.
And remember, they did hire the Rams offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur,
Yeah.
as their head coach. So an offensive guy
LaFleur.
up front, LaFleur, as you would, as Vach would say.
The Cardinals pick is in.
1:15 remaining on the TV side for Arizona's pick. No indication on whether or not the pick is
They're
in
picking.
or if they trade it. Oh, they are
Wow.
They're
picking.
picking.
They are
Wow.
picking. They didn't
That's,
trade the
is that
pick.
the first shock of the draft? Is
Yeah.
that they are picking here?
Yeah, that's a surprise.
Yeah, they were. I could say the last
Wow.
few days have been
Okay.
nothing but trade back, trade back, trade back. It was. I mean, I was talking to people.
So
in
the
Arizona, and
Arizona
they were
Cardinals
saying
are going to end up
offensive
picking
line,
their
defensive line. You know, they
third
were not
pick
talking
here.
about-
Their first pick, third overall. We'll see what they pick. I'm pretty kind of curious. Are they going to go offensive line? Jeremiah Love, maybe running back.
Maybe they were fine trading away from Bailey. But hey, Arvell Reese is here. We may have him ranked much higher. Should we just take Reese here, as opposed to trading back?
Yeah, I think they might just not have gotten the offer that they wanted. They might
Yeah.
have received
That
a
very
very
well could have
salary.
possibly happened.
Everyone.
They were calling everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if they're staying and picking, I just don't think they got the value for the pick, and they just said, you know what, we love whoever we're taking enough to go ahead and just stay here and pull the trigger. All indications were if they stayed there, it would be Jeremiah Love. I just don't think that pick makes as much sense for them.
And you
It'll
said
be
offensive
interesting to see
lineman.
what
Yeah,
happens
they
here
need
in
an offensive
Arizona.
lineman.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what the people in the building in Arizona, they were, because I was asking about the whole thing with Love, and a lot of people were saying that, hey, this might be a thing where Michael Bidwell, the owner, got involved and was thinking about butts and seats.
Maybe.
Maybe
Roger
that
Goodell.
Love was a guy
Coming
more
up.
so than say taking Mawanoa here or one of these.
Let's
offensive
see.
tackles.
And the Arizona Cardinals, with the third overall selection in the 2026 NFL Draft, select Jeremiah Love, running back, Ohio State. Wow. Third overall. Wow. That hurts. That hurts if you're a Cowboy fan. That sucks. That sucks. Caleb Downs could be off the board now. Sonny Styles could be off the board. Giants, man. Whew. But there you go, guys. I think this is the biggest surprise that they were talking about. Jeremiah Love, number 3 overall to the Arizona Cardinals. Man. Congratulations to him, man. He is a productive running back. I love the way he runs, the way he catches the ball in the backfield. It's incredible. Yeah, I would love to see, like, oh, that's from a former scout, former NFL scout for the Philadelphia Eagles, the Green Bay Packers, and the Dallas Cowboys. Brian Broaddus. That's interesting. Oof. Oof. That'll be interesting to find out where they. That is true. Interesting. Interesting. Mm. Wow. Wow. If Falk goes number 4, that would be insane. I, that is true. Mhm. I forgot about Rondell Robinson too. He just signed with them. Well, it looks like the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Their pick is in. We're waiting for Roger Goodell to come up and make the selection here. Talking a little bit about the Tennessee Titans with their new head coach there. Um, they got defensive coordinator from the 49ers, Robert Sala. That's a great upgrade there. They got Duball there. So we'll see what happens. But Tennessee, man, this is a big pick for them. Big pick.
The
This-
unexpected in
this-
this draft.
This could be
So-
chaos depending on where it happens, because I would argue Jeremiah Love was pretty much the thought here at 4.
All right,
Yeah,
and the
maybe
pick
they
is
stay
in,
with
gentlemen.
offense. I mean,
Ladies
who would
and
be the
gentlemen,
best offensive
the pick
player?
is in. The pick
mean,
is in. Here we go. And the Tennessee Titans select in the 2026 NFL Draft. Wow. Wide receiver, Carnell Tate. Holy what?
Pick 5 and Arvell Reese is
Let's
still there. I'm picking up the ball.
go.
You got one.
You
more
gotta be
landmine, and
kidding
that's
me.
a conversation.
Well, and there were some reports. that the
No
Cowboys are saying it's
way.
bad. Now, I don't know if it's true. I mean, that's an in division type of deal. Cowboys
Yeah,
have
what
done
was
this
that?
before, though.
2 weeks ago.
Oh
Where
my
that
gosh.
this-
I swear, I need to get a
Absolutely,
t-shirt
absolutely. I mean, look,
that says
if the
teams
Giants
suck
now,
at
I mean, if,
drafting.
if you're the Giants,
Oh,
are you really going to pass on
man.
Arbel Reese?
Go offensive line, dude.
They need it. I mean, they could use a lot of things.
They absolutely need a guard.
Because they have
bad.
rushers. Like if they think that Reese is a rusher,
Oh
then they
my
may not because they
gosh.
have rushers.
Sure.
They
Carnell
have a
Tate.
ton of rushers. Just go get Matt with Noah, dude, and just let him just
I
let
agree.
Just keep the offensive run going.
just let Reese fall.
Or just
one
take
more bit.
Tyson. You just had a wide receiver go off the board. Do you think Tyson's making?
Oh
it
hell no!
bad?
Take Lemon.
Go with
I like
Lemon.
what Bobby.
I don't know why. I don't know why y'all are wishing for like
Take Dylan
half
Thieneman.
wins. Wish for full. Take Lemon.
The
Take
New
a-
York
I-
Giants
take
are on the
Thielen,
clock,
take
guys.
Martin.
Right now,
Going off the board.
Why would Carnell Tate be the pick here at 4 for the Titans? Why is he the
Because he
select?
cold blooded, catch everything. And if you worried about your quarterback being accurate, Cardinal Tate catches those. If you worried about your quarterback, making your wide receivers catching tight windows, Cardinal Tate does that fantastically.
He's so safe.
He's
Very
so
much
He is. To me, the
Wow.
guy he reminded me of the most was Calvin Ridley.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I remember Calvin
I-
Ridley
I-
felt very, very safe.
Now he's teammates with him, right?
Yes, he's
Yep.
still in Tennessee.
Yeah,
he is. Yeah.
So-
She is.
Short
Wow,
hands,
this is a
vertical ball,
big
medium
reach.
ball, whatever you want to do.
I can't
Slide back,
believe he
whatever.
went this
Super
far.
smooth.
That's the conversation then. If you're saying, oh, he's so safe, this is a draft where safe almost automatically
Right.
is
Yeah.
Well, especially
more
in the
valuable.
top 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, that's the thing. You just do not want to make one of these mistakes and reach for a guy. I mean, this
That
guy,
is true.
you guys are right. I mean, this guy is so smooth. The way, I mean, he just doesn't drop the ball. I mean, he can get down the field. We've seen him, like, if you watch the Texas game, he had a great adjusting catch on a deep ball. The body
Unbelievable.
control. There's a lot of confidence in the way that this guy plays. But I mean, when you watch him, the intermediate stuff, I think he just thrives down the field, intermediate, the size that he's got. I mean, that's a good looking player right there running routes.
Yeah, he wins at every level, and he is quarterback friendly, and that helps when you've got a second-year quarterback in Cam Ward. Let's go ahead and try and get him some more weapons. I can understand the thinking there in taking a Carnell Tate.
I agree.
Not to mention, you have invested up front on the offensive line.
You need
You're
playmakers.
trying to protect your second year.
The
number one
Giants are on the
overall
clock
pick from a
now.
year ago in Cam
Who do
Ward.
they pick?
You give them a weapon.
They could either pick
can
Sonny Styles,
get coached
Arvell
up by
Reese,
another
or
similar
Caleb
but
Downs.
veteran weapon.
Or do they
to
go
Caleb
out and
Bailey. I
get the
it.
other wide
I don't know
receiver
why
from Arizona?
the thought process was anything other than Tate in certain situations. It still feels high just because of the other names that were on the board, because of Arvell Reese and best player available. But
Right.
maybe Tennessee's looking at it and saying, not only does he fill a
Yeah.
under the radar need for us, but he also is the best player we have too.
Big Five is intact, man. As Cowboy fans listening right now, online, on the radio, whatever, your Big Five,
Only one off the board.
we're looking really good right now. Daniel Jeremiah has Sonny Styles going 4 to the Titans. So if Tate goes here, we just survived one more pick with Styles. So we're just hoping for the Giants to go offensive line right here, like they should. I wonder what the neighbor's injury means for.
We got a trade
Please.
at 6. Schefter says the Browns are trading 6 to the Chiefs.
What?
Wow.
The trade
Maybe
is
they
in the
know that Reese is
Chiefs.
going to be there at 6. And the Giants are
Kansas
taking
City is
him. What
trading
do they
up
want?
with the
The
Cleveland
Chiefs have been
Browns.
really hot on Fano and Tyson.
Yeah,
Okay.
offensive line they need and wide receiver.
Yeah,
And
they are
Browns have been
taking it.
threatening to take Fano.
This
They
is
have
good
the-
news for the
there's a wide
Cowboys.
receiver run happen here. You know what
Good
I'm saying?
news
Or
for the
gonna happen soon.
Cowboys.
So, I don't know.
And if you're Dallas, you're sitting there, and the two most mocked trade possibilities
Yeah.
just made a deal with each other.
Mm.
Dallas was talking with Cleveland, or not maybe talking, but the talk around Cowboys fans
Yeah.
and draft fans was Dallas could trade with Cleveland because the math works out.
Yeah.
Dallas could trade to 9 with Kansas City because the math works out.
Yeah.
Now Kansas City is trading with Cleveland. That messes up maybe both scenarios for Dallas.
This
Wow,
is,
that's crazy.
Ian Rappaport says it is 6 for 9, 74, and 148.
Oh, okay.
So that is
Wow.
Would that be a slight overpay from Kansas City?
That's Kansas City going up 3 spots and giving up a 3rd and a 5th, I believe.
It's not bad to go get your guy at all.
I got a third now.
Yeah, that's not bad
Let me keep 20. I got a third.
to go get
And look,
Tyson or
honestly,
the lineman.
just in Cowboy land, nothing stopping you from calling the Browns at 9. Like, hey, man.
Wow.
I don't think you need to.
Good.
I think it
you're
might
good.
stop you though if you don't.
Jamie,
wanna give up an
yes,
extra- if you don't
the
wanna give up an
Brown, the
extra third,
Broncos
if you
do
don't
not
wanna
have a
give up
first
20.
round pick.
Yeah.
Like it helped to go KC and just do the swap.
Mhm.
With Cleveland, Cleveland's not going to.
But you guys got Jay.
You
they
know,
got
they're
Waddle,
not going to go
so-
9 and 24. I wouldn't think for 20 and 12.
And
Man.
remember the talk around Cleveland was they wanted.
We'll
more
see what
picks.
happens here,
Mhm.
They
man.
wanted more
I'm
and
so
those
nervous.
on
Let's see
board.
what the
They have
Giants
that
do.
now,
Yeah.
and they only go back 3 spots, and they've got 2 more opportunities later in the draft to make a selection. The pick is in for the Giants at 5.
Oof.
We'll announce this, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll kind of break down what is happening at 6. Moving on is now the Kansas City Chiefs are picking at 6. The Browns will then pick at 9. Those two flop. That's kind of jarring to
crazy.
To a Cowboys fan base, Brian, that's been
Yeah.
waiting at both of those spots to possibly make a move.
Yeah, you're thinking about maybe that Kansas City, that was a spot where you can get up to, and then it kind of worked with them, Dallas picking at 9,
Ooh.
and then them picking, in the
Yep.
back end at 29.
This has
Without
been
even on
crazy.
trade,
So
by the
the
way, for
Kansas
that
City
Cleveland
Chiefs
trade. That's
were
almost an exact point, Matt.
were in
Okay.
talks of
By the way,
trading
let me
up
just
for
say,
the
just in-
whole
just in
time.
Cowboy land, I'm a big
Um,
fan of yours. I always
the
listen to
Browns
you.
got
You-
a
you always talk
first,
about Washington being the
a
team
third, and a
that is
fifth.
going to go offense. Like they
So
just
they
they
didn't
feel like they
overpay
should
for
go wide
that,
receiver.
and
Well, they were really big
Man.
on Love and Tate.
So they're
Yeah.
gone.
They're
So-
gone.
So are they a threat to one of your big 5 now?
Styles. The Styles are.
Yeah,
I would think
this
a
is
threat.
yeah. Styles to me
looks like it might be
everybody
Sonny
in Washington
Styles.
was kind of
There was a lot of buzz that Dan Quinn
Dan
really,
Quinn.
really liked
Yeah,
Sonny
this
Styles.
was a Dan Quinn thing. Yeah.
Sonny Styles too big to play linebacker for Dan Quinn.
because of Bobby Wagner.
He's just too
How
big.
short he was.
He's gonna have him play safety.
Dan Quinn, like his linebackers more 215 ish, 210 ish.
Yeah, Styles is a big linebacker for
He
them.
240.
Be playing downhill.
I think this
That's
is
way
falling
too big for
great.
Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
What you got, Bobby? You made a
I
face.
love
As
them
long as
trying to
Giants
troll
don't
the
take Downs
Giants
I
here.
think you're in a great spot, fellas.
Oh man.
As the Giants,
The
though,
Giants are
because if they
about
take
to
a
make their
defensive
pick.
player that's not Downs, then you would anticipate them to go offense at
They
10.
got
Yes,
2 top
absolutely.
So
10
that's another
picks.
offensive player off the board.
So we'll see what
and I think that
happens.
Kansas City's going to go offense at 6.
That's where Tyson's probably in play for if you're talking about the Giants. At 10.
Yeah. Especially if Kansas
Or
City goes
Mawanoa. What if
line.
Mawanoa?
Mawanoa, maybe.
Right.
That's a good pick.
I think this is
We'll
falling
see.
really nice
Well, the
for
pick
you.
is
All
in.
right, here's the Giants selection.
Here we go.
Goodell walking to the stage with a
I had to mute this because I don't want to get copyrighted, guys. But I'll keep you guys posted here. The Giants. This is a big pick for the Cowboys. Whoever they decide, I am praying they pick offense. I am praying they pick offense. Please pick offense. Man, I am so nervous. Gosh, this is. Shouts out to them. Wow. The New York Giants, the 2026 NFL Draft, select Arvell Reese. Damn. Whew. Well, the Giants end up taking out Arvell Reese, the best linebacker outside of linebacker, edge guy. We still have a chance to get Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs is still available. Sonny Styles is still available. We don't have to trade. We have a chance. We're going to get a player. We're going to get a good player. I could see the Kansas City Chiefs
in the 2026 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Sorry, guys. I had that on pause. But anyways, the Kansas City Chiefs could end up getting the top corner in the draft.
DallasCowboys.com side of things, taking a look at Arvell Reese to the New York Giants. So
I love the pick for them.
It's a great pick. Now, does that take them out as a defensive player or of a defensive player at 10?
Yeah, I think it'll depend. Like, let's say Kansas City's moving up to go get Jordan Tyson here. How do the Giants feel about the other receivers? If Ioane, I think Mawanoa or Ioane should both be there, or one of them at least will make it. It depends on if Tyson's there. I think he definitely would be the pick at 10. I know Jordan Renan was linking him to the Giants, and he's been really spot on. But I mean, you just look at when the Giants have been successful in winning championships, it's along the defensive line. And now you've got your core nucleus in place with Abdul Carter and Arvell Reese. And it stinks because it's in the division, and you don't want, as a Cowboy fan, the Giants to be good, but you are getting back to their bread and butter. When you think of Giant football, it's we're going to win along the defensive line. When they're beating Tom Brady and the New England Patriots, that's what it is. It's Justin Tuck.
That makes a very good point.
It's Michael Strahan. It's all those guys getting after the quarterback.
Yep.
You're starting to build that now with Arvell Reese and Abdul Carter.
And Arvell Reese is a great player. His upside is really good.
And Brian Burns, 100%, man.
Brian Burns as well. They still got a lot of good players. They got a lot of young defensive players.
For now. Schefter says they're not moving Thibodeau.
Okay.
That's what he just put that out there.
Just said that.
So they're just going to keep 4 edges?
Looks like it.
Or they're playing somebody at linebacker.
Dun, dun, dun.
That'll be interesting to see what happens
Chiefs
there.
On the clock here at 6. Where do you feel you guys talked about the Chiefs possibly coming up to
the
try
Chiefs
and get some
traded
weapons
up
for Patrick Mahomes and company, even though he's out for a little bit of time. Do you think Jordan Tyson's in play here, Arizona State wide receiver?
I mean, they've been all over Tyson. They've been all over Fano. That's but now that was also with them
You
picking
think
9.
you're trading up at 9 or from
That's what I'm saying.
Could they go
that was
to
thought to be
Lane
9.
corner?
Were those two?
They
Now,
need
maybe
a
they feel
corner.
like there's been chatter about New Orleans going to Tyson. If they like Tyson enough, maybe they go, all right, let's leapfrog. Fano, the Browns could have just held you hostage and said, we're going to stand here and pick him if you don't come up and take it. So if you want the pick, you need to come make a move for it. And then, I mean, they had the entire secondary decimated on their own doing in a lot of ways.
The corner situation,
the corner or the safety, they lost. They lost the entire starting secondary.
Delane makes a lot of sense. Downs
and Delane are there. You could look at either one of those.
There were some mock drafts where, like, when we were talking about
The
McCoy
Chiefs
being
could have
healthy,
got if they get Caleb
that,
Downs, I'm gonna
we
be
can't see even picking at 9. They were talking about them taking taking McCoy. Not to say they would do it now, but I think Bobby's onto something with this cornerback situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that with Spags, the fit there, because he plays a lot of man
coverage stuff. Yeah.
That did make a ton of sense. And now that they traded, maybe it even makes more sense to go with the corner, because you thought maybe Chris Johnson from San Diego State or Colton Hood from Tennessee, one of those guys could have been
could
there
be
for
true
at 29 at the back end of the first round. But I mean, hey, that's also a team when and they're not far removed from winning Super Bowls, but Tyrann Mathieu having some elite safety play, if they wanted to go Downs, that would also make some sense as a good chess piece.
My argument would be, if you're Kansas City and you're trading above
well,
the
the pick is in,
Commanders and
gentlemen,
Saints
ladies and
to
gentlemen.
go get
Kansas City
corner
selection
help,
is
why
in.
would you do that? If the Commanders
In the
and Saints are two
2026
teams that
NFL Draft, the
probably
Kansas City
either
Chiefs
one of those is a
select
selection for the Chiefs.
Mansour delayed. I told you. I called it. Let's go.
As the top
Woo!
cornerback in the draft.
Let's go.
Across the board, LSU, Mansour Lane. And Bobby, just to answer that question there, why would you trade from 9 to 6 to go get a guy like that?
Wow.
So, I mean, there was some threat. There was some talk that, again, if you're talking about jumping New Orleans, New Orleans was thought that they could be focused on potentially an edge rusher or a receiver like Tyson. But there was some chatter that people thought they could take the lane. And if you're the Chiefs and you look at it,
Kansas City makes a big move,
drop in the
which
corner
helps
tiers.
the Dallas Cowboys.
And so with McCoy having the injury questions that he does, this could just be the Chiefs saying, look, we got to go get our guy. Now they are known to pick some corners in the first round and then turn them back out 4 years later. But this is sort of the Chiefs' way, is to take a corner in the first round. They've had success with it and attack it that way.
Wow, this is huge.
I think you're talking about a very high IQ player here. And, I mean, he's not afraid to get his nose dirty, too, by the way. They like the physicality.
I would have liked him to go to Dallas, too, if he was still available.
And tackle. He is
very smart
for that position. Sometimes you don't get these corners.
Yep. Totally agree, Brian. And they are taking a little break from the commercial for the radio side of things. Wow, this is huge. This is huge for Dallas. Oh.
Back-to-back selections on the defensive side of the ball. The Giants at pick number 5 take Arvell Reese, the edge rusher from Ohio State, and the Chiefs, who trade from 9 up to 6.
Wow.
They go get Mansour Lane, the corner from LSU. Couple of defenders off the board that Dallas would have loved to see continue falling down. But Brian Broaddus, tell us about your LSU Tiger, Mansour Lane.
This is an accomplished cornerback. You know, he was accomplished when he was at Virginia Tech, and he can play left corner, he can play right corner. There's not an assignment.
Commanders could get Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs here. We'll see.
Corner. He thrives in the physical side.
This is going to be big.
Impressive with the way he carries routes, super flexible, bendy in the way he moves, footwork, pedal. All those things are top shelf with him. He's not afraid to
I'm
tackle,
thinking
not
Sonny
afraid to
Styles
get his
is
nose
probably
dirty,
going to be picked
and
here.
he's more than willing for the position to do that. I mean, I think a team that plays a lot of man coverage will love this guy. And then here he is. He ends up in Kansas City.
Good in zone too. Patient, you know what I'm saying? Good feet, good hips, and all that. He can do whatever you want to do. Off man, press man, zone, whatever. They They got him one. I was getting real excited about the Cowboys getting Mansour.
I was.
You were. I know you
Yeah.
were.
I was
Yeah.
real excited.
Look, Downs to me has always been the dream, but Delane would have been really, really nice as
Fantastic.
well. I
And
mean,
he,
just
he fits what you're trying to do
He
on the
does.
defensive side of the ball.
and even when it seems like maybe he's given up
Yeah.
position, he finds a way to redirect himself and recover. I mean, he you talk about sticky in coverage, that dude gets it. I agree with you, Brian. He is physical. He'll come up and support the run. He is constantly challenging at the catch point. I mean, teams just didn't want to throw the football at him.
No.
To
And
me,
when they did, he made play.
absolutely. I mean, it was. I don't know that he is Patrick Surtain the second. I don't want to put that on him, but it was very reminiscent when you watched his tape at Alabama, where it's like you get bored because he's just technically
Very
so
good
sound
point.
and doing everything right.
All right. So with that pick being in for the Chiefs at 6, the Washington Commanders pick is in at 7th overall. Former defensive coordinator here in Dallas, Dan Quinn, has made
Dan
their
Quinn.
selection. Cowboys fans, while the team is making big picks, make the smart pick at home. Call On Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Fast, reliable, always on time. That's the On Time Experts. Visit ontimeexperts.com and click book now. Once again, alongside YouTube superstar Vach Lombardi from 105.3 The Fan, Brian Broaddus and Bobby Beld, alongside Zach Wolchuk. I'm Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. As we hand things back over to the Commanders selection, Roger Goodell.
And the Commanders are on the clock.
The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award.
Sorry, guys, I had to pause that. I can't have their audio because then it's copyright. But and the Washington Commanders with the 2026 draft select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. Shoot, I knew that was going to happen, but we all seen that. We all seen that coming. Wow, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Team captain.
Communicator,
Yep.
all this kind of good stuff.
Let's hear what
Everybody
they have to
lined up, man.
say on Sonny Styles.
All that. So yeah, man, Sonny Styles, fantastic pick, man. And, you know, when he's in the trenches or whatever, they're probably gonna want to work on him dealing with those offensive linemen down there. But just right now, just he's there, Mike linebacker right now.
All right, so we're going to step aside because we want to
Ooh.
take a break just in case there is some conversation in the Dallas Cowboys war room. Sonny Styles off the board, 7th overall to the Washington Commanders. You're listening to the 2026 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Crazy, man. It's well, that's what happens with this draft because well,
Vach and Brian, you've talked about him.
let's hear
when
what
it
they
comes
have to
the
say about
trenches.
Sonny
You're absolutely
Styles.
right, and that has to do with you've played the position for 2 years. But I think what really stood out is when you watch him in the season opener against Texas, and then you turn on the tape later on in the year and throughout the season, he's getting better every single week, and he is a player that played his best in the biggest games. You look at their national championship run; he ends up getting career highs in tackles in the Cotton Bowl against Texas. He does it again in the national championship game. Like, this dude was absolutely phenomenal. Just 21 years old, tremendous athlete. The coverage is there with him, but I think the untapped potentials is a blitzer. He had 6 sacks 2 years ago. I think he can really get after the quarterback. This is scary working with Dan Quinn because I assume he's got a good plan of how to use him.
Remember, Dan Quinn took a linebacker that was a little bit of a tweener at one point in time here in Dallas, and that worked out.
Yeah, it did.
well.
It absolutely did. Maybe he ends up being an edge rusher.
Yeah, Mike could possibly could be.
Yeah, this the thing. I think the only thing that with Sonny Styles and the question I brought, was, and Bobby asked me about why would you have him as your 16th overall player, is because, like I say, I think just 2 years as a starter
Yep.
as a linebacker, and so to me, I was, and I have a feeling like you're right. He got better as the year wore on. When it came to playing off blocks, I think people played with his eyes a little bit. In some of the misdirection things, and tried to move him around. Novach and I've talked about this quite a bit on our various platforms and stuff. But he's a guy that all the measurables, all the testing stuff, like I'm super impressed by all that. I'll be interested to see,
New
how
Orleans
Dan
Saints
Quinn
are on the
absolutely
clock.
uses him in
This
these
could be the
games.
offensive tackle from
So let's just
Miami.
run down the picks really quickly. Since 5, when the Giants took Arvell Reese, edge rusher from Ohio State. Chiefs at 6 take Mansour Lane, corner from LSU. Commanders take Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State. The Saints are on the clock now at 8. Vach, if you're the Saints, what's the best player available on your board that kind of matches what they would be looking?
The best player on Vach's board, let's see. Caleb Downs is my number 2 player. Bain is my number 4. We're not gonna go Jamal McCoy there. Jordan Tyson is my
Yeah.
8th guy. So
Don't you think that's got to be? I mean, they've been linked to Tyson.
I think
at wide receiver.
I think they've got to go with some offensive help here at wide receiver.
Yeah,
they hit
especially
their
the way that
quarterback, or they like their
the
quarterback.
quarterback is
Got to get
actually
him some
played.
help. They've had some
They need to
problems
get
with
him
some
some help.
injuries over the years. The guy's not being completely healthy. It might not be things, Zach, with Jordan Tyson might not be the healthiest guy to be out there.
No,
but,
yeah, that's the issue.
But I think the Saints have to be looking at wide receiver here.
And I think he'd pair really well with the Chris Olave if that's who they wanted to take. And I mean, to me, the guy could turn out to be. I kind of saw some flashes of Justin Jefferson when you watch him play, just with the release patterns, the ability to play inside and outside. He just scares the hell out of me because of the injury concerns, and that's why I had him ranked lower on my board.
I thought this was George Pickens when I was watching him with the intermediate stuff, the down the field stuff,
Jordan Tyson from Arizona.
To high point balls, to kind of make himself small to go get a ball along the sidelines. So yeah, this guy is a super impressive. He's my wide receiver number 1. I actually had him over Tate.
Me too.
When I broke this thing down.
And I think if you're Tyson and you look at, or excuse me, if let's say they do take Tyson, that's a bit of a disappointment for Dallas. Dallas wanted at least the possibility for him to be there at 12, if that ends up being the case.
Yeah.
If it's not the case and he continues to fall, is that a conversation you would anticipate? Maybe not over a Caleb Downs or one of these other defensive players that are up there, but still a possibility, Vach?
Yeah, man, but I'm just looking at these tackles and how they're kind of falling a little bit, So if you're the Cowboys and maybe you're having a conversation about Tyson, maybe in the room right now they're having a conversation about these.
See, that's what I was going to.
You got to talk about.
I was going to ask you, and I was
Cowboys could go offensive tackle.
How far did I need to get before I start bringing this up? And if you get to, if you're getting to the Giants there at 10, and he gets past the Giants, you have to have this conversation about.
I agree.
And listen, we could say, oh well, you've got you've got Steele, and you got Steele took a reduced contract this year to stay on board, but man, that is not keeping me from potentially drafting Francis Mauigoa.
Yep.
Lots of opportunities there as we go into hour number 3 of our coverage on the 2026 NFL Draft.
Very interesting take there. I think that Cowboys are still in play to take an offensive player, depending on how the draft
Closing
board
in
falls.
on the 8:00 hour of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Welcome back into our coverage from the start in Frisco on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. We're taking a look inside the Cowboys War Room on the streaming platforms and conversation happening. The Cowboys are about 4 picks away now at pick number 12. The Saints pick is in at 8. After the Commanders go with Sonny Styles at 7. Mansour Lane, the corner from LSU, goes to the Chiefs at 6.
corner at
Arvell
6.
Reese, the edge rusher from Ohio State, goes to the Giants at 5. So with all of that being said, Brian Broaddus, our resident scout, what do you think the conversation is for the Cowboys in the war room at the moment?
Yeah, I think they're hopeful that in fact that safety gets to them. I mean, that's kind of
Caleb
where
Downs, Ohio
yeah,
State.
everybody's holding their breath, and,
Right,
and
let's pray.
there's a spot, there's a spot. I mean, talking to my friends at the Giants, Downs was a guy that they really thought the world of, but they need a right guard,
Yeah.
and that's where, and doing some mock drafting stuff with those guys on the Giants.com.
Steven's on the phone.
I
by the
gave
way.
him Francis Mauigoa at 5.
Stephen Jones is on the
This
phone.
could be Stephen might be somebody.
Stephen Jones is on the phone.
Stephen here, I think is what they're looking at.
All right.
Potentially.
Saints selection is in at pick number 8. New Orleans on the clock. Here's Roger Goodell to announce.
Could the Cowboys be trading up to get Caleb Downs? Sorry, guys, I got to pause this real quick, or can't have the audio from the TV, or else I'll get copyrighted. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona.
I mean, you got a guy that missed like 35% of his games in college.
Oh,
I just don't
tell us
know.
why you don't like Tyson.
It's the hurt guy thing. That's what it is. And
But
if
like,
I,
what about the route running?
No, I
down
love the
field
player,
stuff and the explosive and
but
the yak. And
you're
all that.
talking about two
insane.
bad hammies, and we just talked about minimizing risk and safety for a team like the Cowboys that has had plenty of players that you've drafted and have been hurt. I hope he ends up being an all-pro, phenomenal player. I'm fine with letting some other team go ahead and be the hero there. And I know that there was love in this building for Jordan Tyson.
There's a ton of love in this building.
You know what? I'm glad he's not a Cowboy personally.
No, that's fine. You can be wrong about that one.
Well, I'll be right when it's Caleb Downs and we're all celebrating.
See, I think it's fitting that Vach just said living on a prayer, because I think that's kind of what Dallas is doing at the moment, hoping that Caleb Downs falls to them at pick number 12, because you've got three more teams in between them and
Three more
the 12th
teams,
overall
guys.
pick. You've got the Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Browns are on
at
the clock.
Pick number 9. Remember, they traded back from 6 to 9 with the Kansas City Chiefs. So they go with a move to the 9th overall pick. Where could Cleveland be going? And then you've got the New York Giants for their second pick of the top 10. They're sitting there at 10. And then the Miami Dolphins at 11 overall. Which out of those 3 teams, Bobby, do you feel like could disrupt the possibility of Caleb Downs wearing a star on the side of the helmet?
Giants.
It's no questions.
The Giants are the one that would be terrifying there. I think the Browns pretty consistently have been looking at offensive line. So you would assume that's Maui Noah or Fano, or they were tied a little bit to Freeling at one point. So I would assume you're looking at offensive line there. And now you just got to see what the Giants and the Dolphins are.
I think if you're a Cowboy fan here, you want them to take Fano. I think you want them to take
or Mauanoa.
And I
No,
think
because the Giants probably like Mauanoa more.
Yeah, because they can move. They can move him to guard. They can move him to guard.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
and I think if you're hoping for Downs, because you don't need him to go, and maybe be something because of the back. Maybe there's some medical stuff with Mauanoa with the back and the disc. He's played through it, but Cleveland, if Cleveland were to take Fano here, that would open things up for the Giants. Like I say, Downs, I know they absolutely love, but man, you talk about what Francis Mauanoa could do for their offensive line situation. That would be a hard one for me to pass.
Well, it'd be great value for the Giants because you'd be getting, to me, the third
Freaking
and fifth
Giants.
best players in the draft, in my opinion, and they're
Ah.
taking them at 5 and 10.
Yeah.
So I think they did an excellent job. Now for the Cowboys, you could be looking getting my number 1 player at pick 12.
Yeah.
So Miami's the one. Like, are we not worried about Miami? Because they could go in a lot of different directions.
I always worry about Miami because
They could take any player possible.
Yeah,
right?
Miami's terrifying just because of it could be anything you want at any potential moment.
And Miami's a team with John Eric Sullivan as the new general manager there. There's no history with him. You go back to what they used to do at Green Bay, and they don't draft receivers, they don't do this, they don't do that. But you wonder, that's a team that is like they're shedding players, the cap, all that stuff like that. He might be looking to grab some picks, and I had the Detroit Lions as a team to potentially, if one of those offensive linemen going from 17 up to 11. Now that would help the Cowboys if that's the case. But we'll see. We'll see how that all plays out. Like I say, I am now worried about this Giants pick. If you want down,
Okay, if you're worried at 10 and you're worried at 11, about Downs possibly going in either one of those situations. Are you on the clock with? Are you on the phone with Cleveland here, trying to trade up to go to 9?
Well, we talked to Cleveland before. I mean, we've talked. I mean, everybody's had that. Everybody
move to
Dallas going to 6.
Exactly.
Maybe you can figure it out.
Would you have to throw in extra selections? Because remember, that was the reason they moved back in the first place.
Yeah, I think so.
You would probably have to throw in. It'd be the same math as it would be to Kansas City, right? Because they have 29 round now.
Yes, sorry, I was very
Yeah,
distracted watching and texting.
Yeah.
They're talking in there right now, and Will's got his hand ready on the phone. They're talking to somebody.
Stephen Jones is talking.
And I don't think you're trading with the Giants, which means I would assume that they're either talking about going back. Oh, Stephen just dropped his head. I would assume they're talking about going back or one of those one spot flips. We always see one of those in the first round,
right?
Just the single spot flips.
Yeah,
like a Miami, Dallas, 11-12. You just make sure you go get Downs.
Why would you say no to the Giants at 10? Why do you think that's not?
I don't think the Giants would do it with you.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
I think
the same exact trade interdivisional happened for Micah Parsons. Remember,
right?
Dallas was at 10. They took the deal from Philadelphia at 12, and they flipped back 2 spots.
Yeah, no, it's the same spot. Now that was Philly.
It was
now,
and with
they were at 11 in that instance, and you
Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
Browns at 9.
Spencer Fano, Utah. Good news for the Dallas Cowboys. Cleveland takes Spencer Fano. Potentially, Giants could take the best offensive tackle.
Downs and Reese and your defense is freaking stacked. I don't want that to happen. I think they need the offensive lineman. I'm praying Caleb Downs, the best player in this class, makes it to 12, and then we can all chug Miller Lights together.
I like that idea. Remember, Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. It is Miller time. Tell me a little bit about Spencer Fano here, Brian, the offensive tackle out of Utah.
I need to pull up my notes.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous.
I can already tell you what Brian's going to say about him. He's light tackle.
Yeah.
I don't like my light tackles. He doesn't like his lightweight tackles.
Only 311 pounds.
Yeah, this
it looks like the Giants' pick is in.
Something that I have a problem with, but this guy is a tremendous athlete. And when you watch him play, you could see that. You could see the athletic ability, the way he's able to play in space. I think is pretty impressive with him. I can say I just have a real problem with these lightweight tackles. He is a right tackle. He's played both sides in his career. He's fluid. He's flexible. He's got body control. He's got balance. Rare you see him on the ground. He can be an outstanding run blocker when it comes to getting.
They're clapping. They are pumped.
So did they?
I think
they might. The Giants might have taken that. They might have taken the tackle. Here we go.
Here is the Giants selection.
Giants select
with Roger Goodell going to the podium.
With the 10th pick.
Miami, let's go. The Giants select the offensive tackle. Let's go. Woo! Let's go, baby. Caleb Downs, hopefully tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Wow. The Giants picked offensive tackle from Miami, which leaves the best player in the draft to the Dallas Cowboys.
The spot.
That was
hopefully we still got Miami.
Looked like he was on a telephone there for a minute.
Well, if they secured a spot and then called, I mean, if it was one spot up, then
he's still going to be on the phone at some point in time.
So Cowboys have traded up to pick 11. So
yeah, we knew the Dolphins were going to be a team.
Cowboys traded up.
Give me picks. So
is this Caleb Downs?
I think this is probably.
It's got to be Caleb.
Cowboys
Downs, right?
traded up.
Or they're going to stun all of us, and I mean. I just know they have loved him during the process.
Absolutely.
And it makes so much sense.
Where is he on your board, Brian?
He's number one.
Number one overall player.
Number one overall player. Yes, sir.
When you look at it, Bobby, what is he on your board?
He's 3.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Bailey, Reese, and then it was Downs.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
I know you're.
Oh my God.
He's number 2 on my board.
Let's
number 2 on your
go.
board. Tommy Yarish.
Number 1 overall.
Number 1 overall on my board.
So top 5.
Number 1 overall on my board. Let's
Who
go.
else do we have in there?
This is a pick.
Yeah, it's a pick.
So Dallas probably just went one spot then, right?
That's-
Is that what we're doing?
Well, that's what the selection was, and that's what the news is. It's being broken.
The
across
Cowboys
board.
are on the
Dallas
clock, guys.
Trades from 12 to 11 with the Miami Dolphins.
With the Miami
We'll get
Dolphins.
some compensation there in a little bit. What on the trade chart would that take here, Bobby? When you talk about some of those
112 probably. If you're gonna do a one pick flip,
flop,
I would guess it'd be something like 112.
I would do that for Downs in a heartbeat.
It's now official, by the way.
Is it official? Okay.
What the trade
The
is?
trade is
The
Do we know what the
Cowboys
compensation is
are
yet?
on the
not
clock.
just yet.
They're about to
Sounds like
pick.
2/5.
Cowboys are pumping their
Yeah,
fists.
Ian Rapport saying it's for 177 and 180.
So if you trade back from 20, you can pick that back up easily. If you're trying to get more bites at the apple at the end of the day, giving up 2/5 is a little
Let's
tough,
go.
but it's a lot easier.
Oh my
Potentially
goodness.
a really game-changing defense.
Let's
If you
go.
don't make the trade here,
If this is the pick, I'm just telling you, if this is the pick, every one of you is getting hugged.
okay, that's fine with me. If they don't make the trade up to 11, that's a wipeout scenario. Look at all the names that are off the board to get to this point. Mendoza 1
Let's
to the Raiders,
go.
Bailey 2 to the Jets, Jeremiah Love 3 to the Cardinals.
This is crazy,
Tate 4 to
guys.
The Titans, Arvell
Oh
Reese
my
to the
gosh,
Giants
we
at
just got
5, Mansour
the
Delaney,
best
6
player
to the Chiefs,
who was
Sonny
on my
Styles
board,
to the Commanders
who's
at
been
7,
the best
Jordan Tyson,
player
8 to the Saints,
in this
the Browns
draft.
at 9 take Spencer Fano,
Caleb
and then the
Downs.
Giants at 10 take Francis Malinois. The best player on your board is Caleb Downs. Right
On my
now.
board, it is
Not even
absolutely.
close.
Yeah, he's the number one player on.
Who's the next highest graded player? Is it Ruben Bain?
It would have been Malinois.
And he's off the board to
Yeah,
the Giants.
Yep, absolutely.
So you have
Wow.
a significant opportunity here to just move up one spot and either take the best player
Look at this,
available
guys.
or turn
Look
around
at
and
this.
have a possible wipeout scenario.
Oh
where
my
the
goodness. Look at the
Miami
Cowboys,
Dolphins
the
across the board
Dallas Cowboys
can
war
take
room.
anybody.
I love
They-
this.
They can take anybody.
I just had a feeling that Miami was going to be the team that was going to move, and I worried about somebody taking their pick, and lo and behold, it's the Cowboys.
They are too happy for this. I feel like this has a very real shot. To
We're,
be
we're
right
trying not to give it away in terms of
now. No, we're just talking about how
We're just
excited they
talking
are
about
that
the
room.
con-
This
They
is
should be
exciting,
excited.
guys.
This guy's a hell of
I
a
haven't
football
been this
player. In fact,
excited
he's
of a
in fact,
draft
he is the selection,
in a
which
long
I'll take
time.
this.
In.
Like, this is
pick for
crazy.
Dallas.
John Steven Jones almost took
Guys,
off Steven's hand.
do
giving
you
him a high five.
understand?
Blame him.
The best player in this
I just
year's
want to play
draft
devil's advocate here.
falls all the
Who
way
else
down
could it
to
be outside
11.
of Caleb
And
Downs? Is it
Jerry
Banks?
Jones says,
Bain,
I'm
I
moving
would-
up
I
to
would
get
think.
my guy,
Could it be a
Caleb Downs.
Yeah,
Lenore
could be.
Freeling still there?
Could be. I mean, if they
He might
if
be a
they-
possibility at 20 though.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
I don't know. I don't know who else.
I'm shaking.
I don't know who
Well,
else.
I mean, like
Look at this.
with
I'm
with
shaking,
I
guys.
mean, the only
This
thing
is-
Bain would be it. Bain or
Lemon. I mean, I'm
if
just
they
saying.
really liked Lemon, you know who they liked? They liked Omar Cooper
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
I think they liked Omar Cooper more
Yeah.
than Lemon.
Okay. Well, then that I'm just going off.
Yeah,
my
no.
board.
I think
And they
that
still
would
have
be-
pick 20.
I think that's who it would be.
So once again, just to recap, the Cowboys originally slated to pick 12th overall and 20th overall have traded the 177th
Wow.
pick in the 5th round and the 188th or 80th pick in the 5th round to go up one spot from 12 to 11. Their pick is in the 1st round. They flip spots with Miami, and they are celebrating in the
They
war room
probably
here in
were
Frisco.
worried that Miami was going. They probably had to give a little extra because probably worried that Miami's going to sell this pick.
Sure.
You know, so Dallas had to
Or take the player they wanted.
exactly.
And that's one thing that if you give credit to the front office as they draft, they don't normally give
It's
up
so
who
true.
they want to draft.
It's
Even
so
though
true.
I think everyone could telegraph if you're Dallas, you're moving up one.
They
spot to
haven't.
go
I
get a
haven't
certain
seen this
player, right?
Dallas
Or
Cowboy
at least
war room
anybody
this
that has any
excited in
sort
a
of
long time.
Knowledge of the situation.
This
here in
is
Dallas.
Sure, and
crazy.
Caleb Downs probably would have been.
I
the best
can't
player
believe
available
Caleb
for
Downs.
Miami as well. So it just kind of incentivizes you even more. Now we look at the camera and we see that's Derek Ansley, the defensive backs coach, Ryan Smith,
Oh,
the
yeah.
secondary coach, Robert Muschamp, the secondary assistant.
It's Caleb Downs.
all making their way.
Yeah,
around.
Make
we
no
got
more.
Caleb
Could it
Downs,
be?
baby.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say the pick is in. The pick is in, but this is-
We're not. We're just
Listen.
who's standing there.
this is
Listen,
freaking
There's an
amazing.
NFL Network commercial. They are dragging it out as long as they possibly can, and they're going to come back, and it's going to be another 2 minutes, and then we're finally going to get the pick. So you're right. I think everybody kind of knows here, but just for the sake of theater, we can just kind of have that conversation. What
Guys,
does this do if he is the
this
pick,
is incredible.
Brian, and it becomes official? What does this do to your defense?
Listen, this is the things
is
that
a
we're
difference
kind of
maker.
trying to learn about Christian Parker. This is where the nickel
This-
position.
this
We had
is
this discussion about
The best.
just trying to get.
I'm gonna pause this real quick, but the audio. This is Jerry Jones picking the best player in the draft. They had struggles last year in the secondary. Caleb Downs could play in your slot nickel, could play as your safety, could play as your corner. You can move him anywhere in the secondary. He's that type of player. He is a game changer. And I'm telling you, he is the best player left on the board. He was the best player on my whole draft board. For us to get him at 11, it's freaking incredible. I can't believe he dropped. I'm ecstatic.
About who the Dallas Cowboys are picking at the 11th overall selection in the 2026 NFL Draft. Once again, alongside Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Tommy Yard.
Here it is.
Here's Roger
Here it
Goodell with
is,
the
Roger
Cowboys.
Goodell. And with the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select at number 11, safety out of Ohio State, Caleb fucking Downs, baby. Let's go. Yes. Caleb Downs. Let's go. Wow.
Cheers to Cowboys.
Let's go,
Nation.
guys.
This has been a name on their list at
Oh.
the top of the list.
Let's
From the
go.
early moments of the draft
Let's go.
process, Dallas said they wanted to be aggressive this
You
offseason.
see this?
They
Let's
said they wanted
go.
to make a
Caleb
difference on
Downs
the
is a
defensive
Dallas
side of the ball. They just
Cowboy.
showed two things in one swift swoop.
Unbelievable.
As Bobby Belt
Who I
actually
think is
does
the
hug
best
everybody
player
the
in
room.
this draft.
Caleb Downs is the newest Dallas Cowboy.
Exceptional
Oh.
football IQ, rare instincts, anticipation, the way he supports the run. He's a super
Oh my
reliable
gosh.
tackle.
Is
You
this
go back to
happening?
when he started his career at Alabama, this kid wanted to go play for Nick Saban. And Nick Saban is one of the toughest defensive back coaches in the country. He's hard on his players, but he was always.
Oh my God, is
kid
this
wanted
real?
That type of challenge. He led the team in tackles as a freshman. He was a big part of the championship run that the Ohio State Buckeyes had 2 years ago. He's very good when it comes to the reactions. He really thrives in the situations. You might have to live a little bit with some gambling traits that he has. And I'm talking about gambling, with some of the plays and stuff on pass coverage. But overall,
Oh
though,
my God, this
he is
kid.
a much better player.
I
Like
can't
say,
believe it.
Put him down around the line of scrimmage, and
I
he's gonna
can't believe
find
it.
ways to make plays.
This was always the guy.
This was
This
always a guy.
the guy for them. They loved him. And this is, I tweeted it about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, some cut ups of him. And I said that one player isn't going to fix your defense, but this. Dude
Oh
does
my
for
God,
yours.
RC.
He absolutely changes the entire DNA of what they want to do.
Yeah, we
RC.
talk about versatility. With
Thank
Christian
you
Parker
so
and
much.
What he's been trying to do, and I think Caleb Downs directly plays into
This
And
is
plenty of
the
opportunities for us
happiest
to talk about how he fits
I've
into
felt
it.
as
We're
a
gonna
Cowboy
hear
fan
from
in a
Caleb
long
Downs. We get
time.
to talk about his
Caleb
possible role
Downs
in
is
Christian Parker's defense. A whole lot
amazing.
more reaction
This guy
still
is
to
a
come
difference
as
maker.
Caleb Downs
Jeremy,
is the pick for the
Caleb
Dallas
Downs
Cowboys,
is
11th overall.
I thought
in the
who Miami was going to
2026
pick,
NFL
and they
Draft.
were going to
Cowboys
pick him.
Still have
They were going to
that
pick him,
20th pick, and they
but
have another.
Dallas needed him. So they needed Dallas needed that. So they traded Miami. They swapped picks and they gave him 2 number 5s to move up. Wait. How do I owe you a blizzard? What are you talking about? Oh my gosh. I am so happy. Here's Nick talking about Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs to come in and play nickel corner day one. I want him playing close to the line of scrimmage. I want him throwing that 5'11", 206-pound
Yes.
frame at the line of scrimmage in the
Yes.
run game and getting after the quarterback in some blitzing situations. This is going to be an ultimate chess piece for Christian
Thank
Parker.
you,
And,
Miami.
I
I'm gonna
can't
have a
really
t-shirt
oversell how
that says
great of a pick
Caleb
this is. He's
Downs.
number 2 on my
Thank you,
board.
Miami.
He's the
Thank
highest
you.
defender on my board. I am very confident that this man is going to have a really, really strong career in the NFL. And man, the Cowboys are super fortunate they see him fall and get him at 11.
We are
If you
so
want to talk
lucky.
about the Miller Lite,
I can't believe he fell this low.
Cleveland
Jeremy,
taking
there is no way. How
In
does he
allowing-
fall?
and then
He
that
is the
made
best
Malinois
player
get
in
to the
this
Giants.
draft.
That opened the door for the Giants to take, and you know that the talk was about him. They love Downs, but they needed offensive linemen.
This is
You know,
amazing.
if Malinois had gone to Cleveland, then you're now in a situation where I don't know if the Giants take Fano. I think they take Downs, and you kind of and they move on with their day. But that was a big
Oh,
selection for
RC,
the
hope is a
Cowboys
wonderful, dangerous thing.
when
I have that now after
Fano
last
went
week's
to
trade.
the
It seems
Cleveland
you feel the
Browns there.
same way now. Like, honestly, Darcy, we have a difference maker in the secondary. Like, Caleb Downs can play in your slot. He can play in the nickel. He can play on the deep far safety. He can play outside corner. You can line him up on the edge. This guy is a difference maker. Not only is he a difference maker on the football field, mentally, he was the smartest football player in this draft. It's crazy. And the Miami Dolphins are on the
best player in
clock.
this draft class.
The
I've had him
Miami
there since
Dolphins
day one,
select
and he's stuck there.
defensive
And I really
tackle.
haven't had any reason to move
Or
him
no,
on. I've said
offensive
this a couple
tackle from
times on the draft show.
Alabama.
Caleb
Caden
Downs has been the
Proctor?
smartest player on every football field that he stepped on from high
Wow.
school to college. And I think he's going to
Wow.
come in day one and be one of the smartest players
Wow,
immediately
Jeremy.
for this Cowboys
I don't know.
defense.
I don't know.
All
That's
the
a
talk about
reach for
Christian Parker saying
tackle.
he hates gray area and he wants his
Wow. Miami Dolphins select Jaden Proctor from Alabama. I don't know. That's a reach. Ooh.
moving him around in different places throughout the course of a game and keeping opposing offenses guessing. But that's the biggest thing about Downs is his football IQ is second to none. I think he's going to be a really special player for a very long time.
Do you guys felt like I know they only traded up one spot, but was this one of those things? Because I know in various platforms I was on radio and all that, I was saying Dallas has got to go up. Dallas has got to go up. They've got to go up and get one of these players. Their patience played off. Was this a positional value thing?
I was going to ask the same question.
Probably. Now this is
That is a very good point there, RC. But I feel like Caleb Downs would have changed your secondary. You look at him play in Ohio State. He's just all over the field. He's a very smart player. He doesn't have the size, but he makes up with it with his intelligence. And I think you guys would have been okay there picking up Downs because they were ahead of Dallas. If they still had the 10th pick, they would have picked Caleb Downs. I don't think they would have passed up on him, but I think you guys would have went for Woods, and I think that would have hurt you guys because that would have been a reach. Here's the gang talking about the Miami Dolphins picking the offensive tackle Caden Proctor, who I thought was a second round grade. This is a reach, especially at 13. I don't know.
So the Dolphins trade back one spot with the Dallas Cowboys at the 12th overall selection. They take Caden Proctor out of Alabama. But once again, the Cowboys moving up one spot to the 11th overall selection. They take safety out of Ohio State, Caleb Downs, continuing to react here inside the Star in Frisco with Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus from 105.3 The Fan, Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star Telegram, Tommy Yarish, and myself, Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com as Downs is the newest Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, that's great. He's awesome. You are not going to just blow by my chance to say I told Nick that Proctor would go near the top 10.
Well,
and he said, no way. No, actually, he didn't. He didn't say no way. He just made a joke about him eating too much. But you got to at least let me spike the football really fast. And now we go back to, there it is. I told you. Now we're going back to Dallas.
I just kind of feel like, though, that this was a guy when Proctor, remember I was talking about Detroit coming up.
Yeah.
Right around this spot was I was kind of thinking, in Miami, they end up, Dallas
That's
makes
crazy.
The deal, but
that's a reach.
This is where Proctor was kind of talked about with a lot of people, believe it or not.
Wow, that's crazy, though.
Yeah, when you look at now the pick on the clock, or the pick is in for the Rams at 13.
Hey, no, I agree. I agree, RC.
Okay.
You don't trust their draft process. I totally agree. I want to get a shirt that says NFL teams suck at drafting. Here's a Caleb Downs audio.
Here on the draft show, Caleb Downs, safety out of Ohio State, taken by the Cowboys at
Let's
pick number
go.
11. So it doesn't seem like the audio, we can hear it in our headset, but on the program side of things, apparently it's not going out over program, is what I'm being told. So we'll get that audio very shortly and it'll fire up here in a moment. But yeah, we can hear it in our headsets there
Okay,
with our
so-
tech team in the back working on it. Yeah, these are always special moments when it comes to the
Chaos.
secret audio, and that's the live production of the
Wow.
NFL draft. You
Oh, yeah,
never
it's
know
a lot
what's
of
going to
fun.
happen.
I love this. I love this.
Once
I
again,
can't
the
wait
Rams
to
are
have
on the
my
clock at
studio
pick number 13, then
and
it's
being able
followed
to
by
watch it on the
the
couch,
Ravens at
talk
14,
about
the
these
Buccaneers at
players
15,
and stuff.
the Jets at 16.
It's gonna be fun. It's
Lions
gonna be
at
fun.
17,
It's gonna
Vikings
happen
at
in
18,
these next couple of
Panthers
years,
at
guys.
19, and then the Cowboys pick again at pick number 20. Nick, as we try and get the secret audio back here in a moment, what do you think the possibility is for Dallas to pick there at 20 or possibly trade back?
Yeah, I think you give up those 2 5th-round picks, 177, 180. You want to pick on day 3 because you want that 5th round has been really beneficial to them over the course of the past decade. I think trading back from 20 makes a lot more sense now. And as I've mapped out over the course of the last week or so, that's going to be a sweet spot for a lot of these teams
Yeah.
to want to come up for an offensive lineman. You're going to have players like Blake Miller, Max Ianacher, Monroe Freeling, Caden Proctor just went off the board, but we haven't seen Oliva Vega Ione. I would imagine he's gone by then. But there's going to be some offensive linemen, and there are a ton of teams behind the Cowboys at 20 that need offensive linemen.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if one of them call the Cowboys and say, hey, we want our pick of the litter. We're coming up. We'll give you this, whatever it may be. They could very well end up at the end of the night with more capital than they,
That's
they
crazy.
had coming in if they play the right trade. It could be 25 with the Bears, 28 with the Texans. Those two make some sense. But this is certainly not over, and it could very well end up being an A+ night for the Cowboys. I think at the very, very worst, I think you got a B+ night.
Albert Breer, who used to cover things here in Dallas, he's with SI now. He said that he got a text from a head coach earlier today that Vegas odds on the guy with the best chance to get a gold jacket is Caleb Downs.
Wow.
I can see
Wow.
that. Especially
I mean,
now.
he's just.
What about a Super Bowl ring?
I mean, you got
Stop it,
to
man.
the more of those guys you have,
Stop it.
I'm serious.
the more of those guys you have with the gold jackets, the more likely you're going to get it.
Yeah, you've got a couple of options there. All right, I believe we have the secret audio. Here is Caleb Downs as the 11th pick to the Dallas Cowboys.
Whew.
Hey, Caleb. Hey, Caleb, can you hear me? Yes, sir. Yes, Caleb, this is Jerry Jones. You're a Cowboy. Hey, man, congratulations. Caleb, you're a Cowboy.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, man, we're happy. Here's Coach. Here's Coach Schottenheimer.
All right.
Caleb, what's up, brother?
What's up, Coach?
Hey, congratulations, man. Hey, we get to play knockout a little bit more, man.
Hey, we're going to have to play knockout. I'm going to have to beat you in putting again.
Hey, all right, brother. Hey, I can't tell you how
I
glad
love
we are,
it.
brother. This is the perfect spot for you. God, cannot wait. I hope you're excited, man. Hey, CP. Hey, hold on. CP wants to talk to you. Hey, congrats, man. Hold on 1 second. Here's Christian Parker, our DC.
All right. Yes, sir.
Caleb. Caleb.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hear you.
Hey, let's get to it, baby.
Let's do it, bro.
Hey, bro.
I thank you for this, Coach.
Hey, man,
I
we're going to make
appreciate
it happen, bro. Hey, look, we're going to make each
Yes,
other
sir.
great.
Yes, sir.
Let's get it done, man.
All right.
All right, bro.
All right, there you go. Caleb
I
Downs,
love
a
it.
lot of excitement. You heard a couple things there. Playing knockout, putt. Tommy, when do they do all of that?
Yeah, always good to gauge your competitiveness of your new player when he challenges the head coach to knockout after on the draft call. But I think the interesting thing there was, hey, it was Christian Parker saying, "Hey, we're going to make each other better. We're going to make each other better, and I will step aside for Vash Lombardi."
May I say what you got?
Hold on. Let's go to the Rams selection here at pick 13.
Okay, here's
Is
the
this
pick
all
for
there
the
is?
Rams. Kai Simpson, quarterback. What? Wow. Wow.
13 because they definitely could have bailed and gotten I think him at like 24.
Wow. Bailey got the third best.
But I like the
draft.
fit. I like the fit because he can learn behind Stafford for a while. But my goodness,
Yo,
that
Nick.
is wild.
Yo, Nick, we got Caleb Downs. We ain't got time to be wasting our breath on this nonsensical stuff other teams got going. I just wanted to say one thing real fast, and I'm gonna leave. Bobby Bell.
Yeah.
Nick Harris, Brian Bross, Tommy Yarsh, Kyle Yeomans. How many times in Cowboy land last year we'll be watching a game and they'll lose by one possession? It'd be like 5 games they lost by like one possession or something. And it was always one big play in the game, right?
Yep.
One deep ball. And some corners looking back at Malik Hooker like, hey, dog, what was I supposed to do right there?
Yeah.
What was supposed to happen right there? That don't happen with Caleb Downs and Jalen Thompson, bro. It just simply don't happen. It don't happen.
I like it.
How many more games do you simply win? And I know it's a lot to put on a rookie like that. I'm just excited. I'm lit. Pardon me. Miller Lite, #1. Listen.
The only beer that
The only beer. Listen, how many games do you win if you simply don't
Yeah.
have nonsense
I
in
agree.
your secondary going on?
Yeah.
You know
I
what I'm
agree.
saying? I'm just way too lit for this. #2 player on my board.
Yeah.
I've been saying all year on this daggone program, on this one, and on me and Brian's.
He was number
teams
one on my
really would
board.
just like let good players fall to you.
Yeah.
Teams will just let good stuff happen to you. You know what I'm saying? And the National
NFL
Football League
teams
let
suck at drafting.
Caleb Downs get to the Dallas Football Cowboys.
Let's
I
go.
think the NFL let him get to 11.
Yeah.
I would give a lot of credit to Dallas for taking
Be
the
aggressive.
initiative to go up and get your guy.
Be
He
aggressive.
fell to that point. I bet you they tried at 8, 9, 10 before 11.
If the Cowboys were picking at 6 in this draft, I think they're taking Caleb Downs.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. One more thing before I leave. I would drink all these Miller Lights if they mess around and take Ruben Bain at 20.
Well, he is still
Still
Hey,
available.
Hey, let me tell y'all something.
Hey,
Let me tell y'all something. I'll drink every Kyle, what was your little show bet about your little about your little
flippers?
scuba shoes
Yeah, I
and your
gotta-
marathon?
So if
Let me
they
tell you
take
something.
if they take Keldrick Falk at any point in the first round, Dallas specifically, I have to run the draft day 5K on Saturday in scuba flippers.
Brian, bro,
So-
let me tell you something.
Wow.
I'm not coming to work tomorrow if they mess around and get Ruben Bain at 20. I'll be back in like 30 minutes, y'all.
Okay.
My word. My
Thanks, Voch.
Oh
job,
my
man.
gosh.
Good job. Congratulations.
So
I
there
am
is
the
kind of
happiest
a
person
small Cowboys tie
alive.
here with Ty Simpson. You might have seen it if you're got a dual stream with the NFL Network on.
Mhm.
Tyler Booker was there with him. He and Ty Simpson are best friends. They've been best friends since they played together at Alabama, and pretty cool. A year apart, they go 1 pick apart in the first round. So Tyler's talked a couple of times.
Jamie,
here about
we
the
drafted
relationship
the
that he
best
has with
player in the
Ty Simpson.
draft,
So, again, you saw him there in
Caleb
the draft
Downs.
room again.
I
Now
can't
they can hang
believe he
out whenever
fell.
the Rams
We
come to
traded with
Oxnard
the
for
Miami
joint practice and
Dolphins
training camp,
for
as they
pick 11,
inevitably
and we
do every
picked
couple of
Caleb
years, so I'm
Downs.
Sure that'll happen
He
at some
is a
point.
Dallas
Like,
Cowboy.
breaking
I'm
news.
No,
I'm
I don't
still
know
in
why
shock,
that hadn't
buddy.
really registered
I'm
with me
still in
until,
shock. I can't believe they teams let him fall.
Like, you are looking at we're potentially 14 picks into this with no Ruben Bain off the board.
That's very true.
Could you end up getting Ruben Bain at number 20?
Starting
Wouldn't
at
that
10
be
with the New York
insane?
Giants, Francis Malinois goes offensive tackle from Miami. He pairs with the 5th overall pick, Arvell Reese. Really good haul there from the Giants at 5 and 10. The Cowboys trade from 12 to 11 with the Miami Dolphins. They take Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State. The Dolphins at 12 take Caden Proctor, offensive tackle from Alabama. And then 1 pick later, the Rams at 13.
RC, I don't owe him a
teammates,
blizzard.
Caden Proctor,
Miami
quarterback
Dolphins
Ty
made that
Simpson.
trade,
Ravens
not
are on the
Jeremy.
clock at 14,
Jeremy
which
didn't
means
make that
best
trade with the
player on the board
Cowboys.
is now going to
So
Baltimore, as it all
he could
happens.
take that
It's a
blizzard and shove it up
tradition like
where
no other
the
right
sun
here.
don't
So,
shine.
yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
I
like you
mean,
say, we'll
and
see.
for them to
Who's the
pick
best player on your board
well,
right now?
it's
a guard that's like
I did not
they
move
could have
McCoy
probably gotten at
because of the injury
29.
stuff. So
okay.
it'd be McCoy.
pretty crazy.
Bain would be in the mix.
Pretty crazy.
Lemon would be in the mix. Terrell from Clemson would be in the mix, and then Hood from Tennessee would be where I'm at right there.
Did you have Hood in the first round?
I did. He was player 13.
I really liked.
I like
Yeah.
Hood too.
I do too.
Hood's a
The
good
ones that I
corner.
think I
I
have
wouldn't mind him at 20.
the
I
question.
wouldn't either.
The questions I have is the thing with Terrell. That's the one that I think might come back and get me. The 4.6, but if you watch the tape, the guy makes a ton of plays. So we all kind of doubted his brother a little bit. Maybe this one will be even better than his brother.
I'm so
But you're
excited.
right,
I can't
Baltimore,
believe we
they-
got it.
A great player.
Oh,
Neither
that is-
can I.
Yes, let's
Wouldn't be
go.
surprised here if
Hey,
they take the,
We
that
fucking did it.
Oregon
Did I
tight
tell
end.
you,
That's my
Nick? He was
number
gonna
one player
fall.
on my
So
board. You can
I,
maybe see
it's the
it.
same kind of thing with Kyle Hamilton, everybody was talking about when he fell. And
Right?
I think the last guy, I think there were two guys that I remember when we wanted Derwin James. Remember he was falling and then he got taken like 15th and we had to go for Van Der Esch. I think that was
Yes.
the so it was similar to that where we haven't really been in that position. We've been a little bit too far down to get that. Two guys we probably would have been interested in and would have taken.
Yeah.
For me, I think this is I don't want to be biased, top 5 player in the draft.
He's top 2.
I mean, you
Top
could
2.
argue. I mean,
he's my second. Actually, he's my first player in this whole draft.
We haven't been able to really find safeties. I mean, we tried with Brandon Carr, but you could argue 15,
Brandon
20
Carr
years.
was a corner.
Yeah. Not Brandon Carr. Who's the other guy that we signed in free agency? The safety.
Hooker.
What?
Hooker.
Wasn't Brandon Carr a safety when he came over? It was Claiborne that was this corner, I thought.
No, Carr was a corner. But we played him at safety at times, but he was more of a tall, big corner, had long arms. He was more of a cover 2 guy.
Okay. You're right. So I remember when we were looking at, there was a couple of different guys. There were Jamal Adams when he was getting traded from New York. We didn't make the trade. Derwin James when we didn't draft him. And the last guy to go top 5 for safety is Jamal Adams, which, I mean, he was a very high-end player. So. But I mean, again.
Hold on. Let's listen to Caleb Downs. He's on the phone right now.
11th overall for the Cowboys.
Yeah, just extremely exciting, extremely blessed to be here. Very highly favored, and just just excited to be a Cowboy. I'm ready to go play football.
What was it like through the draft process, getting to know the Cowboys front office? We heard your secret audio with the coaching staff and talking to Brian Schottenheimer about shooting hoops and playing putt-putt. I mean, what was it like, and how much contact did Dallas have with you over the last few months?
Yeah, I knew there was a big interest there, and I was really excited about that interest. I had a great feeling on our 30 visit, and had a great formal visit with them as well. So actually, we didn't have a formal visit. We actually missed out on that. So, but it all worked out in the end. So, yeah, I mean, great to be around Coach Schotty. I appreciate the Joneses for making this pick, and I'm just very thankful to be in the situation I am.
Hey, Caleb, congratulations. You mentioned that 30 visit. While you were going around and meeting this Cowboys coaching staff and Christian Parker, the defensive coordinator, what were some of the things they were telling you about if you did end up here like you are now, where they feel like they can use you in the secondary to help this defense?
Yeah, just being able to play in a lot of different facets, be able to make plays near the line of scrimmage and in the deep part of the field. So I was very interested in how they were going to use me, and so we'll see how it goes now, and I'm excited.
Caleb, welcome to Dallas. There's obviously an air that comes with being a Cowboy and a level of weight that comes with that. Why do you think you're prepared for everything that comes with being a Dallas Cowboy?
I think I'm just preparing myself, honestly. I played on big stages before, and I'll continue to be me no matter where I go. And I'm just, that's just myself. That's who I am.
Caleb, I want you to talk to fans about what they are getting, not only on the field, but off the field. I want you to talk about your temperament, everything that is Caleb Downs that's going to be arriving in Dallas in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, you're getting a man of faith, somebody that leads with their faith first.
Where's your holy water, Nick?
There we go. I don't got it with me, but yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ready to put in the effort, ready to put in the time to go out and do it, and just trying to make an impact, make plays on the field.
And then last year's first-round pick was Tyler Booker. You spent a year with him in Alabama. Y'all good friends?
Great people. Yeah, he was just in the green room. I gave him a big hug when I walked by him. We low-key talked about it a little earlier today, so I'm just excited. Blessed.
Caleb, we heard that you beat Coach in a putting contest. What's our handicap in golf? What do we got going there? We got sticks?
I'm like a 14.5 handicap, so I'm like 86, 87, right around
Oh,
there.
shit, you might be more handicapped than me.
He struggled.
He struggled? Well, I'll tell you what, they've got really a great golf course. I know that golf course at Ohio State is legendary, but we got some good golf courses here, so we're looking forward to having you out there, man.
Well, I'll be out there soon, so you can count on that.
Right. No doubt about it. Caleb, once again, congratulations on being the newest Dallas Cowboy. Can't wait to talk to you a little bit more down the line, and we'll see you at the Star tomorrow.
All right. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
There we go. It's Caleb Downs.
And what this does, I mean, again, I was critical of the free agent thing, but I mean, it's best case scenario. You probably get, and I know there was talk maybe about David Bailey, Arvo Reese trading.
Right.
You arguably get your top guy, I would say, without having to give up 20.
You only gave up 2 5th-round picks to move
Well,
up
and
one
here's the
spot.
thing. So there's still a lot of work to be done on the defense, but it's like you get Jalen Thompson in the offseason, and you get Caleb Downs. One of them is probably going to move to corner. Whatever it is. We address a key position of need.
Yep.
So now it's, was it edge rusher? I don't think Ruben Bain makes it to 20. I've seen Kedrick Falk.
I don't know. There's a couple offensive linemen that just went off the board.
Well, I see Keldrick Falk's been mocked to the Buccaneers. I think this is where
picked an offensive lineman.
Yeah, but I think the Buccaneers go with Ruben Bain because they've been projecting Keldrick Falk, an edge rusher.
All right, the pick is in.
And I think Ruben Bain at 15 is really good value for Tampa, though. I mean, people saying I was just watching it. It's like I was
What
happy.
about Mesidor? I wouldn't mind.
I like Mesidor a lot. See, that would be okay with that. But then it's like, do you trade back and maybe get like a second again? What do you see?
Round pick, yeah.
What do you get, Jacob Rodriguez? I mean, you're going to need a linebacker, but let's see.
And Jacob Rodriguez is my guy. I think he's the best linebacker in this draft.
The Buccaneers just drafted, I think, Ruben Bain. So
okay, you were right.
Ruben Bain is going to. That's not a surprise. They've needed an edge rusher. They'll get it, and I mean that's again 2 players right there. Like again, I was okay with either one. But I was like, give me Downs, give me Downs, give me Downs, right?
He's the best. I think he's the best player in the draft.
Like
watching all the other players. So I know you wanted Sonny Styles too.
I wanted Downs over Styles.
Okay. But I think Sonny Styles has a higher ceiling. But Caleb Downs is like right now the best player in this.
Well, I think Caleb Downs is a high ceiling. Like they've compared him to what, like a Kyle Hamilton?
Yeah. So he just doesn't have the length. The height.
Do you think he's an all-pro level player?
So Jeremiah from the NFL Network said, this is the only guy that I see in the top 10 in this year's draft that's going to get a yellow jacket.
Well, I mean, I think this is a guy. I think it's a really good pick. It's a huge boost to the defense, obviously. An interesting choices ahead. I mean, obviously, we'll be judged if everybody will be judged if Ruben Bain turns out to be incredible. I think some teams, again, Miami, I was a little worried because Cody was talking about either Minoga, the guy out of Miami, or Caleb Downs. I don't think they could have passed up on one of these offensive linemen, to be honest with you. So I think and they knew Dallas wasn't going O-lineman, and they probably figured – we need an offensive lineman. We like the offensive lineman as good as Downs may be. The safety position. And again, look, credit to the Cowboys this offseason. They saw that, I've criticized they haven't valued that position enough last decade.
When's the last time they drafted a safety like this good?
And when's the last time they draft a safety and then they sign a Pro Bowl level?
Another Pro Bowl safety.
Right? So you're kind of making up that back end right there. And again, I think for me, for my honest opinion, there's a lot of going on in the group chat. My dad's a Cowboy fan.
Yeah,
so my dad's
every time I see him, I'm like, how about them Cowboys?
I mean, I was okay with either one. And I really wanted Downs, and I'm so glad we got him. I think, and it allows you to explore your options a little bit now. Again, you need an edge rusher, and I think you need a linebacker. I think the depth pieces
the good
fine.
thing about this draft is it's very deep in linebacker. So you could get one at 92 where you have the 3rd round.
And
or
I mean, again,
maybe trade your 20, get a 2nd round pick, move back down a little bit, and maybe get a corner and a linebacker and Rodriguez.
I know this is going to be okay. I have an honest question. Do you see in any world, and I don't think it's going to happen, where they go get Jermod McCoy?
If he falls in the 2nd round and they get a 2nd round pick,
yeah,
I can see that.
I mean, I'm okay with Mesidor here, and then
But I'm hearing that McCoy might need another surgery.
I did hear that. You're right. I didn't realize that at the time.
So maybe he might even fall to the third round.
You know, there was another thing. It was like if we picked Bane at 12, I was okay with Dylan Tiananmen at 20. Obviously, we don't need Tiananmen anymore,
No,
right?
no.
Um,
Caleb Downs is there. So,
But if they were going to go with Bane and Tiananmen, I would have given that an A. I was also saying yesterday, if you trade up to 9 and get Caleb Downs, and then you get the 29 from the Chiefs, and you get Jacob Rodriguez, I'd be like, well, you get a good linebacker and a top player in the draft. You address two positions of need, two good players. Then you look for edge rusher in the offseason, I think, via trade. I think what you're going to end up doing here is you've got the corner thing kind of settled. I think the two positions of need are linebacker and edge rusher, because I think the depth of the defense is fine. Those two positions one of them will be addressed tonight.
And I think it will be either tonight or tomorrow.
I think
one
of those positions will be addressed tonight. The other one will either be addressed in the coming days or you trade for somebody. And the Jets just took Kenyon Sadiq. So
okay.
That's an interesting one. No, Kenyon Sadiq, obviously the college teammate of Dante Moore in Oregon, the Oregon quarterback who opted to stay another year in college.
That's an interesting pick there.
A really, really, really.
Ooh. What, dude? This sucks for Mason Taylor.
Oh yeah, that's right. Damn. Oh my gosh, yeah. But she, I mean, he could still have a role in the offense for sure. And again, you see guys go and make good money as from like Trey Burton. Remember, he played for Philadelphia. He went to Chicago, got a nice payday, and still had a role in Philadelphia's offense. I think, again, you're going to see it. And another interesting thing here, I'm starting to wonder is like, when are these wide receivers going to go? Like you have Mekhi Lemon sitting there. Is there another wide receiver?
Two of them went in the first top 10.
So when is like Mekhi Lemon going to go? Because wasn't he a top 15 kind of?
No, he was outside the top 15. So he's more like in the 20 to 29 range.
And I just want to say this. I think the three best value picks of the draft. Arvell Reese at 5.
Yeah.
Caleb Downs at 11. Ruben Bain at 15.
Yeah.
I think those are three of the better picks. And I like the offensive lineman out of Miami for New York. I mean, I understand people like, oh, Downs and
Giants. No. I think the Giants needed to protect Jackson Dart.
Which again, I think you get arguably when you get Arvell Reese and then you get a top offensive lineman. It's like, people were saying.
And I think they were surprised.
I was
Reese
too.
there.
I was too.
Because we all thought that the Giants were going to take Sonny Styles.
Here's what I said. I'm like, you're going to get one or Downs or Reese, I'm like, you should trade up to 6. And Kansas City did. I was surprised it was Delaney at 6. I'm going to be honest with you.
I wasn't.
I'll say you don't know if they knew other teams were looking to trade up. So it's not like, oh, you could have waited. Well, somebody probably would have traded up to 7 or 8 and jumped in front of you and grabbed them, right? And I was surprised when Cleveland didn't end up trading back again at 9, because I'm like, you can get one of these 3 offensive linemen at 12. Right?
And the fact that they went with the guard from Penn State, I mean,
no, they went with the tackle from Utah.
I mean, not Penn State. Utah.
And again, it ended up being the right decision because,
well, if they don't pick up the tackle there and they pick up the tackle from Miami, I think the Giants are taking Caleb Downs.
Correct. Or here's the thing: if they trade back and we trade a 9, Cleveland loses out on Spencer Fano because one of the Giants or Dolphins were going to take the top line. I didn't think both of them were gone. That's the weird thing. I didn't think the Giants were going tackle. I thought they were
needed guard.
Now, that was the surprise for me. So I'm not complaining. I'm very happy with how this ended up. I'm just very pleased with how this went. George Pickens gets on his
Dude.
contract.
And people are like, "Oh man," they were freaking out. I was getting messages from my Cowboy friends. "Oh my god, they're gonna trade George Pickens." I'm like, dude, him signing means he's gonna stay. He even said, Adam Schefter said he's playing on the contract. He's playing on the tag. They're not trading him.
Oh my gosh, Bane. I'm happy with it. That would have been awesome if Bane.
Hey, he stays in Florida. He doesn't have to leave. You know.
Yeah, he could take my apartment over here. I'm leaving in about 2 weeks. I'm just so like this is like a really, really good. Obviously, a lot of work to be done, but I'd be okay with Mesidor. I'd okay with dropping now because again, I think the fall off now is gone. I think now that Bane's off the board, outside of Mekhi Lemon, which I know you just mentioned George Pickens, and we're not trading him. We're not drafting a wide receiver.
No.
I think that was more smoke screen by the Cowboys. But it also, I don't know, right? Well, I mean, depends on how high they view him, but I'm looking at these next couple picks here. I think you can start to see, like, I think Carolina might go with a.
As you can see, the war room there, they're starting to move around. McClay's starting to get on the phone. So
they're probably. I don't think they'll trade up. I don't think they'll
trade down.
They might. Let me see here.
Who do you think? Okay, if somebody's going to trade down, they're going to obviously trade down for an offensive lineman or a receiver. Who would that be?
I know.
Let's look here. Who's behind us? Who might do that?
I'm looking at this right now. Well, I'm looking here.
The Bills?
I wonder if Philadelphia looks at a wide receiver with the AJ Brown
situation.
And if Mekhi Lemon's able to fall, I mean, do they trade up and go get him? I don't think Dallas would do that.
What about the Texans? I know they need offensive weapons.
Yeah, an offensive lineman could really help for Houston, I think. And I think that's right around where you can get like a Jacob Rodriguez again. Wouldn't surprise me to see Rodriguez fall to the second round tonight. Wouldn't. Is this like a weak draft though?
It is.
It is a weak draft.
So picks 15 to 40
you're getting
are like the same player. Yeah.
Well,
so
this is the fall off has happened. Now again, unless you're drafting positional, like I think Kenyon Sadiq and Mekhi Lemon, you're getting a true like top 20, like first round, like offensive talent, right? So I think if you're drafting position of need, fine. But I think if you're drafting an offensive lineman, like Detroit may go O-line here because remember, like last year, they really struggled. I mean, they're
especially with the injuries.
So I think a little bit of reinforcement there. They might go defense, but I don't know what they could get here. I mean, they don't need a Mesidor or anything like that. So we're going to find out.
They get the corner, the other corner from Tennessee. He's
but do they want that? You know
who's the pick?
The tackle out of Clemson, Blake Miller.
Defensive tackle?
Tackle, offensive tackle.
Oh,
you know who might go? Jermon McCoy, Philadelphia. That seems like a Howie Roseman type of thing to do. They're going to wait on that, obviously. They don't need any immediate help. They obviously have DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, Tariq Woolen. They just signed. If you're them, you're like, we've done these types of things where we draft players in the first round. I think Jermon McCoy, they're willing to take a risk on. Again, if they're not concerned about the health, they're one of the guys. They're one of the guys that I think teams that I think will pull the trigger on him because they can afford to kind of take a red shirt player. Where Jerry Jones is like, we're not interested in red shirt guys. We need guys that could come in now. And Caleb Downs probably the most pro ready guy in this draft.
He was the more pro rated guy. Played under Nick Saban, so you knew he had the mental strength to play in the system of Christian Parker.
Yeah,
so,
I am in love with the pick. I love the
me
pick.
too. I think this is Dallas's best draft in a long time.
This is the most happy I've been with. CeeDee Lamb, I was thrilled because it's like
he fell to us.
We needed a defense. We needed defense, but if you look at the guys, there was Calabon, Chase on, and I really wanted one of those top corners, like AJ Terrell and stuff like that. It's like once they went early and then Terrell went before us, I'm like, yeah, first of all, I wanted Lamb, but it's like I wasn't getting any of the top corners, and I wasn't even sure on Terrell. Now AJ Terrell has become an excellent elite corner. But we're gonna see.
All right, Minnesota's picks in. Shouts out to Die Hard. He's in here as well. What's up, Die Hard? Are you happy with your Dolphins pick? I'm kind of interested. I thought that the Dolphins reached on their
Yes, yeah, I did too.
I thought they were going to go at 29.
I thought they were going to go the guard out of Penn State.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a little bit or Makai Lemon, Loki. Yeah. I think you probably go see another run of offensive linemen here, like Caesar you were talking about, right?
Caleb Banks going to Minnesota.
Doesn't Carolina need an O lineman?
Who? Carolina needs a. They need.
I'm starting to wonder if we're going to trade this pick.
I think we are. From what I'm hearing.
Would you be happy with Mesidor?
That's what I want.
I mean,
there's people in the Cowboy community that are afraid because he's 25. I don't care how old he is. To me, I like that you're older and more mature. You don't have to worry about him being like, young and immature and doing stupid things. And that's the thing that we're going to see now with the NIL money, right?
The Eagles are on the clock because they just traded with Dallas. What did I tell you?
Really?
What did I tell you?
Wow, you called it, Nick. The Cowboys are on the clock, or the Eagles are on the clock.
Give me 1 sec. My roommates are Eagle fans.
Oh. Wow, breaking news. Nick called it. The Eagles and the Cowboys have traded draft picks.
You're welcome. The Eagles are on the clock. Yep.
That's so great.
Gosh, I think it's Jermod McCoy. Hold on. If it's not, it's Lemon. Hold on. It's either Jermod McCoy or Makai Lemon. I can guarantee it. Yes. He wants Tiedemann, which
Tiedemann. They need.
We can hear you, Mike.
They need a safety with Blankenship all out.
So that might be it. That's not a surprise. I'm okay with that.
What did we get? Here, hold on. Let's hear what the DallasCowboys.com have to say real quick.
Either, but I'm just saying you move up one spot in the first round and take Caleb Downs. And if that's the reported compensation, you get 2 4th-round picks, then go ahead.
Cowboys also gave up a 7th rounder, so 218's gone.
Okay, so you gave up 2.
Oh, that's disappointing.
There goes the Peyton Hendershot pick.
How mad
Ben
right
Patterson,
now.
UT Permian Basin. He's going to be an undrafted free agent. We'll see. But
were you guys surprised by the Banks pick?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so they're not even saying what did we get? Do you have anything?
Yeah, I do. We got 23, 114, and 137. So that probably tells me we probably package a couple because again, you make up for the 2/5 you lost right there.
Yeah.
I think potentially you take a player at 23. Can you package like 92 and a couple of the others to get to 55 or something? I don't know. Or
maybe.
Do this year's 2/3 and next year's 2nd to get into the top 55. Again, I don't know. I mean, clearly they have enough guys on their board, like you said. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they drop. Let's see.
I think we need to be zeroing in on Malachi Lawrence here.
Okay.
Malachi Lawrence.
I agree with you on that.
He's
at 23.
Yeah.
Malachi Lawrence.
I haven't really heard much about him until lately. What's the deal?
He's a good defensive end. He's shifty, long arms.
Do you like him or Mesidor better?
See that at 23, especially with.
I like Mesidor just because of the competition he's faced.
It's,
UCF hasn't really faced that much competition, right?
You say that again?
UCF hasn't really faced.
No, is Mesidor UCF? I thought it was Miami.
No, he is Miami, but I'm talking about Lemon or the other defensive end.
Malachi?
No, Hold on.
By the way, I think it's going to be the wide receiver here.
You think so? They're talking about maybe Thielemann. No?
I don't think so. I don't love the idea of giving them Makai Lemon. I'm going to be honest with you.
But he's coming off an injury.
So, I mean, again, he is, what was he ranked, like 15 through 22? I think this is Makai Lemon all day.
That
I
means
mean,
AJ Brown's gone.
That means AJ Brown's gone. And everybody knows AJ Brown's gone, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to see here. By the way, I saw the pick on Twitter for Carolina, but
they picked up the defensive tackle from
my dad just texted
Florida.
me.
Who is it?
The guy out of Georgia. The Monroe Freeling.
Who?
The offensive tackle out of Georgia.
For the Eagles?
No, for the
Minnesota?
No, for
Carolina. Carolina. Okay.
Should we invite Ryan to come on? He is pissed.
Oh yeah, if he wants to. Hey, where's Cody? Where's Cody? Wasn't he giving us shit yesterday?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So Dallas did trade the pick. You're gonna find that out on ESPN.
So Dallas will be on the clock next, coming up. The Cowboys are on the clock.
Not anymore.
They traded again?
No, they're at 20. The pick's still at 20. Ryan's coming on here. Do you think it's possible we trade down again?
Yeah.
And the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm so happy with this pick, man. I'm just so happy, man. And you're able to recoup some picks again. I'm okay with Mesador. I'm okay. Malachi Lawrence, I don't know too much about. I'll be honest with you.
The receivers aren't that big of a deal this year. You only had maybe one or two. The rest are.
Carnell Tate's the only guy I'm like, oh, damn. You know, Jordan Tyson was good, but here comes the Philadelphia pick. We know
Dallas receives the 23rd, and
let's see. I think it's Makai Lemon.
All right, let's see.
Whoa. Yeah. So it was Makai Lemon, and that.
You called it though. I mean,
AJ Brown's
it was
gone.
obvious. It was obvious.
AJ Brown's gone. There was talk that they'll go Kenyon Sadiq with that pick. They didn't. I need to send Ryan the link. Hold on. Oh.
Ryan might be more angry than when you guys ranked Skinner overnight last year.
So I don't think Skinner's been bad this series. You watched the series, right?
I haven't watched much of it.
Ryan's. I just sent the link, but that was a 2-second phone call. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that pick. I'm going to be honest with you. Let me ask my roommates. I'm going to go on mute.
I mean,
I'm going to go on mute here.
Here's what the Cowboys is saying. I'll put it on while you go ask your friend.
But his ability to separate, catch in traffic, run after catch. A lot of good things about Lemon, and the Eagles. They continue to, they've had some questions about the wide receiver. We'll see what they do. In fact, when the draft is over here, but this kid will definitely help them the way he makes plays.
Lemon goes to the Eagles at 20. That is who Philadelphia felt it was necessary.
And my favorite person.
I have never been. Wait, sorry. Can I curse on your channel?
Yeah.
I have never been so fucking mad with the pick. I swear to God, I called Cody and I just yelled at him on the phone for about 30 minutes.
Just wait until Kirby finds out. Just wait until Kirby finds out.
He's going to be ecstatic.
Okay.
Ryan, Cody was giving us so much shit yesterday saying, we're going to take Caleb Downs. You guys aren't going to take, thank you. Thank you, Miami.
Fuck the Miami Dolphins. I was told new regime, new head coach, new GM. We're gonna focus on the defense. We're gonna get tough on defense and build through that. What did we fucking do? We had gift wrap the best defensive prospect in the draft. Someone I've wanted for over 2 years in Caleb Downs. We traded that, and I was like, you know what? Maybe they don't want a safety. That's fine. It's not the most valuable position on defense. And these fuckers had Ruben Bain in their actual lap. I don't care. They could have taken that stupid ass guard from Penn State. Would have loved him instead. I thought
You reached on Proctor. I
I
had
don't
Proctor
understand the Proctor.
I thought
pick.
Proctor was
Alex
my like.
Leatherwood. Wait, listen. We picked
he was on,
Alex
like-
Leatherwood 2.0. This is Alex Leatherwood all over again. And we drafted him over Caleb Downs and Ruben Bain. This team is I'm done. I don't know. How stupid can you be? This is worse than what Chris Greer could have done. This tackle should not have gone in the top 20, and we picked this idiot 12th overall. The hometown
Cowboys
team
also
won
get a
this.
7th-round pick next year,
Oh,
Caesar,
thank
in the Philly trade. So that's good news.
Yeah, why did you trade with your division rival?
Proctor was 30th on my board.
Ty Lemon. They didn't even get the best player available.
Proctor was 30 on my draft board.
We
So
picked Alex Leatherwood. This is Alex Leatherwood all
You
over
guys
again.
could have got them there at the 29th pick. You guys had the 29th
Yeah,
pick.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think the guard from Penn State would have been a good, safe pick. Recoups, fine. You don't want Downs, whatever. Go get the guy. And even if you don't want Bain, right?
Yeah.
Like Bain, probably people are still very happy. But if you get the guy from Penn State, like you trade down, you get a position in need, you get the guy from Penn State, probably everybody's second choice, maybe not their first choice, but everybody's pleased with the pick.
I would have respected it. I would have been okay with that. Like, I'm fine. I get it. We picked a fucking bomb.
Well,
and
the second I did not think that John. I was.
I'm surprised the Giants.
I was a little confused as to why are the Browns picking the guy at 9? They could probably get him at 12. Turns out they couldn't because both of the tackles would have went. It would have been Fano at 10 to the Giants, and then the guy Maui Noah from Miami to the Dolphins, and Cleveland probably knew that when they kept that pick, right? So I was a little surprised they don't trade back. Another thing, LA picks Ty Simpson.
Oh my God! Talk about surprise! Like
You know-
they could have traded back
I don't
and
get
still
that.
got Ty Simpson.
They're stupid.
I mean, unless they were worried about Arizona jumping up at some point in the draft. But
that's all I can think of.
My honest opinion, that's been a rumor for a bit, the Ty Simpson to LA. So it wasn't like if you would have told me they end up with Ty Simpson in this draft, it would have been like, okay, no, that's probably not thing. At 13, it's a little rich. But I understand it. They don't have a need. They just got Trent McDuffie.
Yeah.
There's literally no needs in it for the Los Angeles Rams. And you have Matthew Stafford, who's 38, with Sean McVay.
Yeah.
I mean, and if they're that confident in Ty Simpson, who everybody says that they love, it's a great situation.
Dan Orlovsky has been on ESPN saying that he's probably I could
He called him
care
a
less what he
QB1,
said.
didn't he?
Yeah, he did say.
But
that,
I
like,
think if they feel confident in it, this is the perfect situation for the Rams. And Ty Simpson, he becomes a 13th overall first-round draft pick. That reflects in the contract, by the way, too. Gets to move out to LA and learn behind Stafford and Sean McVay for a year or two. If you're Ty Simpson,
I don't mind the pick in the first round. I just
if it was value of fine.
Yeah, but what he was picked at 13?
13.
That's insane. That's
Okay,
probably
I might be crazy. I'd rather have picked fucking Ty Simpson than Caden Proctor.
I was surprised with Caden Proctor. Like I told you, he's 29th on my board. So so ahead of him, Ryan, I have.
But for me, if you're Ty Simpson, that's probably the best case scenario for you.
Yeah.
You're probably like, talk about best value. I think the best value picks, Ryan, are Reese 5 to the Giants, Downs at 11 to Dallas, and 15 Ruben Bain to the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
So
that Ruben Bain pick is so good.
Armor is better than Proctor. You could have gotten.
Do you think we start to see some old linemen go off here?
They've already started to go off here.
They continue to go. I mean, I was remember reading like a lot of offensive linemen could be like going in the second half of the draft.
So
I
right
saw your
now,
tweets, by the way, Ryan. Thanks.
the Steelers are on the
You like
clock.
my tweets?
I know I didn't like them. I saw them.
That's not very nice. Yo, Ceaz, you gotta send my fucking tweet that has Nikki Smokes' ex-girlfriend, the video of her crashing out to him. It's funny. Go look at it.
Oh, I will. I will.
Wait,
I'll text it to him.
here, I'll share it to you. Wait 2 seconds.
I'll
This
text
is a
it to him.
bugger. Okay.
So she ended up going home.
Yeah. That show is hilarious. Like abs lost, but me and Nick and we always talk about it.
Oh, I saw that video. I think he's seen it, bro.
But do you see my caption on it?
Like, I don't know who that guy is. Max
Who did the Steelers pick?
Ichenor. They'll tackle out of Arizona State.
Oh, where do I have him at here?
Keep scrolling.
Defensive tackle, right?
Offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle.
Do you think we trade down again?
He's my last second round grade, but he's the last offensive guard left, offensive tackle.
I don't.
He's
again,
Canadian, Ryan.
Oh, sweet. I'm his fan. Rather have picked him than Caden Proctor, too. I know nothing about this guy, but I'd rather have him than Caden Proctor. I guarantee he'll be better than him, at least 12 times better. Holy. No, I'm just going to be so upset the rest of like the month. You guys don't understand. I've been waiting for the draft for like 8 months. And
This is like
this is
brilliant
awesome.
draft by Jerry Jones.
This is the best draft we've had in a long time. Like, because
I'm
dude,
okay with Mesidor or Jacob Rodriguez.
I think I
McCoy.
would like Rodriguez.
I don't think he'll go Jamron.
Take a shot.
McCoy, Ryan, he might need surgery again. To be
It's
out
worth
again
taking a
this
shot.
year.
That guy, if he's healthy, he's
they
I'll
like
take him in the third round. I'll take him in the third round.
Here's the thing. It's like, gosh, I hope it's not Keldrick Falk, but I think it might be.
It might
that's
be.
a
Might still
stink.
be there.
I'm so low on him.
But the way Christian Parker runs his defense, he might just need that defensive end that doesn't pass. Like,
How about Peter Woods out of Clemson? Colton Hood, I wouldn't mind, but we got Downs. We don't need a corner now, do we?
we still need a corner?
So you think
Because Caleb Downs can be the free safety, and Johnson can be the strong safety.
Okay.
You can
Caleb
alternate.
Downs plays
Can
all
I
over
just
the
say
field.
something here? Would it be crazy if we took Tiananmen? Do we even?
No.
Is that a need at any point?
Unless you're gonna play Caleb Downs in the slot all time.
Correct.
No, you move Caleb Downs around. You play him in the box sometimes.
Or how
you
about Avion
on the
Terrell?
side of the best field.
Avion Terrell,
He's a possibility.
CJ Allen.
I like CJ Allen. I think he's physical. But I don't think Dallas is willing to take him that high. If maybe they want to trade down again.
I think honestly, if
Here's my prediction.
it'd be Akeem Mesidor.
I think the Dolphins might take CJ Allen, linebacker, and then trade Dallas Booker for third
Well,
round.
Dallas trade down again. They're on the clock, by the way, right now. But I mean, they have now. Dallas has 92, 112, 114, and 137. Is that what is that? 4 third-round picks?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll just load up on defense then.
So this is a war room for the Cowboys. We'll see what they'll
Let
be
me
doing.
Can you go full screen or is that copyright?
Yeah. No, I can do.
Okay.
It's not on TV. Here, I'm gonna put the audio while we listen.
Bro, they're triggering me by putting that Caden Proctor pick scrolling on the bottom. That's not cool, man.
Right there with each other, they probably are just making sure that they're talking through it. You know, is there possibly?
So keep an eye on which coach is there, because that'll give us a good indication of like what position they're taking.
Damn it! Chargers took Mesidor.
Oh,
fuck. He was my guy.
Obviously, I think they've got their guy.
Whatever. I'm not like, oh my gosh. Jacob Rodriguez, he
I wanted
honestly.
Mesidor. guess what? I want Mesidor over fucking Caden Proctor too. So
Okay.
we both
Do
get
we
one.
trade back again?
Here's another guy we like
Well,
right
the
now.
Browns are on the clock.
Just making sure. I think Will's trying to get.
Or no, wait,
everybody
the
on
Cowboys
same
are on the
page.
clock.
Cowboys are.
We like this guy because and get into it. I think Jerry's
talking to.
making sure of that too. He's making sure that everybody's completely locked in to who they're.
Jerry's dealing right now. He's
Yeah,
acting like in
I'm not gonna lie.
1994. All he needed was Bill Clinton to walk in the room, and he's like, "Oh shit."
The only thing that kind of I think did worse was the Jets picking Kenyon Sadiq when they drafted Mason Taylor, who showed.
I
such
said that,
light.
Ryan. I told Nick, I was
He
like,
did say that.
why
The
would
team is
you
stupid as hell.
trade? Why would you pick up a tight end when you just drafted Mason Taylor's second round last
Mason
year?
Taylor is literally a beauty. He played good and he had a bomb throwing him the ball. Get him a quarterback and you'll see.
Dude, wouldn't it be great if the Jets paid him to Miami?
I don't either.
I hope they do, man.
If he was 21,
I think they're going to use both. I mean, they don't really have a receiver out. I mean, they have Garrett Wilson, and then that's it. I mean, I think they'll end up using it. Let's see if they end up ever trading at Dallas. 4:25 left on the clock here.
I think where he's at his best is when he's moving his hands. I think that's where
Maybe
we see
they'll
the
trade
most
back?
pass rush moves and
We'll see. There's no
past season.
tweet from Twitter just yet on anything.
Put it all together and,
I mean, I'm okay with trading back to like 27 and getting maybe a second and like a fifth.
This is a good pick, and I think
Like,
That would be bad.
option for Dallas too.
because then you just have picks galore, dude. Because I feel now that you have Downs,
Yo, wait.
move
This
back.
guy, yo, the guy Pittsburgh picked is not a Canadian. Who told me that?
I did.
He's not Canadian, Ceaz.
He's not?
No.
I agree.
I thought he was Canadian.
I totally agree with you on this one.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm like, now that you have Caleb Downs, it makes the option so much more versatile. Like, you can trade back again and keep recouping picks. Like, again,
Yeah.
I'm not in love with anybody on the board right now. Are they? We're going to find out. The clock's still going here. Are they on the phone right now?
Schottenheimer's going to stand up. He's kind of surveying what everybody's talking about, and maybe
Somebody's going on the phone over there.
Yeah, that's Will McClay.
On the left? No, that's not on the right.
Yo, let's get Nick in this war room next year.
Yes.
I've been in that war room when I went to Dallas. I freaking saw it, and I was with my high school team, and they let me sit in that chair right there where Jerry's sitting.
Well, they're happy.
That means you indirectly rubbed butts with Jerry Jones. How do you feel?
Well, means I probably listen. I criticize Jerry for the free agency, but
So hearing the Cowboys.com, they think it might be Malik.
The pick is not in yet.
No. Zion Young, they're saying maybe.
Are they shaking hands? So they did pick somebody,
They
right?
did pick somebody.
Okay, so we know
All
it
right.
is.
If you find out who it is, don't tell me,
I'm
Nick.
not
I
going to
want to.
say anything. I like Jacob Rodriguez. Are you saying Zion who?
I'm guessing Folk.
Yeah.
Colton Hood, maybe.
You
It
think
could
it's
be
Folk?
Folk. It might be
I
Folk.
think they would actually take him at 12. So to get him here, that'd be fantastic.
You know,
At least we got Caleb Downs.
yeah, that's about it. The pick is in.
Outside guys the whole time.
Give me 1 second.
Would fit fantastic.
Hood, Chris Johnson, both those guys are right there for me. Chris Johnson,
Oh, gosh.
Hood's at 16. And then I wonder about the line.
Who do you think this is?
I think it's Folk. That was the only guy that would be worse than Caden Proctor. It's Folk for me.
I think he definitely is.
The two corners that I've got Chris.
They could get a corner too.
Give me Jacob Rodriguez or
Take
Colton.
McCoy, take a shot.
Colton
on that.
Hood.
What if it's McCoy?
Rodriguez.
What if it's McCoy?
I'm okay with it. I'm okay
Because
with.
he's considered the best corner in this draft.
He's not playing this year, but I'm okay.
You don't
with
need
it.
him to play.
You don't need him to play, but you need to make other moves then throughout to go get a linebacker again.
Also,
Is Bobby Wagner an option in free agency?
Yeah.
Are they going to just settle
Oh, yeah.
Bobby
on that?
Wagner is 45 years old.
He led the league in tackles last year still.
Here's the
That
thing,
is
for
not
one
always a good
year-
thing.
For
That
one
just means
year,
your
it's
D-line
for
sucks.
1 year, it's fine. For 1 year, it's fine.
Yeah, it is fine. Also, y'all remember Will Johnson dropping? Who was I on a call with? It must have been Cody. I wanted Will Johnson so badly, and he dropped all the way. And I was like, please just trade back and get him. And they're
Oh
like,
my
oh, he's
God.
injury concerns. And look who was a stud in year 1, Will Johnson. So
Okay, here we go.
Oh gosh.
Cleveland
Here
is
we go.
on the
Volume up.
clock
Put your
currently.
volume up.
Was told to us throughout the
Are we going to watch it on here?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
a couple of players.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
They will tend to
Are you ahead of
look
me?
at and get the input of
Perfect.
Christian Parker on
Yeah.
the defensive side.
Yeah.
He's going to break some ties throughout the weekend, not just here, but across the board. And one guy that has loved Malachi Lawrence from the jump has been Christian Parker.
Yeah.
So if that ends
an eye
up
for
being
talent,
the
that guy.
case, yeah, maybe so. If that ends up being the case and he is indeed the pick here at 23rd overall, then I think Christian Parker has not only an influence, but a very heavy influence in the draft room in his first year here in Dallas.
Which I think he earned. I mean, the pedigree that he's got. We've heard that he was super involved in taking Cooper DeJean, who fell to the second round, and then of course Quinyon Mitchell, who went late first in Philly.
All right, Roger Goodell's on his way to the stage in Pittsburgh. The Dallas Cowboys selection at 23 overall.
From the Eagles, so they improved those picks to take this one.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence.
I'm okay with that.
I'm good.
I'm okay with that.
Oh my gosh.
So with their 2 picks
Hey,
in the first round,
we got
the
one.
Cowboys
We
get
got
You got one on the team.
secondary with Caleb Downs at pick
Let's
number
go.
11, and then a dozen picks later at 20.
I think Cody might
overall,
hate
they
you
take
now.
Malachi
don't
Lawrence, a difference maker in the front 7.
got
I'm
room
not.
on this
I
building.
haven't really
Cowboys
heard
get
much
5.
about this
Diversity
guy. I'll
of
be
field,
honest with you.
counters,
neither.
ton of tools. What I liked about him most
No
is it didn't look
linebacker
like
yet,
he rushed with a plan,
which
but
is
he rushed with a
interesting.
feel. Like I feel like something is coming, so let me spin here. I feel like this is here. Let me go into my bull rush.
On
And all these other
ESPN,
kind of
I
moves
can't
like
really
this.
find
I
him.
love how he just high effort, tempo, all this kind of stuff. I even seen him change.
Yo, we should get
change
we should
tempo
get
at the line.
Matthew
This
H
is
on the
him.
call.
Slow a
That's
little
US
bit.
Matthew
breathe,
H just texted
or
me
I'm
it's a
just gonna fly
steal.
football because
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
setting
But
you
he's from
up with,
UCF, so
tempo the whole game. I love Malachi Lawrence pass rush. He's going to be standing outside guy. Watching the film, they use him as like a 4-eye type guy sometimes. I didn't like that at all. So I would imagine in Cowboy land, he would be standing outside linebacker. Fantastic pick for them.
Man, Brian knows I love this guy. All Big 12 first team. He's had at least 5 sacks every single year of the last 3 years. He just understands leverage. Like, this is a guy who is always putting himself in a favorable position with his pad level to make it incredibly difficult to get hands on him. He can manipulate offensive linemen. He triggers quickly to shoot gaps, get in the run game. I think he's much better versus the run than people have given him credit for.
This
I mean,
could be
he's
a
one of these guys that's also
replacement
always
for,
attacking the football. You want to force turnovers. He's looking to strip the
Nealon.
football away. He can play 3-point. He's also very effective in a 2-point stance. The play recognition's there. He's
I don't really know anything about it.
Uses his arm to
I would have
extend
been
the
okay with
field. He
Rodriguez,
can
but whatever.
The dip unders there.
They don't.
He
they
was
weren't
one of my
gonna
favorite
reach
players in the entire
Rodriguez. He's
draft. To
not a
get
first.
Downs and get Malachi
He's more of a
Lawrence.
second, third round
This
guy.
is an all-time night to be a Dallas Cowboy fan, in my opinion.
And you have some extra capital in day 3 that you can play around with as well, with a couple of picks in the 4th round from the Philadelphia Eagles by trading back from 20 to 23. The Browns are on the clock at pick number 24. We'll continue our reaction with Malachi Lawrence, edge rusher from UCF, being taken by the Cowboys at the 23rd overall pick in this NFL draft. We'll have secret audio.
Well,
I like that pick. I like the
I don't really know anything about it. We'll find out.
It's better than what's his name?
Is he going to play this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing.
People are saying that they heavily reached on him.
Listen, it's better than Kendrick Folk at the same position.
No, but see, Nick, pick 15 through 40.
Yeah,
they're the same player. You can't reach in this year's draft.
I think there's
Christian
no
Parker. Jane
Oh.
Slater says she was told Christian Parker loved Malachi Lawrence. So that's 2 solid defensive players. So again, get an edge rusher, get a safety. Obviously, a linebacker still a need. I wonder if we end up trading up tomorrow.
I still can't get over how Arvell Reese dropped that much. What happened with that?
I'm surprised that the Giants got him.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I think if Arvell Reese, well, because you know what happened? The Cardinals ended up picking Jeremiah Love. And I think the Giants were eyeing on Jeremiah Love.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
The Giants were on Jeremiah Love. They wanted him. Yeah.
This Scatterbo.
Have you not heard about Jeremiah Love the whole week?
I know. You just
What?
now like surprised
Why is everyone glazing him, bro? He's a running back at the end of the
because
day.
they gave up Barkley, so they're upset that he's gone and now he's thriving in Philly.
Hey, we fucked up taking a running back in the top 3. Let's try and take another running back early. Like, I don't understand. Learn from your lesson.
It worked out for them. They got Reeves. So.
Yeah, it did. It really did. I think Arizona had a crazy reach. Also, rip Tyler Algier.
Which is crazy because Jeremiah Love is 3rd overall. Now you're going to have to pay him what?
$50 million guaranteed.
That's crazy for a running back.
I like the pick, though, for Arizona. I think they needed that. I think,
dude, they have Tyler Algier. What are you talking about, man?
Give me a break. I think I'll tell you this: it's going to be a fantasy friendly offense next year because Jacoby Brissett. I know people say he sucks. He's a good fantasy quarterback. They're going to pick up a lot of garbage time yards. They're going to pick up. They're going to be able to score points. The defense is awful next year, but it gives who is it? Mike McDaniel, not Mike McDaniel. Mike LaFleur.
Yeah.
Mike LaFleur in Arizona. It gives him another weapon to kind of work around with. And now again, you have McBride, Jeremiah Love to go with Marvin Harrison and Michael Wilson. Next year, that seems like spend a lot of money on defense and draft one of the top quarterbacks and have them sit behind maybe Brissett or another vet for a year. I think a 2-year deal for Jacoby Brissett would work here, and we'll see what happens.
Well, we know who's getting the 1st overall pick next year. I'd bet any amount of money it's the Miami Dolphins. Tell you that much.
I think you don't know a lot about the New York Jets.
I don't know. Proctor's going to be the next all-pro guard or all-pro tackle.
If it makes you feel any better, we got Matthew, who goes to UCF.
The Browns select. They're happy. Casey Concepcion. Wow.
That's a great pick. He's good.
I am happy for him, bro.
Casey Concepcion, you're saying?
Yes. Have you heard his story?
He has that wide receiver aura.
Yeah, people were making fun of him because he had like a speech impediment.
Right. Oh, I did hear about that. Yes.
He's from Buffalo.
Okay.
Their whole town has speech impediments. Have you been to Buffalo? Why are they singling him out?
Damn. This is a reach, though. He was more like a 2nd round grade.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he was the best wide receiver left on the board.
But at the end, again, I said 15 to 40 is pretty much the same.
So Mesidor was going to be the pick, you think?
Could have been. But I'm hearing Christian Parker really liked this guy.
Yeah, that's good for you guys. No, but I think on KC, I think he's a tier above Denzel Boston and Omar Cooper. So I think
RC, I fucking love it. Oh God. Oh man.
I don't think I'd be laughing today after this
yeah, you got Caden Proctor. Shut up.
Thank you, RC. But yeah, I think KC is easily a tier above Omar Cooper and Denzel Boston. So I don't even blame.
So I know somebody, Eagle fan. He was sitting here shitting on like the Cowboys. Oh, you guys suck. He was sitting here. Why would you guys pass up on Bain? I'm like, we got Caleb.
Does he know football?
And my other buddy, also an Eagles fan, is like, Caleb Downs is better than Reuben Bain.
Yeah, duh.
I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with the draft here today.
We literally got the best player in the draft.
Yeah, Malachi Lawrence. I don't know anything about him, so I'm not going to sit here and Christian Parker likes him.
I got to watch film on him, but I started watching him like last week. He's got
Matthew said his get off speed is elite.
Matthew really knows about get off speed, so I'll take his word for it.
Hey, Tennessee corner could be there at the 3rd round tomorrow.
Yeah, Jermon McCoy going to drop a
Okay,
lot.
Miami. The only way they can make up for it is they pick this guy.
Jermon McCoy.
That would be a good pick for them.
Yep.
Just because he might not play this year, at least you have him in control. That'll be a good pick at 29 for them.
Okay, at 30. So at 30, put the volume up and we'll do a live reaction. I won't get it
Okay.
spoiled.
We'll see how this ends.
It can't be as vulgar as the Kane Proctor was. Like I should have joined the stream when they picked him. I would have got you like 10,000 views. I've never crashed out that hard in my life.
Dude, everybody was pissed when they picked him.
I felt like Nick after Aaron Ekblad's first period blunder against the Boston Bruins. That's the level I was at, man. Holy.
How about when I saw the team not tank properly?
Oh, it was that level. Yeah.
10.5 sacks, 4.5 speed.
Woo!
That's really good.
Mhm.
4.5 for a defensive end.
That's really good.
Now everybody's sitting here talking about how good Kendrick Falk is. He's ridiculous.
This is so funny.
Everybody's saying Asic. I honestly don't know how you could say. I don't know anything about these motherfuckers. They probably don't know anything about him.
They don't know. They haven't watched film on him. You can't say like a player sucks unless you like watch film.
He can't finish. Pause.
Do you know who is in it? You know who his NFL comp is, Caesar?
Who's that?
Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, sorry, he's cooked.
So he's ahead. Okay, so here, ask your group. Falk or the guy we got?
Oh, Texans are on the clock.
I know nothing about the guy you picked. I'd still take him over Kendrick Falk. I'm telling you, that guy is never going to reach double digit sacks. He just can't get sacks. He gets close and just doesn't finish. Like Jalen Phillips. No offense. Love the guy, but same issue.
Again, I don't think he's going to end up being like a terrific player. Maybe a good role edge rusher, right? Probably.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like a Reuben Bain.
Hey, we still can draft for Max Crosby.
You mean trade?
A trade.
Yeah.
Remember, George Pickens was traded after the draft. Dallas needed a wide
So
receiver.
next, your guy Nex on Twitter says, well, he actually quote tweeted it. And January 20th, he says, UCF Malachi Lawrence has entered the chat for him. 3-year starter, all Big 12 for his team. 6'5", 6'4", 250, 35-inch arms. He loves the pick.
For a defensive end, 6'5" is 6'4". That's really big.
Holy
We'll see. Do you think any of the guys we honestly could have gotten here are like legit, like long-term Pro Bowlers? I don't know. We just need help next year right now. But I
Caleb
think
Downs. Caleb Downs is going to get a Pro Bowl his rookie season. Watch.
Yeah, so
facts. Wait, are you sure he's going to get a Pro
We'll
Bowl?
see who the Bears take
He could
here.
be defensive rookie of the year.
See, they're going to be in the Super Bowl. How is he going to make the Pro Bowl?
I mean, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go
I'm going
there.
to the hype train. I'm a delusional Cowboys fan. We're easily going to the Super Bowl.
Ooh.
Who did the Bears take?
Oh, you're going to
The
see.
CJ Allen.
Oh, that's a really good pick. I
That's
wanted
a
him in
good
Miami.
pick.
Yep.
That's value right there.
Oh, I like this for the Bears.
That's a good pick by Chicago.
Eagles fucked up.
I really thought the Eagles were going to go Jermon McCoy. I thought if
got
they
Cooper
didn't jump
Team,
up,
bro.
because I was talking to Caesar before. Caesar's like, well, who are the Cowboys going to trade with the 23? I'm like, you want to be honest? Probably Eagles for Lemon. Did I not say that, Caesar? And then they ended up doing it. And then I'm like, if they had stayed at 23, though, because I don't think Lemon would have made it to 23. I think he would have gone to Pittsburgh. do they go with Jermod McCoy or Thieneman? I think either one would have been an option, but we'll see. I mean, I don't really think they're going to get any more here. Omar Cooper's still on the board. You have to think that that's something.
I'm going to laugh so hard if they take Boston.
What do you mean? Who takes who? What?
If Buffalo takes Boston, it's going to be hilarious.
I think they're going to end up taking Omar Cooper.
Who do they?
Cooper. Who did they trade for in the offseason? DJ Moore?
DJ Moore, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Omar Cooper, DJ Moore. Did they? Who's their tight end? Knox and who?
Knox and Kincaid.
Kincaid, that's who it is. Okay. I mean, better wide receiver and Khalil Shakir there, maybe Omar Cooper, and that's better than what they've had. I like Delane. I like
is my next bet. The next best receiver available.
It's Houston.
Oh,
Houston's traded up. I wonder who they're looking at.
I would not think a wide receiver. They still got.
It's nobody on defense. This is an offensive player.
Collins.
This is an offensive player.
Has to be. Well, like, what do they need on a tight end? Maybe there's a decent tight end. What's his name? Stowers, but it's still early. Way too early. I like Oscar Delp in the later rounds.
I'm so shocked that the Jets took fucking tight end.
Why would you not take a wide receiver? I don't understand.
I don't know. I really like that pick by Chicago. I'd add that into the 4 or 5 best value picks of the draft. There's a couple that stand out.
Hey, if Dallas didn't get Downs, I would have loved for them to get him.
Well, because here's the thing. I was okay. I'm like, if you're telling me I would have probably kept 20th, I don't think you would have traded back to 23. But if you would have gotten Bain and Thieneman, I would have been okay with that.
Would have been okay.
Great draft.
That would have been okay. But again, I think Caleb Downs changes the landscape of everything. And I don't really know anything about Malachi Lawrence. I hope it's not just some.
Wait. We got to trade.
Miami traded up to 27.
Oh! Put the volume up.
Well, they're not. The pick's not in for them yet.
Okay, when it gets there.
All right.
What's it called? He's probably saw that on Twitter, diehard. I just hope the Malachi Lawrence thing isn't just some throw-in kind of thing. Like, I hope there is something there.
Don't look at the chat, Ryan.
Okay, I'm warning y'all right now.
Diehard, do not ruin the. You might be ahead of us.
If
diehard is ahead of us, probably
for the Dolphins.
I hope Malachi Lawrence isn't just like some random throw-in. But I mean, again, you pick him in the first round for a reason, right? I mean, I hope this is a guy that could, at the very least, be a good 8, 9, 10 sack guy, right? Maybe good against the run. I mean, we'll see. I mean, now you have him, Gary, and Ezi Raku. It's a young, obviously Gary's not young, but him and Ezi Raku, that's young, right? So San Francisco gets, this is, by the way, the second trade that the Miami Dolphins and San Francisco 49ers have made involving draft picks. You may remember the first.
Trey Lance for 3 firsts.
The Miami Dolphins traded up to San Francisco's 27. The 49ers will receive pick 30 and 90. I like that for San Francisco.
Wow.
That's a big haul. Okay, here we go. I want McCoy, or you want to take EMW, take that guy too. Take the safety.
Hold on a minute. The Houston Texans select Kalen Rutledge.
Oh, that's that guard. His brother, I believe, is on the Lions. He was a great.
There's a lot of offensive linemen that win in.
That is not a surprise. Houston, awful offensive line. I mean, one of the worst in the NFL last year, and it in part cost them. I wonder.
Well, their QB costed them a little bit more, but
that too. They're gonna update it here. Trade alert. San Francisco goes and gets Miami here.
I think it's a little bit of a reach, but like Caesar was saying earlier, like 15 to 40, take your guy. Also, his brother, I wanted Tate Rutledge. I wanted the Dolphins to draft him so badly, and he was an absolute stud in Detroit in his first year.
Yeah. So kind of going through it a bit here. RJ.
Miami go for a receiver?
That's what I'm saying. Because if they jumped him,
If they jump Buffalo,
it would be really funny if we take Boston or Omar Cooper after I was just dissing them, but we'll see.
Who do you like better?
Cooper. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on? Hold on. Hold on.
I don't know. I like Boston has the size, but I'm just a little higher on Cooper, even though we love our 6-foot wide receivers. Our whole team is 6-foot wide receivers. But
I got to get off freaking Twitter because my gosh, this guy, they're flaming the Lawrence pick. A lot of people, but the Dallas people like it. So,
that's
I mean,
what
again,
matters.
they like it for some reason. I would have liked the linebacker personally because I think Edge.
Yeah,
is a
but
little...
I don't think they were going to take.
Oh wait! The
Rodriguez.
pick is in. The pick is in.
Jeez, calm down. Who you
All
gonna
right.
take? Who you guys gonna take? Caleb Downs or Ruben Bain?
It's not funny in the slightest. You're a dick for that.
Miami did jump Buffalo though, so
Well, Buffalo needs corners too, so maybe it is McCoy.
I don't. I mean, it would make sense for Miami because they don't need him right now,
Yeah.
and it's actually perfect. It helps the tank for next year.
Okay, here we go.
To get that deal done, maybe they have intel that the 49ers were looking at him. Sure.
I got the Dolphin stuff ready too.
But you go and you use
The big Ceaz mask.
Good to go get their guy.
Hey, teams draft certain kind of ways, Kyle.
No doubt.
Shouts out to them.
No doubt about it. So the 49ers.
You know what you really want to say?
Grades vary.
Yeah, they
Who do
do.
you
They
think- who
do.
do you-
The
who do you think?
49ers
What's the funny
traded this
situation?
pick to Miami. So
What's
the
that?
Dolphins are on the clock at 27. Then it's
Here we
followed
go.
by the Bills, who just flipped picks with the
So
Texans.
you think it's a corner, Ryan?
Chiefs.
They're not
I'm
dropping it. It's still
yeah.
commercial, and the pick's not even in yet.
Seahawks.
Oh, I got
Final
notification the picks
now
in, but I turned it off.
selections of the first round in the 2026
Okay,
NFL draft.
I think
We got
McCoy is my
now
ideal pick.
20 minutes of coverage.
I do not
tonight
want
as we
Falk.
continue on.
I do not want a wide receiver, and I
You know who I think it could be?
So Miami has.
I
this
think it
pick
could be that
covered.
corner out of San
Yes,
Diego
the
State.
terms where San
Oh!
Francisco gets 30
Wait, out of
and
San Diego
Texas
State?
Johnson?
get 27 and
It's a little
138.
high. No,
I think at this point, this is where the scouts come through. This is where you pay your scouts the good money because after
McCoy's still
15
there. Hood is still there.
I'll say
Colton
Hood.
Hood, I would really like. I wanted C.J. Allen, Colton Hood, or
Surprise in
Johnson.
or
the 2026
Rodriguez.
NFL
You're
draft.
saying those are second
Number
round
one
guys. That's fair.
Texans trading up
Fine.
from
I
the
would have
28th
liked the
pick.
linebacker
Makes
there,
Caleb
or
Reddish.
trade back to like.
offensive lineman out of Georgia
I would
Tech.
have liked
who
Hood. to-
Most of us on the panel
D'Angelo
had as a
Pond's the
day
dude.
two.
You would have liked Hood at
Ability.
23.
Texans
Yeah.
felt like they got their guy.
Hood at 23,
and then they
really?
take him at
Yeah.
26 overall. Recapping
I would
the
be fine with
last
Hood.
5 picks.
Jerry,
real quick.
trade
The
up.
Chargers take Mesidor, edge rusher from Miami. The Cowboys at 23 take Malachi Lawrence, edge rusher from UCF. Browns take Casey Concepcion, wide receiver from Texas A&M. The Bears have a good pick with Dylan Thieneman, the safety out of Oregon at 25.
that
And then the
pick by
Texans,
Bears.
of course, with Keelan
All I'm
Rutledge, as we
saying
just
is,
mentioned,
please no
out
fault.
of Georgia Tech. Back with Foch Lombardi, Brian
Please
Broaddus,
no.
Zach Wolchuk, Tommy Yarish. I'm Kyle Yeomans, now joined by the newest.
By the way,
Dallas
shout out
Cowboy,
Daniel
Malachi
Jeremiah,
Lawrence,
who
UCF
I think
is on the line.
This
Malachi,
is,
congratulations.
Malachi Lawrence.
What was that
on the
moment
phone.
like getting the phone
Well,
call
the-
from Jerry Jones in the Cowboys front office?
It was amazing. It was like first thing, all glory to God, but it was a blessing, a dream come true. Been playing football since I was 5 and always wanted to play in the NFL. So, like I said, it was an amazing. It's something I can't even explain.
Hold on,
No
the
doubt about
Dolphins
it.
are
I'm
coming
gonna
up
ask you to
here.
explain it a little bit, Malachi. You stayed there at UCF. You finished top 10 in terms of their career sack leaders, and you're one of the best players in program history. What does it mean to you and your family to now have the
Dolphins pick
first
your name.
round tag next to your name and get to live out that dream now here in Dallas?
Can you pause this at all?
Yeah.
I would have liked the other ones. Again, I'm seeing some good stuff on Malachi Lawrence. I'll talk about him quickly after this. I think it's that corner out of San Diego State, honestly.
All
You know,
right.
the
Let's
more I
see.
think about it, the more happy I am with Hood. I
All
will.
right.
I will.
Oh, it is Chris Johnson, the guy out of San Diego State. Sources are saying that his family's crying not because they're happy he got drafted, but because he's headed to the Miami Dolphins.
Excuse me? We traded up for him? I wanted 2 corners over him. I would have taken Hood or McCoy.
I thought Hood was a better
What the
option.
hell? Dude, what the? Why
Are
are
we
picking-
gonna? Fuck. I'm sitting here thinking, gosh, could we have gotten Hood,
Yes.
Allen?
We traded Jalen Waddle for Chris Johnson, bro. This is not even the running back Chris Johnson. This is the fucking cornerback Chris Johnson. I don't want this guy. His pro comp is Casey Hayward. That's what we're going with right now?
Marcus Mosher says, love the pick for the Dolphins. Love Chris Johnson. I think it's a good pick. I mean,
I would have liked Hood there. I think Hood's a better.
Hood is so much better. McCoy is better. Who cares about next year? We can tank. You don't need him next year. At least it wasn't Kendrick Falk.
Look at beat though.
Huh?
He just got beat.
Classic.
On ABC. I'm sorry.
I would have taken Terrell over him even. Peter Woods. I would think about it.
I'm surprised you guys traded 3 spots to get him. That
Yeah, no one is taking that guy that early. What are we doing? What? There's so many better quarterbacks available in like round 2, round 3. Why are we taking one in? What is terrible first round?
I don't know.
F first round, by the way. F. I don't even want to think about it twice. I'm keeping this Cowboy shirt on. I was going to take it off if we had a decent pick. F. Cowboys, A+. Congratulations. You won the draft. Dolphins, F. Failure. This is Noah Igbenogany.
But another trade. Buffalo traded down to 31 with New England.
Ooh.
So we'll see who New England picks here.
Our O lineman has a nose ring and a face tat. This guy should be making my frappuccino at Starbucks, not playing offensive line for my favorite
New
team.
England has selected.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Oh, you want to know what else is funny? Nick Saban on Proctor. The issue with him is he's not a bad person. He'll do whatever you ask him to. But when he's not in the building, he might get a little overweight. He might not come in the best shape. And those are things you have to manage with him. He's not exactly a self-starter. And we just picked this guy over Caleb Downs and Reuben Baines. And Nick Saban pretty much called him fat and lazy. Thank you.
Dude, seeing all these offensive linemen go in the first round is very surprising.
Too many, man. Holy.
It's crazy.
So if we could talk a little bit about sorry, I was watching that. Malachi Lawrence. What, Caesar, were you watching him at all? What is Christian Parker like about him? Enough to justify 23rd overall.
I have to go watch film on him. I just started last week. He's got 10 sacks, which is good. He was top player in the Big 12. So
just get very nervous, the Taco Charlton thing.
Oh no, he's way better. He's gotten better twitch than Taco Charlton.
Which
Taco Charlton did not have any. He didn't even have that many sacks coming out of Michigan.
Yeah. Oh, the 49ers were looking
Here's
at
what
him.
they say about the Dolphins.
Go ahead, Zach. You hurt.
Good pick.
Yeah, it's one of the best picks, I think, in the entire first round. I mean, they got an absolute steal here. That was my 14th best player that they just took, at 26?
I trust these guys.
Two-way star if you go back and you watch him in high school. This dude is the definition to me of
Bro, you could watch me in high school and think I had some tips. That's not
might
saying
be
anything.
good. Hey.
From a scout in the league, and he just asked me, he said, Vach like our pick.
Oh, there you go.
Which pick was that?
Well, the Steelers love Vach.
Okay.
They watch. The Steelers like to watch Vach work. And so they asked my scout. He was saying, he goes, the scout goes to
the Vach approval.
The Vach love our guy that we picked.
Whoa.
Yeah.
They're listening to you right now.
There you go.
That's awesome.
The other pick that we missed while on the phone with Lawrence was Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle from Utah, goes to the Patriots at pick 28 as Buffalo bails out of that 28th pick. And they take an offensive tackle there for the Patriots.
The next time The next time someone tells me that the Dolphins, this Green Bay group, doesn't take first round cornerbacks and all that, I'm going to go tell you to F yourself right now. I'm serious. Because we were, it's like, well, they don't, they like to develop and they like to. Chris Johnson's a great pick, by the way.
Incredible.
That's a great pick for them.
Hey,
And
you
so
have some
next time
upside.
that someone says, oh, these Packer guys don't take first round corners, well, they just took one.
Tough, can blitz.
Okay.
technique
I will be
down.
positive about this pick.
Divergent.
No, you're
This
good. He only
pick
allowed
only.
18 completions
I will
this
give him
season
the
in
benefit of
coverage
the
on
doubt.
43 passes defense.
I might be
think
overreacting
inside
slightly.
Flex,
Let's see.
I absolutely love Chris Johnson. He could end up being arguably the best corner, him and Delane in this class for me. And that's a steal for Miami.
You said Packer guys?
Packers, yeah, like the John
There you
Eric
go.
Sullivan.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you. I like this cope. I'm feeling better now, actually. Thank you.
Dude, they've been right about the drafts. So I love listening to them.
What did they say
Even though-
about I'm like kicking myself in the ass a little bit because I'm seeing some of these other players that I really like better. I mean, I do think I'll say this: the get off speed and some of the traits that are there.
Hey,
for him
I
to be
trust
successful.
Christian Parker.
And
I
that's
trust
the other
Christian
thing.
Parker.
And we got Caleb Downs, which will be okay with. I just want this guy to have an immediate impact. I'd be able to have an immediate impact. Let's see here.
So when the Cowboys draft Caleb Downs and the Dolphins pack, this is how the Dolphins look like. Oh my God, Ryan, you look so sad.
When is Kirby gonna find out about
I'm
this?
actually
pick?
so
Real
sad.
question.
You understand?
He's gonna be like, he's gonna
What
be
the
so
fuck?
stoked.
This is worse than every regular season game I had to endure. Maybe minus the Chargers and Panthers game, but this is definitely up there of disappointing moments of the season. And you know what the worst part about this season was? The Florida Panthers couldn't save me from the misery. At least I usually have them. They make the playoffs. They go on runs. They win games. No. Both my teams are lottery teams. Hey, as long as the Dolphins don't fuck up the draft or the Panthers like the Dolphins did, we should be okay though. Like I think the equivalent of taking Caden Proctor is like taking that Tynan Lawrence dude or something like that and not trading the pick. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
But you know what? There's a lot of teams reaching for offensive linemen. Look how many offensive linemen.
Kirby just texted me.
What'd he say?
Who we get?
I'll be like,
okay, we gotta have it. Okay, he doesn't know who we got.
He better not look.
Damn it. He says, let me leave voice memo. I'm like, you need to answer.
Yes. The Chiefs are about to pick. Peter Woods, defensive tackle from Florida or Clemson.
Ryan, the data from Kirby. Kirby's like data plan. Is WhatsApp fine for that?
Yeah. WhatsApp's fine.
Okay, he's calling. Kirby, do you know who we drafted number 1?
Put him on speaker.
Okay. I'm on live with Caesar and Ryan right now, and I'm going to tell you what happened. Ready? Say hi to the live stream, Kirby.
Oh, hello, live stream.
Okay. The Dallas Cow. Okay, let me. The
All
Dallas.
I heard from Donnie, his friend is a Dolphins fan. The Dolphins effed up.
Yes.
Thanks. Thanks for the reminder. I actually forgot.
All year since week 1.
We got Caleb Downs. So this is what happened. Ready? The Giants with the 10th pick ended up taking the Browns traded back to 9 with the Chiefs. And they took Delaney, the Chiefs. And then 7 went Styles. 8 went, who went 8th? The wide receiver, Tyson to New Orleans. And then 9, we were thinking maybe Cleveland trades back again, and they don't. They take Fano, the tackle out of Utah. At 10,
They were talking about that, yeah.
I'm thinking the Giants at 10 are taking Caleb Downs. They take Maya
But
Noah,
because-
the fucking guy out of Miami, Kirby, the tackle. So
The tackle that Dolphins fans want.
correct.
Yeah.
And then at 11, the Dolphins had the guy from Penn State, the guy, Caleb
Bain.
Downs, or Reuben Bain, right? They trade back. Dallas trades to 11, and they take Caleb Downs. At 12, they don't. The Dolphins don't take fucking the Penn State.
They don't
guy.
take Reuben Bain.
They don't take Reuben Bain. They take Caden Proctor, the guy out of Alabama.
We picked Alex Leatherwood 2.0.
And Ryan is now here yelling on stream.
Is Ryan just livid right now?
Ryan is just furious.
That's, you know what I call that? I call that karma for Cody.
Nick, relax before the draft. Wait till after.
Well, you're going to need to do some scout on this 23rd. We got Malachi Lawrence. You know anything about him? So I'm okay
Honestly,
with it.
I don't care because we got Caleb Downs. That's all I care about.
Well, we traded back with Philadelphia for the second pick. You know that, right?
Oh, okay. No, I'm getting out now.
Okay. So we were thinking maybe CJ Allen, Colton Hood, Jacob Rodriguez. They really liked,
Yeah, I talked about Hood from quarterback.
but they really liked what's it called? Malachi Lawrence.
yeah.
And Matthew, he's a UCF guy.
Corner now, though, with getting down, they don't gotta go corner.
Correct. So he's a UCF guy, Malachi Lawrence, by the way. So Matthew texted me immediately in all caps, steal, steal, steal.
Wow.
But
The Jets got Cooper.
Omar Cooper to the Jets. Wow.
That's a
Dude,
good
the
pick.
Chiefs are going to be filthy, though, with Peter Woods and Chris Jones.
The Bengals haven't done anything. They traded for Dexter Lawrence the other day, and yeah.
Too much money, God.
But Omar Cooper to the Jets. I like Peter Woods to the Chiefs. They get Delaney and Woods. Those they've had a nice
That was
draft.
a trade. RC said that was a trade for the Jets.
All right, I gotta
Trade
go
back.
here.
We'll talk later. Bye bye.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye.
Yep.
So we're gonna have to figure out what happens here with Malachi Lawrence. I don't know much. I would have if you would have told me we trade back to 27th and we end up with Downs and Rodriguez or Downs and Allen or
We
Downs
could
and
still
Hood.
get Rodriguez tomorrow.
That's what I'm
packaged
hoping
third-
for. If we end up with Rodriguez, I'm like, I love this draft. I love the draft. So we'll see. It'll depend on when's the draft start tomorrow.
7. It's early because there's 2 rounds. It'll be second and third round.
Do you think we'll end up trading?
We have a third, and we have 4. No, we have four
The
fourth round
Bills have
picks.
traded out of the first round.
Who?
The Bills. They traded their pick to the Titans. We're now on the clock.
Huh?
The Bills are not on in the first round anymore.
That's shocking. Yeah, thank you, Die Hard. Yeah, tomorrow, 7, second, and third rounds.
We arguably got the best player. I'm so happy, dude.
What do you mean? You want the best player?
He literally was. There's no you could
I mean,
maybe
it's the only thing. If this guy was a corner, he would have been top 5.
Oh yeah.
So
because teams don't value safety.
I don't know
Teams
how
value safety.
why you're telling me these teams they didn't learn from Kyle Hamilton and
I was
Derwin
just saying,
James.
Kyle Hamilton is so good. He impacts the whole game. He shuts down wherever he is.
I
whether
love
he's
Kyle
box-
Hamilton out of Notre Dame.
And the thing is, with the way defenses are or the way offenses are,
You need a
stacking
safety
wide
like
receivers, 3
Mhm.
wide receiver sets, you putting a tight end out there. You
Wait.
need these type of corners and safeties.
And do you know what Nick Saban said about Caleb Downs? He said he was the best player on the entire Alabama defense as a freshman player. And he said he's the smartest player he's ever to coach or talked to or scouted.
Yeah.
He's smartest.
Well, Nick Saban said he's the best player in the draft.
Yeah. And Nick Saban called Caden Proctor fat and lazy.
Oh, man. Wow, good nugget here by RC. Bills are not good at drafting in the first round since Allen. That is true.
To be fair, Josh Allen was looking like a bust until Stephon Diggs got there.
Josh Allen made an improvement from year 1 to year 2 drastically.
Yeah.
Then they brought in Diggs, and then he's continued to start.
It was year 2 to year 3. Year 2 was still not very good.
Year 2, he went from 6-10 to.
But his mechanics were so bad year 1.
Oh yeah, no.
compared
Year
to
1
year
was up.
2.
Year 1, I was so hyped as a Dolphins fan because I'm like, God, this guy stinks.
The Eagles traded up for Mekhi Lemon while he was on the phone with the Steelers.
Wow.
Damn.
So who do you think goes to Tennessee here? Why do you think they traded up? Boston?
They have 2 first rounders. Okay.
Yeah, Boston makes sense to me.
You know, I wonder, does Keldrick Falk go here? Remember they were considering
Well,
Arbel
hasn't
Reed?
been picked, right?
No. Do they
So
go
why
Keldrick
is
Falk?
why is your group pissed that we didn't pick him over Malachi Lawrence?
I didn't want Falk.
I didn't either.
Falk
Because we
stinks.
know, like, we watched the film.
I think it could be Keldrick Falk.
Is it? The Titans select.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
There it was, Kendrick Falk.
Is it?
Oh my gosh.
Poor Cam Ward. Free my guy, bro. They ain't helping him at all. Well, I guess they got Carnell Tate. I guess they helped him a little.
Hey, that's not the guy they wanted. That was probably their third choice.
Yeah.
That's
they
a good pick for them, though, there.
It was too high.
I don't know.
They
Last pick
definitely
of the
need
draft
to-
coming up. Does Seattle keep it, or do they? Yep.
No, they keep it, and I think they take McCoy now or Terrell.
Dude, that's shocking. McCoy
Take
hasn't
Terrell.
been picked.
They should take Terrell. They lost Tariq Woolen.
Dude,
I like Avion Terrell a lot.
Yeah.
Hood's
They lost
still
a lot of
available.
guys on their defense.
Hey, Nick, we still could get Hood tomorrow, too.
I really want CJ Allen or Rodriguez. I think we need to trade up into like the top 45, though. But I'm so happy with Downs.
You don't understand how envious I am of the Cowboys draft. I never thought I'd say that.
Do you like Malachi Lawrence?
I don't really have an opinion on him. I'm not high on him.
I gotta
need to-
watch film on
I
him.
need to watch some film on him because now that I'm a Cowboys fan, you know what I mean? We all got to watch film together and scout our guy.
You're not allowed to get a Downs jersey.
Hey, I won our fantasy hockey league. I can get a whoever jersey I want.
As soon as the Cowboys were not making the playoffs, I'm like, we better get Caleb Downs. He's the best player in the draft.
Me and Nick talked about it, and I'm like, nope, we're gonna pick him one pick before you, and you're gonna be upset.
And you guys should have. You guys should have.
Yep.
You had the opportunity to.
Yeah. No, you know how dangerous that is? Telling me we picked Caden Proctor after trading Caleb Downs away while I was driving on the highway. Did they not take 1 minute to think about my potential health and risk making a stupid pick like that?
Wow, Pittsburgh record of 320,000 people.
That's insane.
That's insane.
I could never go to a live draft like that.
That's almost 500,000, bro.
That's insane.
What do you think Seattle does this year? I mean, with this pick.
I think they take a
running.
they
Who's the
lost
other
Rick
running
Wheeler.
back?
They
have to
pick
take-
up quarterback Carson Beck.
Oh,
Yo, Miami's going to
Do
trade
they
up.
go
to
the
get
other
him.
running back out of Notre Dame?
They need a running back.
So there's 2, right? The other guy from Notre Dame.
Emmett Johnson is there too. He's pretty good running back.
Why are they putting this? Oh, okay. Picks in. Did the Cowboys like Falk?
Yeah,
I think so.
Cowboys liked Falk, but they like the guy they picked better.
Unless it's, I want to talk about the linebackers. I always did feel personally that the linebackers would have been a reach at this point. I
Yeah,
mean,
there's no linebacker that was drafted in the first round,
outside of Styles.
but he's not a true middle linebacker.
What are you thinking for like a Rodriguez, like a Leighton Vander Esch?
Rodriguez would be good for you guys.
Rodriguez, he's the smartest linebacker in the draft.
Oh,
He's
that's a hot take.
always his instincts are second to
How
none.
is his athletic ability? Is that
It's-
where
it's-
he
it's-
deducts him?
He's not the fastest guy, but he's pretty good. Like he runs a 4.5.
I'm okay with that. I'm not so much worried about the speed as like his hips, like his initial.
Well, I'll always say I'd rather have a smart linebacker and safety than an athletic one.
Yeah, because
Well, it's either because here's the
his
thing.
instincts are the best in this.
Because here's
year's
the
draft.
thing: Logan Wilson had elite instincts, was good for a bit, and then he. Do we have a pick at 41, or do you guys have a pick at 41?
RC, stay away from Rodriguez. Okay, the Bengals don't need a linebackers.
Oh
no, the Dolphins have 43.
Cowboys have next pick's what, 92?
92, unless they trade to go back down to the second round.
I think that's probably what's going to end up happening.
I think that's why they traded with the Eagles to get those extra fourth rounders.
I wonder why they didn't trade down again, though.
Maybe nobody was calling.
It's true.
So, assuming this is going to be a running back for Seattle, right?
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
McDonald is still there for the Bills. Okay, yeah, he is.
But which running back would you take? Do you take Jeremiah Love's backup?
Let me
Jadarian
see
Price?
who's available for running back.
I think it's the Notre Dame guy.
We have Jadarian Price there.
Price is good.
Mike Washington Jr.
Coleman, Washington,
Singleton.
Taylor.
Penn State. I don't think you got to I don't think any of these guys are like first round talents, I'd say, though. So, well, let's see.
The picks in for the Seattle Seahawks.
I believe the Seahawks have a second round pick, and I feel like they should go edge or corner now, and then second round you can take a running back for like a third round.
Yeah. Wow, 2-time cancer survivor. Good for him.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Who do the Seahawks pick?
If they do running back, it'd be cool if they pick Jadarian Price. Seeing him
Oh,
in
the thing is,
Just look at this. He's having an awesome time up there.
I love it.
Is this the first time that a starter and a backup running back have been this back-to-back top two running backs taken in a draft?
Oh, they did take Price. Okay, wow.
Yeah, you called it.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
But see, it doesn't surprise me because Seattle, every single season, they draft a running back. Every year. Every year.
Yo, does that mean you're not taking Zach Charbonnet in fantasy anymore, Nick?
I'm not taking any running back from
He's
Seattle.
not taking Walker already.
I'm gonna miss those calls. Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker are terrorists.
Dan Snyder loves himself as running backs.
As good as a Clint coach, I think Clint Kubiak will be for Las Vegas. Don't think he's going to be as good for my fantasy team. So fuck Clint Kubiak.
Well, that's the first round, boys.
All right.
Nice.
Biggest winners, biggest losers.
I think you have to go biggest winner. One of them being the Giants.
I think the Giants and the Cowboys.
Yeah, the Caleb Downs thing is still kind of surreal to me. I didn't think we were actually going to get
I
him.
still can't believe we got Caleb Downs.
Yeah, neither can I. I really like what the Bears did. I
The
thought
Bears got
I
very
think
good value
that's
in
a
Thielen
really
in
good
there.
pick by them. That's a really dangerous pick by them. Smart. Trying to
No.
think who else made a good pick.
I think the Chiefs are underrated winners of the draft for
Peter
sure.
Woods and Mansour Delaney.
Yeah,
I think
that's
they
unreal.
made out
Woods and
well.
Delaney, it gives them an opportunity to be good inside too, with their defensive tackle situation.
Right, and I wonder if they end up trading one of these other picks.
And then I think the Bucks are winners too.
Ruben Bain, good
Yeah,
pick.
keeping Ruben Bain there.
I
Yeah,
like
They
I
were
like
talking about
Commanders
them
too.
taking either Falk or trading down and taking Falk. So the fact that they didn't have to,
Unreal.
and you got Ruben Bain, who may be the best pass rusher in the draft. I'm thrilled with it.
and then who did Mesidor go to?
Who was it again?
LA Chargers.
That's a good pick by them.
I feel if we would have gotten Downs and Mesidor, I would have been like A++.
I would have been happy, but
That's an
I-
S tier draft. You already
I'm not
have
gonna-
an A+ draft.
I'm not gonna like down the 20th pick or the 23rd pick.
I don't know anything about him yet.
I don't. I from what I know, if Nick's on Spaces says he's good, then I'll take his word for it.
Yeah, you gotta ask Knicks.
And then I also agree with Christian Parker. Hey, let's give him a chance. He's good at looking at talent.
Yeah, I think he knows what he wants. Yeah, again,
And we got the best defensive end specialist. So
yeah, I'm happy with it. There's still a lot of work to be done in the defense, but got a lot
it's a
better
work in
tonight.
progress. It's a work. Hey, we got the best player in the draft. That's all that matters. And I never thought.
Now
it
I
was
will
gonna
say
happen.
this: we should trade up tomorrow, and I think I'd like to trade or sign Bobby, or trade for or sign a Bobby Wagner.
I'm sorry, RC. That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what's funny? That actually doesn't bother me because first of all, Joe Burrow cannot stay healthy. Second of all, no Miami Dolphins quarterback can stay healthy.
Well, neither could Tua.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy, we just would have wasted Joe Burrow anyway, so I don't even care. I'm glad he didn't get drafted by the Dolphins. At least you could have a little bit of success, make one Super Bowl run. He wasn't touching that in the Dolphins organization. This guy would have been dead.
Damn. Well, we all know that the Dolphins are looking to tank. So.
And who's the winners of the draft? Who's the losers? This is who I wrote for the winners: Giants, Cowboys, Chiefs, Bears.
Yep.
You had the Giants number 1?
No, not in specific
No,
order.
Yeah, and then losers, I had the Dolphins. Obviously, I had the Jets, and
I had the Jets just because they drafted a tight end when you just drafted a tight end in the second round.
and
last
David
year.
Bailey.
I would say the Steelers.
Marvell Reese is better than David Bailey. I think they picked the wrong. They're wrong. They fucked up their second round pick, and then they traded back in the first round to pick up Cooper. I was like, I feel like you could have waited and picked him later, but whatever.
I thought the Cooper pick was probably their best pick.
It was their best pick, but that's really not saying much because you don't think you could have got him in the second round. Like
No, because he was the next best receiver available. But I think the Bills would have, if the Bills were there, they probably would have picked him.
Is Boston not still there?
Who? Boston?
Boston was rated higher by most than Cooper.
Yeah.
Oh, you know who the biggest winner of the draft is? Ty Simpson.
Yeah, that's
Ty
the biggest
Simpson
winner.
is the biggest winner of the draft.
Yes. The fact that he got picked 13th overall is
Gets the
is
contract,
crazy.
gets the pedigree of being a top 15 first round pick. It gets to be in that situation. It's
So here
incredible.
we got a question here. Who should Buffalo pick tomorrow? Who do they pick tomorrow? What position are they at?
I
So,
think they should pick Terrell.
let's see, because they need a receiver. So
Do they? DJ
mean-
Moore, Shakir, they just picked Coleman a year ago. You know, you have to fight it out.
but are they going to keep Coleman? I mean,
Hmm.
they've been talks about them trading him.
But do you know who the corners back for the Bills are?
They do need corner help too.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Are they
And
going to
they're
have
not-
their press conference tonight, Jerry Jones and Steven?
Yeah, they usually have it here in a few minutes.
'Cause my
Yeah, they
wife-
have
I'll probably
Benford,
watch
and that's
it later.
it. The rest of their
I'll
guys
be
on
right
there
back, gentlemen.
terrible. But should we take McDonald? You know what? Not
I like
awful. I feel
McDonald.
like yeah, no. You guys still have, I guess where would he play? Where you have Ed Oliver on your D line. I don't think you have much else. That wouldn't be a bad pick either. You guys could always use that. Even an edge rusher.
Yeah.
I think the Bills are one of those teams that I hate to give Josh Allen credit, but that roster is always subpar. He elevates it a lot. I think when he makes mistakes, though, you see the impact of him so much more than another quarterback making a mistake because the rest of the team can't make up for it. He doesn't have a great. That defense is, it's coached well. There's some talent there, but I don't think there's no like star on that defense right now, and I think it's lacking that. And then on offense, we see it. They always have a great O line. Well, not but like decent, like 7 out of 10. They have a good running game, but they just don't have that superstar weapon on offense or defense. It's kind of Josh Allen is a superstar, and everyone else is below him. So I think, any talent you can get on that team is much needed. And I think,
I mean, you still got
D
Hunter there
line
too,
secondary.
the nose
Yeah.
tackle. But
Yeah.
if I'm Buffalo, maybe take a chance on McCoy.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
that's what I'm
McCoy is
saying.
still
That
the
could be
best
a star
corner,
player.
right?
Yeah, that's a guy we're talking about with star potential, and they don't have that. And I just
No.
think can't the only position they don't need a quarterback, they don't need a safety, but you could make an argument for almost every other position on that team.
Yeah, and even Hood, you can make an argument for him. I'm
Yeah.
surprised he's still available. I had him
Yeah,
as
I'm shocked. I thought Hood is better than Chris Johnson, but
especially because him playing in the SEC and with the other corner being with
Mhm.
McCoy being injured, Hood got all the reps last
He
year.
did, and
So
he showed
that's why his
yeah.
that's why his draft stock went up.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you guys could get there.
Oh, they also
But
don't need a tight end. Kincaid is good. Big fan of
Kincaid
him.
is good. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, when I watched the Dolphins dismantle the Bills, like dismantle in their second game, Buffalo just got exposed completely for their lack of surrounding cast. So they definitely need a little bit of help.
Yeah, you could definitely get a wide receiver in the third and the second round.
Yeah.
You don't have to reach because this year's draft, they're not really loaded in receivers. Next year though,
Yeah.
that's going to be the draft for receivers.
Yeah. Jeremiah Smith, you're coming home, buddy. Him and Arch Manning. I don't know how we're gonna get both, but we're gonna find a way. Whether we got to trade,
could you pull a New York Giants move or and possibly get another first round pick?
that's our only chance, bro. It's fucking Chop Robinson, send him away. If we can get, he's one of my favorite players on the team, by the way. If we can get a first round pick by sending someone, he can leave. Zach Sealer, Kenneth Grant. I know we just drafted him. Do whatever you can to get into that top 10. Just one more pick is all we trade. Whoever we can restart from the ground up with Arch Manning and Jeremiah Smith. I will spend so much more money on the team. I'm buying both their jerseys, and I'll be at least 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
Especially because I don't know if I've told you guys yes, but I'm moving to Toronto next Friday, so I'll be so much closer. Yeah, got a new job at EY, so I'll be so much closer to Miami, so I can go one direct flight finally, not from Edmonton again. So I'll be going to a few more games hopefully.
Good, definitely.
Yeah. So hey, Ceaz, maybe we'll check out Mason Taylor's next year when he comes down. I'll have to come down to see it.
No, we can get field tickets. Let me know. Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. But we can't tell him you're a Dolphin fan now.
I can. Well, you can tell him I hate the Dolphins.
You can switch jerseys, so when you go back to your seat.
You know what? I'll wear a Hurricanes jersey.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He's from LSU.
But you know what? Had to be Miami. At least he'll be. I'd rock an LSU jersey. I'd do it.
There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Or his dad's jersey.
Okay, that would work.
Okay, that'd work.
Well, so, what did you think? Who else is a winner here in this year's draft?
Washington. I think Sonny Styles.
I like the way they got Sonny Styles.
Yeah,
and I think because Dan Quinn, the way he molded Micah Parsons.
Yeah, he do
kind
that
of like the same player, right?
Yeah, and they're both really smart. And I noticed Sonny Styles. Also, what I like about him is he's smart because he transitioned from safety, and usually those guys who go from safety to linebacker have that little edge on IQ. They've played more positions. They can understand the field. They say safety is the quarterback of the defense. So the fact that he was there for a couple of years and he like developed and realized, oh, he can play in the linebacker. He's just a really versatile guy, and I think that's so valuable in today's game where you can move him around. He can, you're playing against a team who's got better tackles, better. You can put him on the inside if you need. It's just an amazing player. I love watching him play. So that's why I'm excited to see that. No, the NFC East all won. That division easily won the draft.
They literally won the draft.
Yeah,
I mean, Sonny Styles is a really good pick.
And then the AFC East
Washington.
was the worst draft by far.
Who?
Out of the division. The AFC East were the biggest losers. They were doing close.
Yeah, they're saying they think the Jets. I was just watching the TV out there. They said on ESPN they think the Jets won the draft. I think they did good. I think they could have done better. Like, I like the players they got, but I would have picked Arvell Reese over David Bailey.
Yep.
Kenyon Sadiq, I would have picked maybe Mekhi Lemon there.
Yeah, I think they should have easily picked Lemon there.
And then all of a sudden, then who is the tight end you pick? Do you think Sadiq falls to 30? Well, they dropped back into the draft,
Okay,
right?
not only they could have picked Lemon, they could have picked even Monroe, Freeling, like the fucking a tackle if they needed. They had Akeem. Oh, I guess they picked an edge. They don't need him. They could have picked I don't know, Caleb Banks, a D tackle. They just traded.
I don't think they needed a tight end either.
They didn't need a tight end.
I think that's what shocked me.
Yeah, it's not only that
they
didn't
could have gone Arvell Reese and Mekhi Lemon, and then if they wanted to trade up at the end of the third, at the end of the first, somebody fine. But did they trade up to get that first?
Yeah, they traded up. But my issue is, first of all, tight end is not a top 15 pick. Like, do you know how many tight ends get picked up?
At least this year's draft.
Yeah,
like
we're talking
there
about
wasn't
Brock
the
Bowers.
best tight ends aren't picked in the first round.
No. We're talking the only guys who did it were Brock Bowers and Kyle Pitts, who were generational in college. Like generational.
Yeah, but
like,
even then,
guys, like other guys
Pitts hasn't lived up to it.
So they fall, and I think they reached. It's okay.
Pitts hasn't lived up to it. Number one.
No, not at all.
Number two.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think personally, if the Jets came out of this draft with Arvell Reese and Mekhi Lemon, it's an A+.
Yeah, I agree.
It's an A+. I like the move for Philly. I think Philly could have went a little bit. I think they had better options than Lemon. Coming off the knee surgery, obviously.
I think the reason they picked Lemon
it's
is
AJ Brown. He's gone.
The writing's on the wall. He's
a Patriot.
They just traded. Who's the guy they just traded for? Dontavian Wicks. Did they trade for him?
Yeah,
dude. Wicks is a nobody. Sorry, he's not good.
No, he wasn't a nobody in Green Bay. Like
he's a gadget guy. He's gadgety. Like he's not a guy you can give 8 targets a game to. I think they're hoping.
Are you sure they traded for Dontavian Wicks?
Yeah, they traded for, and I think Lemon is a guy who can get 8 to 10 targets. And hot take, I don't think Devonta Smith is a true X receiver. He's so talented.
They need him to play more of the slot, move him around.
Yeah, but he can't take.
Well, just on Dontavian Wicks real quick. This is a guy, again, you already have Lemon. You already had Goddard, Smith, and Barkley coming into the draft. Dontavian Wicks is a guy, 3 seasons, 39 catches, 581, 4 touchdowns, 39 catches, 415 yards, 5 touchdowns, 30 catches, 332 yards, 2 touchdowns. Like a guy that, has been involved, right? Like this isn't just 17 catch, 150-yard gadget guy. Like this is a guy who's been involved at different points in Green Bay as their wide receiver room got deeper, got pushed out. Now you get Lemon. It's like, we know AJ Brown's gone because Dontavian Wicks is capable of being the number 3 receiver. We've seen he's been involved. It's going to be Lemon. It's going to be Smith. It's going to be Goddard. It's going to be Barkley. Those are the 4 guys. Wicks, some other guys will come in, obviously. I always worry with rookie wide receivers, especially in scenarios where they have to be the guy. Now, again, I think Mekhi Lemon is talented enough and maybe more of a friendly offense.
Unless you're a Justin Jefferson, unless you're a CeeDee Lamb.
Well, that draft was different. That was a generational wide receiver.
Very generational.
Receivers in general take about a year to 2 years for them to figure it out.
Yeah, I'll always say year 3 for wide receivers at breaking point.
Lemon, he's probably the number 3 guy on that offense. I put him ahead of Goddard. He needs to be better than Goddard. But it's like, it's Smith, it's Barkley, and then you could kind of split that number 3 option with Goddard and let him progress over the season. I do think there's going to be some struggles there, though. I mean, Malik Neighbors is a guy that went off as a guy. How many guys have we seen who go into the rookie season as a wide receiver, and they don't do the best. I mean, I'm looking here. I don't know how well Jordan Tyson's going to do. I like Tyler Shuck. I wonder. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you. I know that
I
that
feel like
developed.
Jordan Tyson he reminds me a lot of George Pickens. The only thing is, can he stay healthy?
Well, that's the thing with Lemon too. Didn't he have any
He
injury?
has some knee
Yeah,
thing too.
he had a knee injury too.
So,
But I believe Jordan Tyson had more injuries than any other player in this draft. He
yeah.
had like
And then
4
there's some
different
guys
injuries.
that are still left on this board here, like Jermon McCoy. Obviously, we know Emmanuel McNeil, Warren, Avion Terrell, Zion Young, Cassius Howell, Colton Hood, Anthony
Colton
Hill,
Hood is the dude. I'm surprised he's still there.
CJ Allen, Jacob Rodriguez.
But then again, we don't know what these players like, how their attitudes are and what their personalities are. So, I mean,
and I'm just going to read through some of these. I'm going to read through all of them. I believe this is the NFL, the pros and cons for each team. So this is what Todd Archer said. Why they picked them. Some people consider Downs the best player in the draft. Hold on a minute. Others have called him the safest pick in the draft. The Cowboys defense needs help all kinds. The Cowboys defense needs all kinds of help, and Downs can fill spots at safety. Most likely he will be their nickel defender, which is a huge importance for new coordinator Christian Parker. Downs can diagnose things quickly and is unafraid. Biggest question, there have been rumblings of a knee condition in the lead up to the draft, but he never missed a game in college. He didn't do testing at this combine or at his pro day, so there's no 40-yard dash time. But on film, there isn't much question about his speed. They said on Miami, on Caden Proctor, this was Marcel Luis Jaquez. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Proctor brings a massive size to the field at 6'7", 352 pounds.
Wait, how tall is he?
I'm not saying it. And gives Miami 2 of the biggest tackles in the league alongside Patrick Paul. The Dolphins want to run the ball, and Proctor is a mauler who can help them do so with no set starter at right guard and Austin Jackson's expiring contract at right tackle. Proctor could play both positions over the next 2 years. The biggest question is, where will he play? Played at the Crimson Tide, but it's unlikely he takes Paul. He played left tackle for Crimson Tide, but it's unlikely he takes Paul's job in Miami.
Yeah, no, he doesn't get close to Paul.
So, yeah, right guard would probably be the
Patrick Paul is actually a beauty.
And then they said for the 23 pick, a defense can never have enough pass rushers. This is speaking of Malachi Lawrence. Also, Todd Archer. The Cowboys traded for Rashawn Gary at the start of the offseason. Now they add Malachi Lawrence, the 23rd overall pick. He had 20 sacks in his career at UCF. It was an
that's really good.
12 selection in 2025. 1 year, he had 7 sacks and 11 tackles for loss. He is considered a high-energy run defender with the ability to chase down plays while also impacting the quarterback. The last time the Cowboys used 2
here,
first-round...
Nick, Jerry Jones is on.
Oh, fuck me, I guess. God. Where's Bill Clinton?
All right. Here, let me turn it
Odds
up.
of us picking Downs at this spot was, I still think they got us by percentage or point, but we beat some odds there to have him there.
Yep.
Classy of the deal, us Cowboys. You traded up. Can you just talk about the decisions? Do you think somebody else is going to come up and get him? We just want to make sure you got your guy.
Yes, definitely. He was a prize for us sitting there. He's a prize for us sitting there with the fives, without the fives. When it would absolutely cut your heart out, and we've had it done. I've had it done. I was just thinking of the times that we've been the next pick and had somebody move up and get him. And we had every reason to think that might be happening. And so wore it for several minutes there of, well, what if there's nobody there to get him? You spent some fives you didn't need to spend, and didn't like that feeling, so we spent them. Didn't want to lose him.
Todd Archer with ESPN. Can you talk about Lawrence and how you envision him fitting in this defense with Christian Parker?
Yeah, I think, we love the ability to rush the passer. We feel great about what we have with RG and Ezaraku, James Houston, but this guy's got tremendous upside. His first step quickness, Todd, is elite. The ability to turn his toe and run the edge, as we like to call it, is, we think, elite. And then, of course, the one thing I love about the guy is he has a innate ability to attack the football while he's attacking the quarterback. And then we feel like, you need athletic edge pieces in this defense, in this division, because of the quarterbacks you're going to see. Jackson Dart, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. And it's nice to have a guy in-house like Coach Brim that's been around him. But this is a guy we've been talking about a lot over the last, I'd say, week to 10 days, and had him in for a top 30, and really, really excited about getting the chance to get him.
Steven, in 2005, you had 2 first-round picks. You used them on defensive players in Ware and Spears. This year, moving to a 3-4 like then, you used 2 defensive players in Downs and Lawrence. Is this too much of a stretch?
Is Gary Jones drinking a margarita?
When you're making moves?
Well, I damn sure hope it works out that way,
Who knows?
because that worked out in a very positive way for us. And of course, that along with the rest of the draft, which we still got a lot of wood to chop in terms of the rest of the draft. But I do think we got 2 really good football players that, starting with Christian Parker, had a tremendous vision for what these guys could do for our defense. And I think that was so important to us that they could come in here and make a big difference. Obviously, Caleb, I think Downs has tons of versatility in terms of what he can do for us on the defensive side of the ball, whether it's playing in the nickel, being a corner, whether it's playing safety. He just brings so much versatility, and in a place where we need it. So not to mention what he's going to bring in terms of bringing culture and leadership, and really blending in with some of the guys that we have, which we feel so good about, that we've added just of late with Quintum and Kenny. I think we're really starting to build it the right way in terms of the football character and the culture that Coach Schottenheimer wants to build around here. And so anyway, I do think it's a great start. Obviously, Lawrence has very unique skills that I think can be a big part of what we're all about here, and feel great about him, and ready to roll up our sleeves and go back to work tomorrow.
John Machado with The Athletic for Will. When did kind of Caleb first get on your radar, and what stands out most to you about him?
When he was a freshman at Alabama, you saw him playing, and amongst all those guys, you saw somebody that was different. And then you get to see it another year, and then you get to go Ohio State, and hey, he's a difference-making type player, and we're very, very fortunate to get him. And I was surprised that he was there. And you look at the accolades, like when you hear Coach Saban and people talk about how smart he is, and then you talk about the importance of that. Like the other day, we were talking about how a brain works and how that fits into a defense where you have a guy that can do that. He's a multiplier. He's going to make other people better. So it was very easy to see, and I'm glad he's a Cowboy.
We had a big debate. Well, go ahead and talk to Will. And go ahead. I'm serious.
Do you like him regardless of what your scheme is, or do you maybe like him a little bit more because this fits what Christian's looking for?
He's a pressure player, so you would like him in any scheme. I think he adds value to the scheme because, the edge rush and some of the things that he can do, the multiplicity that he could provide for the defense. But number one's getting after the passer with speed and athleticism, and we think he can do that.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram. Downs during the draft process specifically, it's one thing to see him on the field, it's another thing to get him in the building. What stood out when you guys met with him, whether it be combine or here on the 30?
I'll speak, but everybody should address it because everybody had their thoughts. Our planning and discussion really focused in on either a corner or a safety that could get in the nickel. And he easily was the most obvious one that could get in the nickel for us. And we dared think that he might be there available for us. So number one, that strategically, that was very important. And then just to show you how things go, we spent, we had one player that we had a, let's say, heated discussion regarding before the draft today. and it was whether to the other player went way earlier than that, but it was Lawrence or the other player. So I'm not going to get involved with the other player because he's on another team now. But still, the bottom line is that we are really we really had a player in mind that we thought had tremendous upside, that fit us, and that we could accept the downside if there were any on him. And so the only thing we didn't do that we had hoped to do was to maybe take some more chances and let the decision on Lawrence go for about 8 or 10 more, and we trading and getting more picks so that we could add a pick player. And we all decided.
Is he talking about
Lawrence
Mesidor, you
decided
think?
For us too, because the trade our satisfaction wasn't there. So we really
definitely is
really
talking
had
about
these
Mesidor,
guys,
right?
as far as what
I
they
would
could
have to
do
think
for the
so, 'cause he went
defense.
right before
And
that.
if we were going to come out of here and not have addressed every hole that at least a personnel pitcher there could address after this draft, we tried real hard to get these two positions, as well as
Or maybe Ruben
another
Day,
position on
if he
defense.
kept
And
falling.
we
Maybe
couple
I wonder
shot
if they
it,
thought
but-
about drafting
And
up,
also this,
like
you know,
trading
Caleb
up
in
to
the
go get
interview,
him.
the
Like
cool
if he had
thing
made
for
it to
us is when you
17 or
bring,
18,
you
I
know,
think they
8
would
to
have
10
pulled the
guys
trigger
in,
there.
I
Nick,
think so too.
Move
you
92.
kind of figure
They
out
probably would have
who
taken
they
a chance.
follow. And it was very evident that, you know, Caleb's got that personality, that demeanor that the guys gravitate to him. I'm talking about the other players, other elite players around the country. And, you know, we had some fun competitions that he ended up winning. And it was cool to see him in that environment. And you see his personality, and you can see why he was able to play at such a high level as a freshman at Alabama, because he's wired the right way.
And when you guys gave up those 2 fifth-round picks, was it kind of a situation at 20 where you were maybe seeking a trade back to try to pick up more capital, or did it just kind of fall in your lap?
I think it was both. I mean, I think it's always nice. We felt like we could trade back a little, and you know, we obviously the guy we would have picked there, we ended up picking 3 picks later. It worked out for us, but we also had some other good football players that we had targeted that we could live with, and just feeling like picking up those 2 4s after giving up the 2 5s was a big deal for us. So I'd say both. We felt like we could still get our guy there where we got him at 23, and you know, obviously to back up the draft capital that we'd given up was a big deal. I mean, it actually improved our situation in terms of turning 2 compensatory 5s into 2 4s.
It's more fun getting football players when you got 2 number 1s. We've had it happen, and it's just more. It's a little more interesting. We've got to do this all the time.
Tommy Arch, DallasCowboys.com. Steven, you mentioned turning the 2 5s into 2 4s. How enticing is that? And is that something that you can maybe picture trying to pick up another day 2 pick like you guys mentioned the other day?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, what we don't want to do is give up, because we just don't feel that way philosophically. You don't want to be giving up 3 and 4 football players for 1 player. So, you know, that part of it's a challenge. But obviously to have draft capital is helpful. But still, you know, it'll be a challenge to, you know, get into that second round based on where we sit right now with our picks, and not unless you're willing to give up, you know, a handful of picks for 1 player. And that becomes you know, something that's a challenge for us, because philosophically we don't necessarily think that's the perfect thing to do. Would we totally rule it out? Absolutely not. We don't ever rule out anything.
And Will, you mentioned the other day that the depth in this class is 2nd to 5th rounds. Having 2 more 4th-round picks, what can that do for this roster?
I think you're going to add quality players, competition. We're going to strengthen the competition for roster spots on this roster. And if you increase the competition, Coach Schottenheimer increases the competition, that makes your team stronger top to bottom.
Patrick. Hey guys, Patrick Wilson, DallasCowboys.com. When it comes to Caleb Downs, obviously you guys are excited to have him, rightfully so. You guys have been kind of busy tonight, so I'm not sure that you know, but Darren Woodson, he went to social media and he celebrated the pick. What does it say for a kid like Caleb Downs to come into this organization and see a legend like Darren Woodson celebrate his addition?
just tells you about the young man and the impact that other people can see his impact on the field as well as off the field. When you get him on the stage and he talks about his reasoning why, and then you see him play football, that's what you want on your team.
For you, Shotty, obviously talk about culture building and Caleb Downs being in that mold and fitting that mold. When you look at Caleb Downs, adding him to a defense now led by Christian Parker and in a backfield that has like a Jalen Thompson and then the leader that he could be in that football acumen, what can this Cowboys secondary and just defense as a whole be in 2026, especially looking quickly to rebuild over 2025?
Yeah, well, I think it starts with that. We wanted to add guys like JT, PJ Locke to the secondary. You get a guy like Caleb Downs. He falls to where you can get him at 11, one of the top-rated guys on our board. You notice the command and the communication that he has, the control of that defense at Ohio State. He did it at Alabama. It gives you the flexibility. You're going to have moving pieces, how we want to play the safeties and do different things. And we feel like the one thing we know for sure is that Caleb will be down in the box and he'll be lurking and he'll be blitzing and he'll be filling B and C gaps. And, he's one of those tools that, when you game plan for a guy like that, you have to be aware of where he is because he can do so many things well. He can blitz well. He can fill the run well. He can cover really well. But it's not just that, Patrick. It's his control and command of the defense. This guy drove the defense at Ohio State. He made all the calls, made all the checks, and it was really, really cool talking to Matt Patricia and some of the guys we reached out to hear them talk about it was immediate. It was not, it took a little while. It was immediate.
Jane.
Jane Slater, NFL Network. ESPN came on and said there was a 12% chance that Caleb Downs would be there. What was the realistic percentage you guys had for him, and who's nudging who that here you are at 12, we need to pick up the phone, try to get something done for 11? Can you walk me through that process or how that played out in the draft room?
Well, I tell you, we thought it was a long shot that he would drop to there. I mean, he wasn't one of the guys that we felt like would drop. He was obviously somebody we'd be jumping up and down if he was there. And I would say all of us were tapping everybody saying, hey, we need to think about this. And that's why we were willing to, give up 2 5s to move one spot to secure it.
Yeah. The real tester is we're there. Are they going to keep him? Are they going to not draft him, who we traded with? They weren't, or they wouldn't have been on the phone really talking with us if that's who they were going to pick. So what could happen is what has happened, at least in my experience, double handfuls of time, is somebody trades right up in front of you and gets your player. And that was it, pure and simple. We bought big time insurance. We think that much of him. Said, man, here he is in our hands. We got him. Let's go ahead and spend it and come back around and get it back another way. But we bought a big time insurance policy that somebody wasn't sitting there ready to trade up in front of us.
My next one real quick was that Caleb talked about playing putt-putt with you in your office. Shotty, how do you initiate a game of putt-putt with a prospect? And what do you learn about someone like that when you're going through just like a simple little game and interacting with them in a competitive way?
Well, he talked about that he had just started playing, and he's very competitive. Like I said, the night before he had won the game of knockout that we played with all the guys. And so when he started saying that he was new to golf, I thought for sure I could beat him, and I didn't. But, again, you want to get these guys in an environment where it's not just a coach sitting across from a player. You want to get them to be their true, authentic self. And I say this very humbly, he beat me. And he reminded me of that tonight on the phone, which kind of sucked. But it shows you a lot. I mean, here's a guy coming into an environment, he's spending time with the head coach and the Joneses and Will McClay, and to be able to be that comfortable in an environment where he's looking around at this amazing facility. It was really cool to see him just be who he was.
Did he tell you what his handicap is?
He's not very good. He didn't tell me what it was, but he says he's not very good. He says he's new to the game. So,
Scott.
Leonard Dixon with the AP. This is for whichever one of you all would like to address it. In the portal era, staying 4 years at one school seems unusual. How much of that is a factor when you're talking about a guy that's stayed at UCF all 4 years?
it's part of it. It's one of the things we talk about when you talk about the character and where they're from and what happens. You talk about the situations. Yes, he was offered more money to go different places and he decided to stay there. You ask him what his reasoning is and it tells you a little bit about the player. So that was something that was in the consideration too. We do have to think about it, and that is something that we discuss.
And Shotty, you were not here in 2020 when CD fell to these guys. What was your reaction when Caleb is still there and still there and still there?
I think the cool thing was how swiftly, these guys to my left acted. And like I said, we had a high grade on this guy. We think he's a multiplier. We think the versatility that he brings to the defense is incredible, and how quickly these guys reacted. And so we have a chance to go get what we think is a difference maker. And it was very surgical.
I asked Shotty to make a list when he goes home tonight or tomorrow night. And I want you to make a list who you think you're going to be sick to your stomach that we didn't get into next week. Make that list right now. And of course, obviously, he was second on the list, and it didn't have it in order. But the point is, you put 4 of them on there, and he was one of the 4 that come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you come out here, because we've been looking at 100 and some 200, 300 players. There's not going to be but about 4 or 5 of them out here that we drafted, and then we'll have some free agents. It isn't what you see in the draft. It's what you end up with that you're going to build a team around out there. And so you've got to kind of look ahead and say, well, I'll be sick if we don't have him, or can I live with it? And he was on your can't live with.
He was.
If he had a chance to get him, I couldn't live without getting him.
Would have been disappointed, but he's a Cowboy.
Joe White.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. Brian, the way you talk about Caleb Downs and the way that people gravitate to him, it kind of sounds like how you talked about Tyler Booker last year in the pre-draft process. I'm just curious, how much did maybe those interactions with Tyler Booker and how you guys looked at Caleb Downs kind of mirror each other a year later?
It's interesting, Joe. Like I did not talk to Tyler about Caleb, but my phone started blowing up when we made the selection of Caleb, and the very first text I got was from Tyler Booker, and he was ecstatic. He's like, this guy is different. And so you guys all know how much we love T-Book and what he's brought to this team and this offense. And we expect the same thing from Caleb.
And then, Stephen, news broke before the night that George Pickens intends to sign his franchise tag, which would open up the possibility to be moved if possible. Has anything changed in your guys' expectations that he'll be a Cowboy in 2026?
Nothing. We have no intention of moving George. It obviously, in our mind, we're fired up about it, and he's ready to come in here and sign his tender. And in our mind, that means go to work. Now, we'll see. And but no, so far everything's been outstanding. Our communication with George, Coach Schottenheimer, Jerry, our communication with David Mulligetta has been very cordial and upbeat. So we've got every reason in the world to believe that hopefully he's ready to go to work. And but we have zero intention of moving George Pickens.
Todd.
Brian, we don't get to talk to Christian Parker tonight, but just curious, we've asked you a lot about Caleb Downs. What is, for Christian Parker with the defensive background and everything, what is the vision that he shared of how excited was he about getting Caleb Downs?
Yeah, I think it goes to, I've talked about the versatility, but you're talking about a guy that we see playing multiple spots. Starting point for him is going to be playing nickel for us. You get a guy like that is that physical and that athletic, and he's got the ability to cover receivers and tight ends and also play the run, and more importantly, drive the defense and make the calls. But he also can do multiple other things. And, the biggest thing that CP said to me is actually funny, but when we got Caleb, he told me, Jerry, he said, hey, now I'll buy a house. So he hasn't bought a house yet. He's been busy. He's been grinding on film, but getting a guy like Caleb made him comfortable. I don't think he's bought it yet, but the next couple of days, he said he's ready to buy a house.
And he's got a unique way. He does this thing where he messages you. He's trying to get you to think his thoughts. So he's been sending me pictures of Caleb and even Malachi all week. So. He just sends me pictures of the player just doing something. It
means that he really likes him.
Yeah, just send it in the morning so it's on your mind. Every morning it would be on your.
Will's into pictures.
Oh.
little manifestation, I think. Yeah, like the more I talk about Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence, the more these guys to my left will make those decisions.
Jerry, on the conference call with us, both players mentioned they don't have to pay state income tax. Is that something that you sell them on, pitch them on, or do you make sure the prospects that you visit know that?
Almost across the board, no agent will recognize the Texas sales tax advantage. And of course, I like to point out that that's just not thinking if you don't realize that if you make it in Texas, different making it in New York.
I will say this, that's the benefit of NIL. These guys are now paying taxes, and so they understand it when they aren't going to be paying state taxes.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Jerry, you talked about kind of realizing when Jordan Lewis was gone, just the value of that nickel spot. How much was that on your downs here?
Very much. I've been brainwashed over how bad we need a nickel around here this whole spring and summer. So really have, and it is a big thing for us. And we had looked for combinations, as I said earlier. Was it going to be a corner nickel or was it going to be a safety nickel? We didn't know it was going to be quarterback of the defense nickel, and that's what you got here. And so that's what had us all on our feet when it got close. Is my goodness, look what we can, as Shotty just outlined, what it can be. But Will, I don't think it's out of bounds at all to say, boy, we went into this thing nickel oriented this time on terms of. I'm going to say my past and looking at cover corners or looking at safeties or safeties at free safeties, strongs, all of that. This was one that really puts a premium on the fact that we feel very good about what he does for us at that spot. And these guys are making that a cornerstone of had it right up there with pressure player. Right there with pressure players when it came to, okay, guys, let's position rate them, which would be the biggest impact.
You said quarterback and defense, I'm going to jump in. Could be the green dot?
No, it'll probably be one of the linebackers, but the nickel's going to make a ton of calls. He's going to drive the communication. He handles all the change of strength motions, whether we travel, whether we don't. But what you love about what he does, Clarence, is you see it on the film at Ohio State. Not only does he speak, but he's not asking for anybody else's opinion. He's making the call, and it's what you're doing.
Kevin.
Kevin Sherrington, Dallas Morning News. Jerry, is Caleb the best safety you've drafted since Woodson?
Well, I'll tell you, we, Darren had played linebacker and then went back to safety. I don't think we could have imagined the impact that Darren Woodson would have had on that team. Now, there's some others we had a Roy Williams come in and play with, but Darren, through the years, had such a leadership quality. And what I would point to anybody that is entering the NFL as Roy Williams, not Roy Williams, but certainly as Woodson as an example, look at what he is after football. Now that's impressive. And, but it's the same logic, same rationale, same judgment, leader by example. And then of course he outworked everybody. So he'd be, if we get Darren Woodson out of him, should really put a red letter around this day. Yeah. But I can't say enough about how that would remind me of that. Let me say this. No compunction whatsoever in my mind about taking after doing all the trading we've done to get these picks. And we have. And we've taken some lumps for having these extra picks and the whole deal that got us here. I couldn't be more rewarded than have Downs with one of those picks come in here. Because he is a big time. He covers a lot of ground other than just the position we're going to have him on a defensive play. So I really did have a big, good inside feeling when we were able to get a player like that with the fruits of our labor. Extra picks.
Jonah Javad, WFAA. Jerry, at what point in the top 10, or I guess this is for any of you,
At what point in the top 10 did you kind of perk up and think, we might be able to get Caleb? Was there a stage there in the top 5?
When we got down to the just one left to, we were trying to trade. We were really working trades all along from the get-go there in the first round. But I really wouldn't have bet the house. Well, I didn't. We didn't. We gave 2 5s to simply make sure that nobody would come up ahead of us. We really knew they weren't going to take him. And that just shows you really in so many ways. You say, well, they're not going to take him or you wouldn't be going through all this arduous trading. But there he was still sitting there. Well, what gets you there? Again, I say it's happened. Somebody just steps in there and offers them a big 3. Next thing you know, Downs is gone. And so that really was a very conscious decision to trade those 2 5s to be sure we had him. And we felt pretty good they weren't going to take him.
Was there an attempt to go up earlier in the top 10?
We had conversations.
Yeah. But
those fell apart.
But he would have been, I think it's fair to say that him and one other would have been the only reason to go up for us. Fair? But it's kind of fair.
Yes.
I think it was him and one other were the only reason we said we're not going up.
Especially once
he's not still there.
Top 5 picks went.
Yeah.
I mean, was there a player in that top 5 when they went? Did that kind of change the mindset of Downs when they fall to us or foul? No.
Well, the offensive guys going that early help.
Receivers, it changed the math a little bit, and so the percentages changed based on what other people did. But people can still come up and get a very quality player, so that's why we were, biting our nails. So
when we were 2 picks out with all that can happen, people coming in and trading and getting in front of you. When we were 2 picks out, I wasn't thinking 12% odds or anything like that. I just said, because everybody's pretty much looking, we've got to assume that have evaluated him and have talked to the same coaches we talked to, and everybody pretty much looking at the same kind of player. And so you've got to assume that he's probably going to be the next one off the board. But again, that's what motivated us. We could have said, you know what, we're down here now. Nobody's going to come in front of us. So what? We don't get him. We're going down the road. But
And that was Jerry Jones' press conference. That was a little bit of what he had to say. There's some interesting takes there. But it looks like they had Caleb Downs on their mind the whole time. So he was one of the players that they were going to trade up for, and there was another player who they did not mention we were going to trade up for. So that's very interesting. It just goes to show you how crazy the draft is. Dallas did their diligence, and the draft gods ended up doing what they needed to do. The draft ended up falling to their hands, and as soon as he was there in front of Miami, they knew Miami wasn't going to pick him, but they were afraid of maybe somebody else coming in, swooping in, and taking him. So, interesting there, Nick.
Yep.
I mean, who do you think is the other player that they would have traded up to get? Because they were talking about there was another player they were thinking of getting.
I wonder if when Arvell Reese was dropping, that they're like, if he gets past New York,
the Giants, right?
If he gets past the Giants, do they go to 6 and get Arvell Reese?
Right.
I have to think that.
It has to be, right?
I mean, you would have to think that, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
I don't know.
it's crazy. I'm still like, this is insane. How does this look? How does this look right now?
Love it.
I mean, I'm still in shock.
I am too. It's a little bit surreal.
And I kind of want to take a look too. Let's go. Let's take a look at Twitter's reaction. There's a couple of things I want to share. I put it in the chat here. Here we go. Here is Malik Neighbors.
Oh, bro.
Reaction.
Carefully.
Right next to Micah Parsons.
He looked like me on draft day last year.
He does. He does.
Hey, I'm glad I'm out that division, bro. I'm glad I'm out that division, bro.
I'd rather get him than play against him.
Oh my god.
And the fact that it's like the very next pick. Like you guys were up on the clock. And
I even told him, I said, I'm coming get you.
Hey, bro, you know
How
what?
did that
Can we talk about that for a second?
That he's gonna be on
Why did the Giants pass on him?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I wonder if the plan was to take Downs at 5 and Mayoga at 10, and then Arvel Reese dropped to them, and they're like, you know what, Arvel Reese, we're gonna.
I think the Reese dropping, just the Giants were like, "Fuck, we can't drop, we can't pass up on Reese."
Because I don't even think that was on their board. I think it was Styles and fucking, which Sonny Styles went to Washington. You haven't heard anybody talk about him all night, right?
But he's Sonny Styles. There's a lot of people that had him 24, maybe even second round.
Right.
So he's not. Reese and Downs were by far the two best players in this draft, I think.
Yeah.
And then Ruben Bay maybe third.
Well, I'm looking here. I'm just putting together this little list here. Write this down. Cowboys, I think there's still a lot of work to do. If you get a linebacker, then like a starting linebacker, then it can start to change a bit. How much better do you think this defense is, not only this year, but next year? How good can it be next year?
Yeah, but we lose one of the first round picks next year, but we still
I'm
have
okay
a
with it.
pick.
You still have one. Like, do you expect playoff
Oh,
run?
by far. I think we're
This
a playoff
year?
team now. Yeah.
Okay, no.
I think we're a playoff team
What
now
can we do in the
because,
play? How far can we go?
okay, first of all, what happened when we lost Jordan Lewis?
Fell apart.
We didn't have the nickel corner and they talked
And
about
I will
it
say
in the-
we're built a little bit differently up front now.
Yes, we got Quinnen Williams. So get this. I want to show you this. It's freaking crazy. And Kirby actually posted it in our chat. Shouts out to Kirby. Here we go. Let me see.
Which, by the way, who's the guy we got from LA, the defensive tackle, the nose tackle?
From LA?
The Chargers.
Oh, yes, the Chargers. He's more of like a stay-at-home nose tackle.
Yeah, which he's a good player.
A good zero
Starter.
technique. Yes. So, like, he's one of those guys that's going to stuff the run.
Okay, so this is what I have so far. For Sean Gary, PJ Locke, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, Jalen Thompson, Kobe Durant, and this other guy from LA. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 players right there. I would say Gary, Downs, Thompson.
Check this.
You could probably put what? Kobe Durant, Lawrence, and Locke in there too.
Take a look at this. Green Bay gets Micah Parsons in that trade. Here's what the Dallas Cowboys get.
Yeah.
Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, Malachi Lawrence.
You got a whole defensive line basically
for Micah Parsons' contract. I would say this is. I think the Cowboys win on this.
Yeah. I'm looking at some of the new guys we've got in. You think Rashawn Gary, Caleb Downs, Jalen Thompson are going to have instant impacts. I'm hoping Kobe Durant and Malachi Lawrence do as well.
Well, Durant is a good.
He's a starting cornerback in
He's
the
a
NFL.
starting corner. He's played all 4 years.
So it's like you get some much needed help. You get 3 new pieces in that secondary. Well, 4, right? You have Thompson,
Or
Durant,
our
Downs,
secondary is
Locke.
like, yeah. And don't forget
PJ Locke.
Locke, yep.
So I'm looking at this and like that's 4 guys in the secondary. I'm going to be honest with you. I think the secondaries, if Siobhan Ravel can really take the next step, then I'm looking at this back end, the back end of the secondary. I'm like, I don't want to sit here. Like Caesar, the goal should be to win a Super Bowl. How
Yeah.
far realistically do you think we are?
Right now, the goal should be getting to the NFC title game.
Okay, so you think that's a possibility with the rest of this offseason?
Yeah, especially with the way our offense was, and with George Pickens signing that franchise tag, that is huge. Jerry,
Like I'm just looking at this. Like I'm looking. You have 6, maybe 7 new starters with probably 1 or 2 more on the way.
Look at last year. The New England Patriots had 30
Plus,
new
here's the
players.
other thing, Caesar. You probably have 2 or 3 guys at the depth positions that they're young guys like Ravel and some other guys that can take the next step. So you're looking at this and be like, from the start of last season, you could probably have
This is a whole new secondary.
It's a whole new
Besides Bland.
secondary. I'm looking at this. There's probably 7 new starters on this, 5 to 7 new starters on this defense right now.
Yeah.
Including Ezeraku, and he's going into his 2nd year. So you're hoping him and Siobhan Ravel can take the next step.
Look, and the thing is, look, we could end up getting Bobby Wagner if all else fails. Let's say they don't
starting caliber linebacker.
Let's say the Cowboys can't get a linebacker.
Yeah.
Right, for some odd reason. And for some reason they don't get a linebacker in this draft. I think they will. There's going to be plenty of linebackers.
Do you think they trade up tomorrow?
The way that Jerry and Steven said that they needed more players, they want more players.
So they're kind of they're going to sign Bobby Wagner, and then they're going to draft 4 or 5 more players, and two of them make an impact.
Yeah.
So let's say this hypothetically, I have the 7 players I just named.
Now there could still be a possibility we trade that 3rd pick for Miami to get Booker.
That would be interesting. Okay, so I'm kind of running it down like right here.
Yeah.
Rashawn Gary, PJ Locke, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, who you think's a day 1 starter, by the way?
Yes.
Jalen Thompson, Kobe Durant, this guy from LA Chargers, and Bobby Wagner. Hypothetically, that's 8 new players. Let's say of the 6 remaining picks, 2 of them don't really do anything. 1 of them is a depth player. 1 of them a fringe starter. The other one makes an impact. Like 1 or 2 of them start like late round picks make an impact. You're getting the 9, 10 new impact guys inserted into your defensive lineup.
Side. Yeah. And
so there's a lot of new blood, much better players, better depth. I mean, I'm sitting here like, I think we could have gotten a little bit of a higher end guy for that defensive line, but it's like when you have Clark and Quinnen Williams, and then you're hoping Malachi Lawrence. But to me,
I don't mind that.
I didn't think we were getting Jalen Thompson and Caleb Downs.
No.
And
I
then
don't
you have
think
PJ,
they did either.
And then you have PJ Locke. So now it's like I'm sitting here looking at the front 7. Meanwhile, I think our secondary is 10 times better. Our secondary, if Deron Bland can bounce back, you have him, Downs, and Kobe Durant with Jalen Thompson and PJ Locke back there. That to me is okay.
Yeah.
And then hopefully Siobhan Ravel takes a step up. And then on the front, you get Lawrence, Gary, maybe hopefully Bobby Wagner, maybe another guy. With our offense, and hopefully some guy surprising us.
Is be what 20th in middle of the pack.
Who?
Dallas Cowboys defense. All we have
Where
to
do you think they'll finish?
If we can get to 20th at least.
I think the thing is, I want to be able to have a good enough defense where like we can go on a run. Right, that's the goal.
Next year,
I'm looking at next year. I think would be the year. I agree with you on that. But I'm looking at this year. It's like if we get to 17th or 18th, which, I mean, we've added 7. It's going to be more, but we've already added 7 new players and a new defensive staff. I'm looking at this like, how do you not improve?
Yeah. I mean, they did a great job, and I'm just.
I think this all is encapsulated. Caleb
No,
Downs is going to change the defense.
And he is.
He's
I
going to
think he is.
change the defense. That's like two players right there.
The fact that Darren Woodson posted a video of him being hyped up, that goes to tell you, like,
I'm just going to say this, and I'm not sitting here. Micah Parsons, incredible player, but the fact that you're able to open up money to go get Kenny Clark and Quinton Williams, and hopefully Malachi Lawrence becomes something, and then you get Caleb Downs as the new kind of centerpiece of your defense. I mean, generational safeties help, and that's what he's been talked about. I never thought that we'd be able to get just hearing them talk about Caleb Downs. Like usually we're listening to them talk about some guy that's a little bit off the board, like maybe a little bit 5-6 spots down, or we're listening to them talk about an offensive lineman that they really liked.
Yeah.
Right. This is a guy that's going to come in and make an instant impact. I'm looking at Rashawn Gary, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, Jalen Thompson, Kobe Durant. Good high level, some not. Good starters into this team. Hopefully some pop off for us, and we'll see. But if we get a linebacker like Bobby Wagner, whoever we draft, that's 8 to 10 new pieces on this defense that weren't here last year. So, and they're going to be starters. Like Kobe Durant, I know it's like whatever, Caesar. He's a veteran starter.
Yeah. And
Which is what we didn't have last year.
You still have a chance to even trade for the linebacker in Minnesota. Because if they
mean the Grenard?
Yeah.
Well, that would be an elite thing then. Then you'd really change it.
So you still have a chance to do that after the draft. Because if Minnesota, remember, they still have they have a draft pick, and if they get Rodriguez for some reason, and they think Grenard's not going to be in their work.
Well, Grenard's a defensive end, isn't he?
No, Grenard's a defensive end, but there's a linebacker there that I know Minnesota might be willing to part ways. Miami's looking to trade probably Booker because they want to go for as many draft picks next year as possible.
Yeah.
Wait
a minute here.
All right, so let's take a listen to what Emmanuel Otto. He loved the pick, and he normally shits on Dallas all the time because he's an Eagle.
Yep. Turn it on.
Oh, hold on.
I do not care about position. Caleb Downs is the best player in the draft. Caleb Downs can play in the nickel, and he can blitz from the nickel. Caleb Downs can play at the safety. There is not a more cerebral defensive player, plus physical defensive player, plus instinctual defensive player, plus impact defensive player than Caleb Downs. There is not a more prototypical player per his position than Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs, to me, is the most pro-ready day one starter in the entirety of the draft. And I will give you all this one better. And this is the argument that ends all arguments, Cowboys fans. There is no other player in this draft besides Caleb Downs that could come in and start on every single team. You think about the team, he would start. Think about the best defenses, he would start. Houston Texans, he would start. New England Patriots, he would start. Seattle Seahawks, he would start. Baltimore Ravens, he would start. Caleb Downs is as pro-ready of a prospect as you can find coming out of college. For the sake of argument, I will simply focus on defense. He is by far and away the best defensive player in the draft, and the Cowboys were able to get him at pick 11 moving up. Bravo, Jerry Jones. Bravo, Cowboys fans. Y'all better be turned up in Frisco at the Star. Let's get it.
I mean, the fact that he fell that's just I'm still blown away, Nick.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I didn't think this caliber of player, and it's like we've been close at this particular position. Derwin James, it comes to mind. Kyle Hamilton comes to mind. Not that we were really close on him, but those are guys. It's like, if we
difference
just
makers,
a couple different, because there's like the safeties.
When's the last time we had a player that besides Micah Parsons, before Micah Parsons, that teams had to game plan around?
Zach Martin. I mean,
exactly.
Zach Martin. I mean, you consider CeeDee Lamb that he dropped to us, right? Like, I'm just saying, and look, Zach Martin's going to be a Hall of Famer. Micah Parsons, a damn good player, a generational player. CeeDee Lamb's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. Like the people I'm talking about, Caesar, these are like rare first round picks we've been able to bring in. He's automatically in that Lamb Parsons kind of expectation tier, right? It's that the pedigree of him coming in is as high as it was for those guys, if not higher. I just think it really is kind of shocking. It's incredible. And we've been really close at this position for a long time. I mean, we haven't been able to pull off the trade for Jamal Adams.
Nope.
The thing with Derwin James, he dropped not far enough. Kyle Hamilton, he dropped not far enough. There's been these ultra talented safeties that for some reason have dropped, and those teams have been the beneficiary of it. And we've never been in the right spot at the right time, and we finally were for this one. So this is the steal of the draft. Everybody knows that, right? And I'm really excited. I mean, I'm looking here. We have 7 new defensive players. I hope one of them is going to be a damn good player right away, immediately. And we're adding 1 to 3 more pieces that are going to come in on day one and make an impact. So I'm looking at it. We're going to have 8 to 10 new day one impact pieces, starting level players on this defense. And the offense can pick it up and keep it going. I'm excited to see what Christian Parker, by the way, can do with all this new infused talent. It's going to be exciting.
And here's a clip here of Malachi Lawrence, who we haven't really seen. Here's Eric Galacco saying, Cowboy fans, you've landed an ascending elite athlete edge rusher who can help your pass rush immediately. Lawrence is a 99th percentile elite athlete and is a special combo of an elite first step, elite athletic upside, and finishing ability on the quarterback. Slam dunk first round pick and athleticism. Character can be a pillar for the Dallas Cowboys for a long time.
Yeah, I'm very happy with these picks.
That's good. That's good. And we don't really know much about him. I'm gonna watch some film tonight.
Right.
And honestly, if Christian Parker likes him, I'm gonna go ahead and give the okay because
I mean, Christian Parker's got already the talent we had on defense, plus 7 new pieces coming in.
And at this point, we got the best player in the draft.
Yeah. So Malachi Lawrence, if he comes in and becomes a good, just 6 to 8 sacks, like in his, and I don't know if we'll do that year one.
And imagine this. Think of this as a second round pick.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. You can't get me upset when we drafted Caleb Downs. Now, I've seen some people throw out the hypothetical, well, what if we took Reuben Bain and then Dylan Tianneman? I would have been very happy with that as well. That probably would have been my number 2 choice. I like Lawrence enough to where Downs just kind of takes the cake for me.
Yeah.
And what would your thoughts have been on Bain Tianneman draft at 12 and 20? Caesar.
Say that again?
But if we had went Bain and Tianneman, what grade would you have given that?
I would have said that would have been an A, B plus, A, kind of like
I would say an A.
Yeah.
I think this is an A too.
I think this is an A plus.
Yeah.
Just because of what I think Caleb Downs brings you.
And you took the best player available. I mean, you took the best player in the draft. Is it Reuben Bain?
Josh Mosier just texted me. He's like, I love Downs. I think he's going to be an Eric Berry.
We're okay with that.
I mean, I loved Eric Berry back in the Kansas City days, right?
That's another guy the Cowboys were thinking about trading for. Remember, way back then. Never ended up coming to fruition. Obviously, the biggest story still from this is middle linebacker is a huge need. I would still say edge rusher, maybe. Like in my ideal world, I'd like 3 or 4 new guys to come in, but I want a linebacker. And then if you want, I get 1 or 2 more players at different positions. For me, it'd be edge rusher. You could say corner, whatever. I'd be okay with that either. There's some decent corners. Let me see who's available still in free agency. There's still some of those veterans that could come in and make an impact in free agency. So let's see. NHL free agents. Not NHL, NFL. Fuck. NFL free agents. So these are some of the players that are still
Yeah,
available.
who's available for linebacker? I'd like to see. I know what Bobby Wagner.
Well, I'll tell you this: Joey Bosa is available at edge rusher.
That's right. We could still get him.
I'd be okay with a guy like that.
He's been more of a journeyman. Been bouncing around the last couple of years.
Let's
but
see.
He
Bobby
did really good.
Wagner at linebacker. Hassan Reddick.
Okay.
That's really it. What are your thoughts on bringing back Jadeveon Clowney? I know we might not be the best schematic fit, but he says he'll play in any system when he was working out. But you think they've closed the door on bringing him back?
No, I think he'd be a good depth guy.
Yeah, I would be okay with so maybe Bobby Wagner, Jadeveon Clowney, and then whatever you get with this 3rd round pick, you could trade up into the 2nd or trade it for somebody.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And there's still possibility of you trading maybe a future pick next year.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking, are they going to pull the trigger on that? Because I think they really want to maximize these next 2-3 seasons to try to get the ultimate goal, right? I mean, I think there's a potential for it. Obviously, football changes a lot quicker than hockey. So you need to maximize the window when you can. And I think the offense is good enough. And if you're able to finish off a solid offseason here with the defense, you end up bringing in talent this year, take a step this year. Next year, I think next season, Caesar, is the year we need to lock down everything on defense, roster construction wise, and go for it. But then the Pickens questions next year also, right?
I'm okay with it because next year's wide receiver class is supposed to be really good.
So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it'll give you the option of trading the guy for first, right?
Yeah. Let's say, and, Pickens says he's going to play on the deal. That's the rumor.
By the way, John Machota just tweeted, sounds like it's actually 3 players the Cowboys would have traded up for: David Bailey, Arvell Reese, and Caleb Downs. So if that doesn't tell you about the tier of, I know Arvell Reese went 5, but I think
if he drops to 6,
we go get him.
Yeah.
I know Arvell Reese went 5, but you're honestly saying here, coming into the draft, Arvell Reese was a top 3 pick, as is David Bailey. So they're saying there's only 3 players they would have traded up for.
Yep.
And 2 of them were supposed to go in the top 3. 2 of them went top 5. The other guy fell to us. And we realistically, Caesar, if we would have traded to go get him at 9, I wouldn't have been upset.
No, I wouldn't either.
So we'll see. We have a lot of talking with Curb to do. I mean, he is probably stoked right now.
Is he home yet?
I don't know. We'll have to find that out.
I mean, he can hop on here with us. Just ask Josh Moser if he wants to hop on. He's driving home. But yeah.
Also of note, Stephen Jones, 0 intention of moving George Pickens, so everybody can put that
I
correct.
know. There was people sending me messages. Oh, see, they're going to trade him. They're going to trade him. Watch. I'm like, no, they're not. That just means he's going to play on the tag.
Well, here's the thing. Also, I'll say this before I say that. Today, they got George Pickens' thing done. They drafted Caleb Downs. They were able to trade down, get some extra picks, draft a guy who they like in Malachi Lawrence. They made their defense exponentially better, and they secured the biggest question and ended that problem for the rest of the offseason. It was a very productive day for Dallas. And
it's very productive.
Very productive day. And I will also say here, PFF Nikki, I'm sure you know who this is, Caesar. No. Okay, whatever. Says Dallas has 92, 112, 114, 137, and 152. They have 5 day 3 and day 4 picks.
That's huge. Getting those 2 fourth-round picks are huge.
What?
Getting those 2 fourth-round picks from the Eagles are huge.
Correct. So I'm starting to think Do you package 92 and 112 and 152 and go trade into like the top 60 and go get another guy? I'm thinking I think you have to, because then you'd still have 114 and 137. So you'd be basically have 11, 23, let's say 58, 114 and 137.
Yep.
And then you have whatever. And then if at 137, you want to say, hey, let's trade back for a seventh to like 146 or whatever. Then it's okay. When you have 146, 202 and 212 or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you still end up making 7, 8, or 8 selections, but you're maximizing 3 picks in the top 60. And then you're still getting some value there in the middle to late rounds, including, like I just said, there is options available in free agency. So I still think, and obviously trade options, I think there's a potential for 1 to 3 more players to come in on the defense. And I think they've done a lot already. And the fact that they're going to do more is exciting. And they brought in a damn good safety. 2 damn good safeties.
True.
I
Yeah,
hope they bring in another.
I keep forgetting about Johnson. I keep forgetting him, and he was an All-Pro player as well. So
And Rashawn Gary, a veteran, good like pass rusher. I'm hoping one of the other guys we bring in is another bigger name impact guy. I think it will be, obviously, whether that be via the draft or whoever. But yeah, let me call Kirby here. Let's see if he wants to hop on.
all right. While you call him, I'm gonna play what Nick Saban had to say on Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs made more plays in college than anybody in the draft. All right, so if he makes that many plays in the NFL, I mean, what's the capability gap? I mean, how much
we think we're at
better can he get?
Okay, so what have you seen through his college career, and what are you excited to say about him tomorrow night whenever he gets drafted in the first round?
Well, I would say that when he played for us as a freshman, he would have been the first safety taken in the draft. I mean, the guy is so instinctive. He's got really good ability. He is a phenomenal person, and he is a football junkie, and he is just so instinctive on the field and such a fast reactor. Now, he plays better. Everybody questions whether he can play in a deep part of the field. He can play in a deep part of the field, but when he's in a deep part of the field and he comes downhill, he's going to bust your ass. I mean,
he thumps.
There we go. I mean,
that says it all right there.
and you could probably say that Nick Saban's biased because he coached him and all that, but he's also
I just
coached a
saying,
lot
if
of
that,
these
first
players.
of all, everybody knows how good Caleb Downs is. I think
Everybody. Like,
I want to just say this. I immediately said
when you look at the Ohio State film, like on the
everybody
defensive
knew he was the
side,
best player. The fact that you have Nick Saban saying that, fact that Jerry Jones, by the way, called the Miami Dolphins to trade up, not the other way around. Like, as good as the night Jerry Jones had, he does not call other teams to trade up. And the fact that he did, and like, look, Steven says it's not their philosophy to give up 2 football players for one, or 3 football players for one. That's what they did with 12 and the 2 fifths for one spot. If it was that close, by the way, if they did the math, like it's either we're getting Ruben Bain or Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
Right? So if it was that close, Caesar, they would have been like, we're not going to change our philosophy.
And
we're
I
going to be okay with either one. But they didn't.
And I think they were like, are the 2 5th-round players going to be better than
what the difference between Bain and
Downs could be? And I think they're like, I'm sorry, you got a chance to pick the best player in this draft.
And that just shows to show you how high they view Caleb Downs, because I'm just going to say this, and I think Ruben Bain will be a good player.
Yeah, nothing against Ruben Bain.
The fact that they were that confident in how much better Downs was than Ruben Bain, a highly talented player himself, enough to call another team and trade up, is incredible. Because if you would have told me, I'm okay with Bain, and I think they would have been too.
Yeah, I would have been okay with Bain there at 12.
Like, right? I would have been very happy. I would have been okay. And then if we double up with the Edelman from
Because
Oregon,
then you could have got the element at 20.
then I'm
or
like,
maybe trade back trade back to 23 again, like they did.
Or
You could've
not
got-
even.
No.
Like, not even. You just keep the 2/5 and you don't need to trade for the 2/4. And then you're like, oh, okay. Like, I'm looking at this, like, we get Ruben Bain and the enemy. Like, I'm okay with it. Like, that's an A-level draft. But they didn't. They ended up going and trading Caleb Downs. And and I've been looking at some of these tweets I've been reading up. Malachi Lawrence seems to be a pretty good player. I think it's an A-level draft.
I think the reason he's so underrated is because he played at UCF.
Yeah, I would
really
say so. If he played at University of Florida, if he played at FSU, played at University of Miami,
ACC,
it's not the same, right?
No.
But again,
And
they're looking at the attributes. They're
Yeah.
looking at the speed, like the motor, his get off speed's elite.
I like what they said about him too. How Stephen Jones said he decided to stay at UCF because he said he owed the team. He had
Yeah, and that
opportunities to go to a
matters.
bigger school.
And look, I'll just say this.
So
Travis Frederick, when we drafted him in there were people saying that's a third round grade.
Yeah, I
That's
remember.
a third round grade.
I remember.
That. And it's like that ended up working out pretty well for him.
Now,
I mean,
people are going to say, "Oh, this is like a Taco Charlton." No. Malachi
Here's the
Lawrence
thing.
has a better upside than Taco Lawrence.
The fact that he's
Or
that
Taco Charlton. I'm
the
sorry.
fact that he's that elite with the speed and he's almost 6'5",
Taco
250.
Charlton had nothing. He had no speed. He was a fucking slob.
Like, for me to be able to be that fast off the line of scrimmage, and you're 6'5", 250, you're not small, right? Like, that's promising, right? So if you could get an impact pass rusher and first round pass rusher, you're supposed to be a double-digit sack guy in his future. So hopefully that's in his future.
I will never forgive our defensive coordinator, Rob Marinelli, for picking Taco Charlton over TJ Watt.
Yeah, that made no sense to me.
I was so pissed. He was right there as a blinking light. Like, I don't care. This guy's the best player on the draft board. You pick him. You find a way. And we did it. And that bit us in the ass. And kudos to Jerry Jones not doing the same thing here, because he could have been like, oh, well, we need a defensive end. But yeah.
I'm thinking here it's like, I will say this. I kind of started to notice how it could unfold, right? Obviously, Mendoza, we haven't even talked about him tonight. Goes number one.
Shouts out to him,
Miami kid, South Florida represent. Yes, sir. When David Bailey went to, I'm like, okay, I think that, because I know the Cardinals really like David Bailey. I'm like, I think they can go Jeremiah Love here. And I said to my buddy who was watching the draft with, I'm like, if they go David Bailey here.
So here is what I'm hearing. I'm just looking at Twitter. It looks like if they weren't able to get Malachi Lawrence and Ruben Bain kept dropping, they were. If Tampa Bay,
if he made it to 18,
I think they were going to take him.
So it wasn't Mesidor he was talking about.
No, it was Ruben Bain.
I mean, I'm okay with it because Ruben Bain didn't fall past Tampa, and I was figuring that because I know Tampa had Keldrick Falk had been mocked to Tampa quite a bit.
Yeah, you did say
and I'm
that.
like, there's a position of need there. Bain's fallen. I have to think the fit's there. It's just there. And he's from the state. I mean, I'm not from the state. He went to college in the same state, right across. It's a 4-hour drive. And I'm sure there's a lot of familiarity there. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of importance it was. University of South Florida, by the way, school I go to, they played Miami the last 2 years. I don't know if that makes a difference with Tampa Bay in the draft and them drafting them. But, they've been able to see firsthand, right, in this local area. I mean, I remember watching that game earlier this season. Oh, my gosh, Miami. They were just incredible, right?
Yeah.
By the way, Francis Mariota, that's a good pick by the Giants. But I saw the way the draft was starting to unfold. I'm like, okay, if they
and I think the key there was the Cleveland Browns picking the guard.
For no.
The
tackle from Utah. Because the way I started seeing it unfold is like, okay, Bailey goes at 2. Okay, does that mean Jeremiah Love can go at 3? Because I'm like, okay, Jeremiah Love could go at 3. And when he did, I'm like, the Titans aren't taking Arvell Reese. They got to take Carnell Tate, right? And then they did. And then I kind of was talking to my buddy about it. I'm like, if that happens, this thing can start to kind of fall in Dallas's favor, because I remember somebody saying, I forget who it was, if the Cardinals don't take a defensive player, the draft will fall in Dallas's favor. And they didn't. Now I think when they met is in relation to Francis Maianoa, the tackle. It didn't end up being him. It ended up being Jeremiah Love. But then it's like, okay, you don't take the defensive player at 3 because David Bailey goes at 2. So now Arvell Reese starts to fall because you have 2 teams that need offensive talent and they get it. And then all of a sudden, the team you're worried about Downs going to at 5 takes Arvell Reese shockingly because they didn't think they were going to get him. And then you have the 6 through 9 tier where it's like you have a trade back and you know an offensive lineman's going there. You know corner. Like when Kansas City traded, I'm like, is this Downs? But Delaney made sense. So it's like, well, it was corner, then it was offensive lineman. I'm like, okay. I was shocked by the Tyson pick to New Orleans. That was the one that really surprised me.
That surprised me just because I don't know how.
I thought that's where Ruben Bain was going to end up. I'm like, oh, there goes Bain.
Especially with what's his name that they got rid of on the defense. Cam Jordan. You definitely saw that. But
once that happened, I saw it developing at 2, and the plan followed all the way up to Arvell Reese at 5. And then once the Chiefs took Delaney, I'm like,
I knew they were going to go for Delaney.
Like maybe Styles or Bain will come here. I was thinking, okay, we can trade up to 9, and then we didn't. Like, fuck, why didn't we trade up to 9? But the way it had fallen in the first 5 picks allowed for 6 through 9 to be Delaney, Fano to 9 to Cleveland. And then the surprise with Tyson. And then obviously you knew Sonny Styles was going in there. So it's like 3 of the 4 you knew who was it going to be with Delaney and Styles and Fano. And then I think the final point was after New Orleans picked them. I'm like, okay, all we need is if the New York Giants took Downs, I'm like, I think the Dolphins are taking Maianoa. We're going to get Bain.
Yeah.
I think after 5 to 6, it all started to fall in our favor. And then I'm like, okay, we're going to get one of these 2. And then when the Giants took Maianoa, I'm like, whoa, I did not expect that.
Yeah, John, we're still here. 5 hours straight, buddy.
And then I'm like, because I remember what Cody said. Like, oh, are they going to take Downs then? And then I saw that they traded, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this has to be for Downs, right? So it's kind of crazy how it's like one domino fell at the beginning, and then another one fell, and then there had to be 2 or 3, like Arvell Reese had to fall because these 2 offensive players needed to jump up, and that led one team making a trade and 1 or 2 more surprises, and this needed offensive linemen here and there. And it's like, oh, the chips kind of just fell together realistically, and it all started with number 2 going David Bailey. So I genuinely think, Caesar, if Arvell Reese goes number 2, the Dallas Cowboys don't have Caleb Downs.
Yeah, and who knows? Because they wanted David Bailey as well. Maybe they trade up to get him because I know that's one of the guys they wanted too. So.
Well, you have to wonder. And again, I was so thrilled. I'm like, if you would have told me coming into this draft, we got Caleb Downs and we still have pick 20.
Because think about it. Like, what Kansas City gave up to move up in the draft to number 6 is not that much.
No.
I was surprised.
I was
third
so
and a 5th?
Because I'm thinking, like, I'll move the 1st and the 92 pick and, like, a next year 6 to go up to 9 to jump in front of New York to take Downs. Because I really thought they were taking Downs there.
Yeah.
I thought once Tyson was picked in New Orleans, I knew the Cleveland Browns were either trading back or they were taking an offensive lineman. Once they picked the offensive line, I'm like, okay, either Bain or Downs. I don't think they both go back to back.
Right.
And I was like wondering, like, why wouldn't we trade up? Cleveland probably knew New York wanted Fano or Mino, whoever they wanted.
Manoa.
They knew Miami wanted an offensive lineman. They had to have known that New York wanted one.
And I think that's why Miami was willing to trade back
because they were
to
going for
Dallas.
Francis
They
Mino.
they wanted an offensive lineman, and they got wiped out and they just were like,
I wonder, like hypothetically, let's say the Giants took Ruben Bain, or let's say
I
the
don't think they
Saints.
were going for a defensive end.
Let's say the Saints took Ruben Bain, and then Jordan Tyson fell to the Giants, and the Giants take Jordan Tyson. You have to think Dallas still calls Miami and says, "Look, if any other team's trying to trade with you, we'll take 11. You go to 12. We're not taking the offensive lineman. And you can recoup some picks and you can get your guy. We want to make sure we get him."
Yeah.
They don't have to do that. But if you, Caesar, I mean, if you would have told me 24, 48 hours ago, at any point during this pre-draft process, the Dallas Cowboys are not only going to get Caleb Downs, they're going to keep the 20th overall pick. I would not have believed you.
I'm still shocked, bro.
I mean, that to me is like, it's one thing, like Caesar, I would have been happy trading up to 6 to go get him. Nevertheless, what the hell happened here?
Yeah, because I was like, dude, Dallas now has the ammunition to trade up and get a difference maker on the defense.
And they didn't have to.
They didn't have to. He fell in their lap.
And
the Dolphins weren't going to pick Caleb Downs.
No, they weren't.
That's the funny part. Like, but Dallas didn't want to wait there because if somebody swaps in and they ask the Dolphins for that pick and that other team gets Caleb Downs, then Dallas is going to be kicking themselves in the ass. We could have gotten him. So, I mean, shouts out to Jerry. We normally don't like giving him credit, but he did it. He.
So right now we're at Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence. We still have we have a 92nd overall pick, 114.
John's a Giants fan here. He said Giants solid 2 picks in the top 10. Protection for Dart and Manoa and Reese. Yes,
I think he could arguably one of the best offensive linemen in the draft. I think he's a all pro level tackle. And I think you honestly get one of the best defensive outside
linebacker
in the draft. Like, I don't want to say Micah Parsons because it's a lazy comparison, but that type of player, right? So like you get 2 Pro Bowl, all pro level guys to add to your young nucleus of players. It's a really impressive thing.
So it'll be interesting to see what they do with Thibodeau and all these defensive ends that they have, though.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. This Kayvon Thibodeau find his way out of New York. What happens with Abdul Carter? You know, that was a weird situation.
It was from the last regime. So.
But here's the thing. Abdul Carter was hyped up to be the next Micah Parsons, and look what happened, right?
He didn't play well at all last
No,
year. So
there's a lot of talent in the front 7 for New York. Have to wonder if Thibodeau finds his way on the way out. And again, wasn't that one of the top players on Dallas's draft board a couple years ago? When they ended up taking, was it Tyler Guyton a couple years ago? Was it Tyler Booker a couple years ago?
No, last year we took Booker. The year before that we took Guyton. But we ended up trading back to take Guyton. And we got that 3rd round pick and ended up picking up Cooper Beebe, who's been an awesome center for us. So
see, that's to me. It's like I remember everybody talking about what if they go offensive lineman or like if it came to the point where it's Francis Manoa was the only guy left.
I think Dallas would have taken him.
I would have taken him. I think he would. I mean, he's a damn good player,
especially with not knowing what Steele is going to be, or what Tyler Guyton is.
But I think they've made like Tyler Guyton's a starting tackle in the NFL. I think. Right?
And what's scary for me on the Giants side, because we kind of talked about it. They actually got a head coach that knows how to draft players. We've all seen it in Baltimore.
Right.
And
Kyle Hamilton, which is again the reason everybody talked about, and I think Colin Cowherd even talked about Harbaugh with loves Derwin James in LA, and then obviously Harbaugh in Baltimore picked Kyle Hamilton, loved Kyle Hamilton. I'm like, fuck. But Ryan made up a good point. They have Javon Holland, who's a Pro Bowl level like safety, right? Like Javon Holland, like a legit Pro Bowl level safety, Caesar. Like this isn't like somebody whatever. So it's like it wasn't a need for them.
Yeah.
And if they felt that confident in who the prospect was, and again, safeties always drop, and everybody always regrets it, and no one ever learns.
That is so crazy. This is the highest pick John Harbaugh's ever had.
Yeah, I don't understand why some of these teams didn't pick Caleb Downs. I just don't get it.
I'm still like,
because everybody
flabbergasted.
says how good he is. Like there's no
not only how good he is, but how smart he is.
Because it's for me, it's like everybody raved about Derwin James. Everybody raved about Kyle Hamilton. Everybody raved about Caleb Downs.
And they
even
fall.
the guys that didn't take him, they're like, this guy's good. This guy's. It wasn't like one of those things like.
But I think that's why teams end up falling in love with guys that they like their own guys.
Correct.
And I think, and this is what you and I try to tell Kirby. Like, if you got like a guy there, don't fall in love with him. You always want to draft with the best player available, whether it's offense, defense, or whatever. Always draft the best player available.
I was on defense. Like, I'm going to be
honest
honest
with you. Of course, we all were.
Yeah. But like I said, if Mawanoa was there and we had lost Downs and Maine, I wasn't sitting here like, we'll trade back and then we'll go get Keldrick Falk. I'm like, no, take Mawanoa, right?
Take Mawanoa,
like,
yeah.
That we're not going to sit here and fuck around and play around and go because we need a defensive guy. Keldrick Falk is not going to be as impactful.
It happened in 2020 when we took fucking CeeDee Lamb. And
worked out. We ended up getting Trayvon Diggs in round 2, and I know how that ended, but for a good 3-4 seasons there, he was a very good starting cornerback for us.
If he doesn't get hurt and if he wasn't as lazy, then I think it'd be different. I think he'd still
we have our theories about how we got hurt. Anyway, what's it called? But everybody sits here and raves about these safeties, and then they never pick them. And like Caesar, you know how there's questions of this guy's really talented. Why is he falling? And these teams have one little thing that they're worried about, and it lingers throughout the rest of the league. It's not that for Caleb Downs. There's no reason for him to fall. And I just don't get why people don't value the safety position the way they should. We've seen how it's bit us in the ass. And I think there's a bit of a jack of all trades with Caleb Downs too. I think he really can do a lot. I mean, I think this is going to help our run defense a lot. I think this is a guy that can really generate pressure off the edge on the quarterback, especially the guy that can kind of punch up. I mean, so versatile. So versatile. I'm so excited. And I don't get excited for defensive players like this.
I'm going to send you this, Nick, on X. Malachi Lawrence film. I've
been reading up on him. The more I read, the more I like.
I'm going to send you this on the chat. Wow, his burst, his motor is really good. I know they're
believe it or not, they originally. So I'm looking at some mock drafts here, right? I'm going to just tell you this was.
Where do they have Malachi Lawrence in these mock drafts?
This was April 20th. They had Arvell Reese going 2, Mawagoa going at 3, David Bailey going at 4. They had Caleb Downs going at 10. They had the Cowboys taking Thieneman at 12.
And
then they had Chris Johnson at 20.
For the
they
Cowboys?
had Malachi Lawrence going at 27, San Francisco. Here's another thing. I know for a fact San Francisco wanted Malachi Lawrence.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, did San Francisco trade out?
They traded out once Dallas took him.
You notice how, did they pick in the first round today?
That's a good question here. I got
Let me look.
I have it here. Did they pick? Yeah, they did pick.
No,
they didn't. They traded out of
the first round. Out of the first round. The second that's a guy I was looking, Malachi Lawrence, like the 49er fans were like, fuck, shit. Like that's a guy they identified and they liked. So
yeah, they traded. I think it was with who was it with?
I'm just going to say this. Who are we chasing in the NFC, realistically, outside of the Rams and shit like that? Who are we chasing? 2 teams, the Philadelphia Eagles and the San Francisco 49ers.
49ers.
You have Christian Parker. You have Christian Parker, the new defensive coordinator, came over from Philadelphia. advocated, who loves Malachi Lawrence, and then the 49ers were going to draft him and then trade it out of the first round once they didn't get him. I mean, I think those are the teams we're chasing. I think it says a lot about and I think one of the things that separates other teams from them is, number one, not only coaching, but schematic fit and scouting in that. And I think those teams we need to emulate. And it says a lot about it when you have guys from those backgrounds who wanted Malachi Lawrence. So that's an intriguing pick, I'll say.
John makes a good point here. Downs height might be the only thing that people are just creating him for 2 or 3 inches.
They said the same thing about Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
So, but I do think that probably held him back. And they say he doesn't stand out ridiculously, right? He's not
because he doesn't make the interceptions.
Right. And it's
but that's because he's covering slot corners.
Correct.
That's because he's playing safety. That's because he's fucking blitzing off the edge
correct.
or in the middle.
And I also think that when we're talking about this, there wasn't anything specifically that, like they say, jumped out. Like, wasn't a freak athlete. He doesn't have the arm length, like, ridiculously, right? I mean, everything on paper seemed kind of like, average, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I think there's just certain players it doesn't matter with, and I am beyond thrilled with this pick. I am happy with the Malachi Lawrence pick. I don't think we're looking at this. I was looking at this like, we need 2 guys that could come in right away. And I thought the realistic expectation of that is a little bit iffy. You get one in Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, maybe not as much as a Mesidor or somebody else, but I think a pretty good guy that could come in year 1 and maybe surprise people and show up right away. But I think this defense got a lot better tonight.
Oh, definitely.
And I think Downs is one of those guys, like, you know how good we were with Sean Lee versus without Sean Lee? Ceaz?
Yeah.
I think that's the type of impact.
A huge difference.
It's like when he's not out on the field, you're going to know. And it's going to be, I am very, 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 very pleased with how we're doing that. And I'm looking at, it's kind of interesting to take a look at some of these mock drafts now, right?
Yeah, I always like to see, like, what these people, like, who got it right, who got it wrong, or...
So they had Francis Mauigoa going at 5 to the Giants. This is a really interesting one. This is from Chad Reuter from April 17th, a week ago, last Friday. Mendoza 1, Arvo Reese 2, Bailey 3, Jeremiah Love 4, Mauigoa 5. They had Monroe Freeling going 6. Delaney going 7, Bain going 8, Proctor going 9, Downs going 10, Miami going Carnell Tate at 11. He had Sonny Styles, going 12 to us, and then they end up saying we trade with the Browns, who they trade up to get Jordan Tyson. We trade back to 24 to take Chris Johnson. So in that scenario, it would have ended up with Styles and Johnson. I would have been happy with that too. But I think Malachi Lawrence is good enough. Maybe that second player isn't quite as good as some of these mocks were saying, Caesar, but I trust them with the Malachi Lawrence thing. And if he's as good as they believe he is, then he's better than these other guys.
You're looking for a guy with traits there, right?
Correct.
It's towards the end. And this year's draft, you only had 12 to 13 players first round grades.
Yeah.
After that, it's a crapshoot.
Correct.
Like
to me, it's like, is the first player better than we were getting in the mock draft? Yes, no doubt. Is the second player better? I don't know, because I don't know if Chris Johnson's going to be a better player than Malachi Lawrence, right? I don't. But they do, hopefully. And they did it for a reason. Colton Hudd didn't go in the first round for a reason, by the way. I'm not trying to sit here and crap on him, but I say whenever I was upset at this, I always had people saying, like, you're upset that you didn't draft this player, but he's still on the board, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was really pissed off when we passed on Asante Samuel Jr. to get freaking what's his name?
I mean,
who's that guy? Kelvin Joseph.
Calvin Joseph. I was wrong about him. but he obviously didn't care about football. Um, Kalen Carson, he's out the door. Thank God. I was wrong about him.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's gone. I don't. I mean, he's still with the team, but it'd be a miracle if he stays on. But here, look at Nick Harris from the Cowboys.com posted this. Cowboys 2026 defense after the first round. Donovan Azaraku, Rashawn Gary, Quinn Williams, Kenny Clark, Malachi Lawrence, DeMarvin Overshown. We keep forgetting about Overshown.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be healthy.
Well, we'll hope for that, but we need a linebacker to go with him because, oh my gosh, okay.
Caleb Downs, Deron Bland, Sharon Ravel, and I think Sharon Ravel is going to be good. I give him an offseason. I think he'll be okay. Jalen Thompson, he's my favorite pickup this year.
Yep.
And we still got Malik Hooker. So, I mean, I'm excited. We still got a lot of work to do. We need a linebacker. And I think that's something that you and I kind of like are going to have.
I'm not opposed to Bobby Wagner because I think with how smart he is, and he's not like I know people say he's a dinosaur like Ryan, but he's not like rigid athletic.
Still led the league in tackles.
Right. So I think I honestly think he'd be a very good not more than serviceable middle linebacker for a 1 year period for us. We're not gonna go out there and be like Bobby Wagner, damn it. Like it's gonna be fine. We will be in good hands with Bobby Wagner as a middle linebacker, right? Not saying it's the best option, but you can do a lot worse, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's a safe. I think it's very similar to the Eric Kendricks things, who I wanted to bring back, by the way. After I thought he played pretty well with us, Mike McCarthy's last year as the middle linebacker role.
Yep.
So, those are veterans that, I would compare it to what we've had at safety the last decade plus. Like the Malik Hookers, the DeMonte KZs, the Jaron Curses.
Oh my gosh.
The Donovan Wilsons. The going further back, Jeff Heath. I mean,
don't remind me about Jeff Heath. He did save us in that game against the Raiders that one.
Yes, he did. And then we lost the next week. But veteran, average to slightly above average players that will get picked apart at points in important times.
He was a journeyman. A guy played special teams and ended up making.
Let's put this on full screen.
So this is former Packers coach.
Yep.
So let's put this on screen. I kind of want to hear what he had to say.
Steelers coach, you mean?
Yeah, no, what did I say? Packers. My bad. Steelers. Mike McCarthy's with the Packers now.
Yes.
Or with the Steelers.
Steelers, yeah.
So that's what it is. So, all right, here is.
I just, when you think about the draft as we're coming up and you think about, to me, hybrid players, a guy like Caleb Downs, to me, is a guy that I think is one of those types of guys that you could put him anywhere in the field. Reminds me a lot of Troy Polamalu.
Okay.
And Troy Polamalu was a very disruptive player. And
Was he allowed to do whatever he wanted to?
He wasn't. He earned the right to do that. So, one thing he made a lot of mistakes his first year, and I remember a couple of times, I would go into the facility over here. And he was always in there. He was the first one in there and the last one to leave watching tape. And the only other person that was much as him was Rod Woodson.
Oh, yeah.
These guys watched more tape. They were looking for any competitive edge they could get, whether it be a stance, whether it be a split, whether it be a formational thing that they saw on the road, at home, certain ways that people did it. So it got to a point where, I just remember telling Chris Hope, and I actually told Ryan Clark, and saw him last night. I said, one of the first things I told Ryan Clark, I said, listen, you're coming in here. I said, I just got to tell you one thing. Troy Polamalu is going to do some things that are unorthodox. And at times he will not play the defense. And I need you to be able to cover up for him. He goes, what do you mean cover up for him? I says, because he's not going to follow the defense. He goes, you don't have to follow the defense around here? I go, no. I go, he doesn't have to follow the defense, but you need to be able to cover up for him. He goes, what do you mean cover up for him? I said, well, if it's too deep and he sees something, he may blitz. I goes, I said, well, how do I cover up for him? I said, well, you start talking to the two corners and tell them to back up. Now you were playing a 3 deep defense suddenly. And I said, and we'll just go from there. And he goes, can anybody do it? I go, no. I go, and he goes, how often is he wrong? I go, not often. I said, the one thing I don't want to do is harness him. Because when he had a feel for something, he could play very free and do things that were disruptive. You don't harness greatness. And I think the biggest thing you do, and I learned that a little bit with Ben, is like, let him do his thing. Yes, there's structure. Yes, there's guidelines. Yes, there's an approach we have to it. But these are players that in the heat of the moment, they can acclimate to the situation. They get a feel for the game. I have a feel from the sideline, but you're on that field. And if you have that feel for the game where I can allow you to play free, play fast, and be aggressive, I like that. And I'll live with the periodic mistakes.
Wow, that's great. I mean, I think that's why he was one of the greatest coaches to ever coach the game.
Yeah, says a lot.
Allowing him to be that guy, and now we still have games to play. We're not going to crown Caleb Downs yet. He still has to prove it, but for a draft that is not loaded with a lot of good players, and you're at 12 and you don't have the opportunity. And I think you and I were upset because we're like, well, why are we winning games if, we're not going to get an opportunity to get a top 5 pick?
Yeah. And it ended up helping us in the end. I mean,
out.
would we have taken the risk that visit at number 5, right? I mean, we would have gotten a good player anyway, right? But I'm not looking at revisionist history here. We had a very good outcome tonight. I would argue an A to A+ outcome. Yep. Other outcomes may have been, A. We had a good outcome tonight. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, maybe we should have taken Bain here at the end of it here, this, that, the other. We got the best player in the draft, got a pretty good solid. I like the other guy that they trust. And we have we have 8 new pieces on this defense with 1 to 3 more on the way, hopefully. And, there's there's more to be done. And we'll be on the field next year, and it'll be a better football team. So it'll be nice. And secondarily, the Stanley Cup playoffs played second fiddle tonight to everything. But yeah, I mean, I didn't realize that. I saw Elliot Friedman tweet at 7:10. Game started in 10 minutes. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, that's right. I'm like, damn.
Buffalo won again, right?
Yeah, 2-1 series. So, and then Carolina put Ottawa on the brink tonight. So they're down 3-0 Ottawa. So they're gonna have to figure something out.
Yeah, Carolina is a big juggernaut. With Florida not being in it, I think they have a very good chance of winning it in the East.
Yeah,
so.
But it'll be fun to see.
Yep. All right, Nick. Well, I think we did everything. We covered everything. Thank you for hopping on towards the end. Really enjoyed your knowledge and stuff. So I'm excited for once again to be a Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
I'm sure your family is too.
Yeah. It's not often, but it is right now.
The job's not finished.
No, it is not.
But as I always say, man, let's enjoy the moment. So thanks everybody for joining us on the Big C Show. And with that, let's go Cowboys.